Now, of course, this is regarded as some kind of terrible heresy by archaeologists who've been wedded to the idea of a very recent settlement of the Americas for a very, very, very long time. But gradually, reluctantly, kicking and screaming, spitting nails as they go along, archaeologists have begun to accept that the peopling of the Americas happened a lot earlier than they had thought. And presently, the kind of date that is being considered, accepted in fact, by the majority of archaeologists is around 23,000, 24,000 years ago. That's White Sands, New Mexico, and the human footprints there, which we feature in episode 1 of season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. But there's a recognition that it could be older than that, could be 30,000 years old. And then there's sites in South America, which may be even older, 36,000, 40,000, 50,000 years old. So the whole issue is very much up for grabs. But the one guy who was really late to the party was Columbus.
Is the Americas often overlooked when it comes to the history of human civilization?
Yes, because there's been this prejudice that the Americas could have had nothing to do with the origins of civilization, because human beings supposedly weren't in America until it was called the Clovis First model. It was held until really about 10 years ago that no humans had been in the Americas before 13,000 years ago. So you can see that the Cerruti Mastodon site multiplies that by 10 to 120,000 years ago. But there's gradually been an acceptance of an earlier settlement than that. And they're still fighting over the Cerruti Mastodon site whether to accept that or not. There's been a back and forth of papers in Nature, a reasonably respectful discussion going on between archaeologists who disagree over this. But yes, that model of a very late settlement of the Americas, I mean, the view is that anatomically modern humans came into Europe about 60,000 years ago, maybe 50,000 years ago. We had anatomically modern humans in Australia between 50 and 60,000 years ago as well. And of course, anatomically modern humans were in Africa going back 300,000 years. The earliest known anatomically modern human remains are from Jebel Irhoud in Morocco, and they date to 310,000 years ago. And they're pretty much identical to modern humans today, and we can assume that their brains were pretty much identical as well. It may be that earlier examples of anatomically modern humans will be found. This is why one of my pet sayings is stuff just keeps on getting older, because it's not that long ago when the view was, I mean, back in the 90s, when the view was that there were no anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago, and then new discoveries kept pushing that back, and then it switched to about 110,000 years ago with a discovery in Ethiopia, and now more than 300,000 years ago. So who knows how far that timeline will go back. But the general view has been we will not look for the origins of civilization in the Americas because they were recently settled. And these new discoveries have to change that picture. Archaeology is very slow to change its paradigms, but this is one that is going to need to be changed. And the result is that the Americas have not been seriously studied for the specific issue of the origins of civilization, that thing that we call civilization.
What was or is the established history? What was the story that's been told by archaeologists up to now about how the Americas was settled, when, what mode, etc.?
Right. Well, the story that stuck for a very long time, like 30 or more years, was the notion that a people who archaeologists call the Clovis culture entered North America across the Bering land bridge. We call it the Bering Straits today, but during the Ice Age, and 13,400 years ago was during the Ice Age, sea level was much lower, and it was possible to cross by land from Siberia into Alaska, and thus to enter the Americas without making a sea voyage. And part of the prejudice that archaeologists did have against our ancestors is they didn't think they were capable of making sea voyages. And therefore this seemed like the most likely way that they came into the Americas. And that stuck for a very long time, and that was called the Clovis First hypothesis. And it became the subject, if I could just complete, it became the subject of a bitter battle amongst archaeologists, because there was a group of archaeologists, very powerful, very influential, very widely published, who clung on to this Clovis First doctrine, that there was no culture here before the Clovis culture, for a very long time. And anybody who brought new evidence to the table suggesting an older human presence in the Americas were running the risk of having their careers destroyed. And this happened in the case of several individuals. We're running the risk of being humiliated, of having funding withdrawn from their research, and so on and so forth. So that doctrine, the Clovis First doctrine, stuck until the evidence became utterly overwhelming. For example, Tom Dillehay finally managed to demonstrate, even to the most skeptical of his colleagues, that Monteverde in South America had dated at least 14,000 years ago, well before Clovis, and maybe 15 and more thousand years ago. And Jacques Cinq-Mars, this classic example, brilliant man, excavated bluefish caves in the Yukon back in the 1970s and found evidence that humans had been there 24,000 years ago. And he received the full machine gun fire of the entire archaeological profession, and they literally destroyed his career. But back in 2017, he was finally proved to be right. He was absolutely 100% right. Humans were in the Yukon.
Is he still around?
He is still around, but very, very old now and retired, and broken by what happened to him.
It's interesting you talk about coming over the Bering Land Bridge into the northest of North America.
Yeah.
And then trickling down from there. But if you were to suggest that happens around about 13,000 years ago, let's say that the markings that were found in South America that you just mentioned were found shortly after that. That is a long way
It's a long journey
to travel. If you're starting at the top and coming down, you would presume that the disbursement would be more centered at the top as opposed to at the bottom.
Yes, you would. And archaeologists are beginning now to open up to the idea that our ancestors were seafarers. I mean, they have to be open to that idea, because even at the peak of the Ice Age, when sea level was at its lowest, it was not possible to get to Australia without a sea voyage. You just couldn't do it, and particularly when you're settling a new land, you can't just go by accident with 2 or 3 people. You have to go with a substantial group who bring the means of survival with them at that point. Otherwise, they'll become extinct very, very rapidly. And Australia was systematically settled about 50,000, maybe as much as 60,000 years ago. And undoubtedly, boat journeys were involved. And the same goes for Cyprus. Of course, Cyprus is an island today, but it was an island during the Ice Age too. It's surrounded by colossal deeps at that end of the Mediterranean, and it was never connected to the land. And yet Cyprus was settled around 14,000 years ago, and the evidence is it was a highly organized project which involved sophisticated shipping and large numbers of people carrying animals with them who settled in Cyprus. So there shouldn't be an argument that our ancestors could use ships, and it's beginning to happen now. Now that Clovis First has finally died the death it long ago deserved, archaeologists are beginning to accept that maybe human beings did use ships to come to the Americas. But they don't like the idea of them doing something like crossing the whole Pacific Ocean directly. They prefer the idea that they kind of island hopped from Siberia down the coast of Alaska and thence into North America and finally into South America. But this raises one highly significant problem, which is, first of all, that the South American sites by and large are older than the North American sites. And secondly, and again we feature this in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, there's intriguing DNA evidence which connects the peoples of Melanesia, New Guinea, and Australian Aborigines, and certain peoples who are indigenous in Taiwan as well, which connects them directly with 3 tribes in the Amazon rainforest, in the west of the Amazon rainforest. And that particular genetic signal is not found anywhere in North America at all. And it should be, if they got there by a land route coming through North America. It's only found in South America. And the most parsimonious way to explain it, even leading geneticists admit this, although they know that it's not an idea that archaeologists are going to accept, the easiest way to explain it is that there was a direct crossing of the Pacific Ocean by sea. And since those remains that have been found are already very old, more than 10,000 years old, we're looking at a sea crossing that could have happened thousands of years before that. It's just an accident of discovery that complete skeletal remains were found that are 10,000 years old, which have this DNA signal, which is still present in the modern populations.
Pretty big ocean on either side of the Americas.
Big ocean on either side.
If you're going to sail it, it's not... I mean, Cyprus, it's deep, or whatever, in the Mediterranean, but It's not a Pacific or an Atlantic crossing.
No, in the case of Cyprus and Australia, at the peak of the Ice Age, a large part of the Indonesian archipelago was all joined into a landmass called Sunda, and that went down as far as Timor, and it was still necessary to have a crossing of open ocean of about 90 kilometers to get to New Guinea, which was then joined to Australia. It was paleocontinental Sahel. It was about 90 kilometers, and in the case of Cyprus, it was about 50 or 60 kilometers. But the notion of human beings actually crossing the Pacific Ocean, crossing thousands of miles of the Pacific Ocean more than 10,000 years ago, is still a very tough one for archaeologists to accept. But at the same time, they can't deny the genetic evidence, and they must look for some explanation. And there's been all kinds of hysterical riddles to try to explain that anomaly. I still think the simplest explanation is the best.
You think Pacific, not Atlantic crossing?
Well, this was definitely a Pacific crossing because the connection is between peoples who live on the east side of the Asian landmass down into Australia and peoples on the west side of the South American landmass. So
that's just for the genetic component, though. Yeah. There's other people that were there. There's more evidence that's there. How did those people get there earlier than?
Well, that's an unanswered question.
Yes.
That's a completely unanswered question. There are a number of sites, all of which are strongly disputed in South America, which are much older. And how did they get there? We don't know. What has to be seriously questioned is the notion that the entry was only through North America, and that they
only 13,000 years ago,
or even 23,000 years ago, and that they had to find their way through North America down to South America. And the reason that South America is not being considered as the possible first place of human habitation in the Americas is precisely because of that prejudice that, of course, our ancestors couldn't have sailed the entire Pacific Ocean.
What's interesting about the Amazon from a...
Everything is interesting about the Amazon. I love the Amazon. It's a god, or I would prefer to say a goddess. The Amazon is a force. It's an amazing and extraordinary thing. It's very tough. The heat and the humidity are intense. The insects, the snakes, the creatures that will eat you up, the piranhas in the river.
It sounds pretty inhospitable as a place that you're going to
at
settle.
The same time, it's a garden in which humans can flourish, and which humans did flourish. So what's interesting about the Amazon, first and foremost, this is one of those areas of the world that is massively under-researched by archaeology. And I don't say that that's an act of irresponsibility on the part of archaeology. That's because it's incredibly expensive to go and research in the Amazon. And when you are of the opinion that you're not going to find much there, then undertaking that research has never seemed worthwhile. But new information keeps on coming in, which is changing that. I mean, statistically, we're looking about 5 to 6 million square kilometers that are still under dense canopy rainforest. And as a result, and again, this is an issue that we've gone into in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, because I think everybody knows that the Amazon is under attack at the moment, that large parts of the Amazon are being cut down and turned into soya bean farms and cattle ranches. And the soya beans are primarily to feed the cattle. As a result of these clearances, strange things have begun to emerge into plain sight. And these include gigantic, perfectly geometrical earthworks. Now, if we talk about the earthworks in the UK, everybody's heard of Stonehenge or Avebury. A henge actually is an earthwork. It's the ditch that surrounds the stone circle. It's not particularly prominent in the case of Stonehenge, but it's massively prominent in the case of Avebury, a big deep ditch with an embankment on either side. These earthworks in the Amazon, they don't have the standing stones in the middle of them because there is no stone in that part of the Amazon. But they do have these huge earthworks which can take very intriguing geometrical forms. So, for example, a perfect square with a perfect circle inside it, but on a scale of hundreds of meters. Rectangles, square enclosures with sort of scallops cut out of one corner of them. The whole thing, lots and lots of circles. Many of these structures appear to be aligned to the cardinal directions. And
What's the cardinal direction?
north, south, east, and west. No, and it's very important to be clear on that. North, south, east, and west on a compass are not the same as true north, south, east, and west. There's an error of 10 or 11 degrees in compass, which is a magnetic reading. True north is defined by astronomy.
And which one does this follow?
This follows true north. Yeah. True north, south, east, and west, the true cardinal directions. So anyway, as a result of the clearances, we've started to see these puzzling earthworks appearing, and that has led a team who we cooperated with in Ancient Apocalypse. The lead archaeologist is Martti Parsanen from the University of Helsinki, and his partner in the project is Alceo Ranzi, who's a very distinguished geographer from Brazil. And it was actually Alceo who was the first to spot these geoglyphs. That's what he called them, because it struck him that there was a similarity to the Nazca lines. These things are so big that you can only really see what they are when you're up in the air. And he was on a flight over and suddenly saw this and thought, what the hell is that? And that led him to begin to investigate and find there wasn't just one. There were dozens of them that had already been produced by the clearances. And now what Alceo and Martti are doing is a detailed LiDAR study in the areas touching on those parts that have already been cleared. They're going deeper into the jungle. And while we were there, they found half a dozen new structures under the canopy rainforest. You see, LiDAR will allow you to see through the rainforest canopy and to see relief features underneath it without destroying anything. And then you can go in very, very low tech. You can just go in, not destroy anything, and begin to investigate what the LiDAR has picked up. And what the LiDAR has picked up is these just extraordinary geometrical structures extending into the jungle as far as the range of the drone on that day. And both Martti and Alceo are of the opinion that there are thousands of these things still waiting to be discovered. And indigenous people, I spent time with an elder of the Aparina people for whom these geoglyphs are sacred. They say that there are thousands of them throughout the jungle, and they still venerate them and value them today, and that they are places that shamans use to work healing medicine on the people.
How old are they?
The ones that have been found up till now go back about 2,000 to 3,000 years. And that's based on dating of organic material found in the earthworks. It's a rough guess. However, what they've found, that those precise areas on which the earthworks now stand, once you excavate down deeper than about 2 or 3 meters, you find that they have been intensely used by human beings, and there's an enormous amount of charcoal and carbon down there. And those dates, so what they're saying is that these sites actually appear to have been selected and appear to have been sacred to people for at least 10,000 years. And we see the latest incarnation of them in the earthworks that have survived to this day. So there's a big project now going on to open it up and to find out. I don't mean to open it up by destroying the rainforest. I mean to use LiDAR to find out what's going on there. And other results of this have included absolute confirmation that there were huge cities in the Amazon, that the Amazon did have a population before the Spanish conquest of tens of millions. This was a completely different place from the place that we imagine, this kind of pristine rainforest inhabited by a few tribes of hunter-foragers. Now, there were large-scale permanent settlements in the Amazon. And they were joined by perfectly straight roadways that ran in some cases for hundreds of kilometers. We are seeing the traces, literally, of a lost civilization in the Amazon, and the work is just beginning to get to grips with the dates on these. And this is just tiny bits of the Amazon that have been looked at thus far. So I'm of the opinion that the Amazon has a great deal more to tell us, and I've done my best to bring the case for that to the viewers in Ancient Apocalypse. And besides, what a privilege to spend time in the Amazon.
Over the span of about a year, I tried pretty much every green string that I could find, trying to work out which one was best. I came across AG1, and I'm stuck with it for 3 years now because it's the best. It's the most rigorously formulated, highly tested, and comprehensive green drink that I've ever found. And that's why I put it into my body, and I've got my mum to take it, my dad to take it, and a ton of my friends as well. And if I found anything better, I would change, but I haven't, which is why I still use it. Since 2010, they've improved their formula 52 times in the pursuit of making the best foundational nutrition supplement possible through high-quality ingredients and rigorous standards. Best of all, there is a 90-day money-back guarantee, so you can buy it and try it every single day for 3 full months, and if you do not like it for any reason, they'll give you your money back. So, you can try AG1 completely risk-free for 3 months, plus get a year's free supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at the link in the description below, or by going to drinkag1.com/modernwisdom. That's drinkag1.com/modernwisdom.
My first visit to the Amazon was in 2003. I was working on a book that I published in 2005 called Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. It's recently been retitled as Visionary. It's still out there, but I was interested in the notion, for which credit must be given to the late great Terence McKenna, that sampling psychedelics played a key role in the evolution of human consciousness, and that we can see the evidence for the use of psychedelics. And here I want to pay tribute to the work of Professor David Lewis Williams of the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. We can see evidence for the use of psychedelics in cave art all around the world, and in rock art all around the world. And we can see that evidence in the Amazon very, very strongly. And furthermore, shamans in the Amazon who are drinking ayahuasca, drinking the powerful visionary brew ayahuasca, after their visionary experiences, if they have painting skills, and quite a number of them do, they paint their visions. And those paintings of those visions are astonishingly similar to the paintings that you see on ancient rock faces, such as in Colombia, in the Amazon, going back more than 12,000 years, and paintings that you see even in Europe, in caves like Lascaux, where the same geometric patterns and the same strange beings that are part mixture, part animal, part human, appear. It's as though the visionary realm is being manifested in art. And I wanted to investigate that. And I had not experienced ayahuasca before, but I didn't feel I could write about it authentically without drinking ayahuasca. So I went to the Amazon, first of all, in 2003 to drink ayahuasca with an indigenous shaman, and whose name is Francisco Montes Shuna. And I had my first 11 sessions with
11 sessions?
Yeah.
First 11.
First 11, yeah. I've subsequently had about another 70. But that was, the first 11 were for research purposes. The other 70 is because ayahuasca has helped me to get to grips with issues in my life that I didn't even know I needed to get to grips with. But it's helped me to do that. So I still feel, I think they're right in the Amazon to refer to ayahuasca as a teacher. And I have learned many useful and important lessons to it. So the last time I had an ayahuasca session was actually while we were filming in Peru, in the Peruvian Amazon, for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. And it was
peeled off from a day of shooting to go and
and it was the same shaman, Francisco Montes Shuna, who I drank with 20 years before. So it was fascinating to be back there and to be in the midst of that majesty and surrounded by that wildness. This, of course, you can drink ayahuasca pretty well anywhere in the world today, but it's better to do so in the hands of a shaman who really knows what he or she is doing. I'm not saying that there can't be Western shamans. There can, and there are some, but they need to sit down at the feet of shamans in the Amazon and learn techniques from them, because people can get into a very bad place on an ayahuasca trip, and that needs to be handled. Shamans see it as keeping dark forces at bay. That's what their role is primarily in this. So it was very, very interesting to have another session there, and I was joined by my good friend Luis Eduardo Luna, who's a Colombian anthropologist who is now based in Brazil. He's one of the world experts on ayahuasca, and we had some very interesting discussions about the mysteries of this brew, and the mysteries of the ayahuasca brew also touch upon the question of civilization in the Amazon.
How so?
Well, because ayahuasca is a very complicated thing to make. It is a mixture of 2 ingredients. the best known form, which is actually called ayahuasca. And that's not even an Amazonian word, that's a Quechua word, it's an Inca word. The Incas were also using ayahuasca, and they named it, and that name, there are many local names for it, but the Inca name stuck, and everybody calls it ayahuasca now, which means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. The vine itself has almost no visionary properties. If you were to drink a tea made of brewing up, smashed up portions of the vine, and you could drink gallons of it and you wouldn't have any visions whatsoever. The other ingredient is a leaf from bush, and that bush is botanically Psychotria viridis. In the Amazon they call it chacruna, and those leaves contain substantial quantities of arguably the world's most powerful psychedelic, which is dimethyltryptamine, DMT, the type of DMT that's called NN-DMT. And this is where it gets complicated, because DMT is not normally accessible orally to the brain. In other words, you could munch several kilos of those leaves or cook them up in a tea and drink them, and it wouldn't have any effect on you. And this is because of an enzyme called monoamine oxidase that we have in our gut. It destroys DMT on contact. That's why people who want to have the straight DMT experience today have to smoke it or vape it, smoke it in a pipe or vape it, and then it gets right through the blood-brain barrier and into the brain, but through the gut you can't absorb it orally. So how do you conquer that problem? What you need, in scientific terms, is a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. You need something that will shut down that enzyme in the gut. And that's precisely what the ayahuasca vine provides. It provides a monoamine oxidase inhibitor that shuts down the enzyme in the gut and allows the DMT in the leaves that are part of the brew to be active. And then, instead of having the usual 10 or 12 minute or even less trip to the other side of reality, which is what happens with smoked or vaped DMT, you have a 4-hour journey to the other side of reality. And it's much slower paced, and you have time to get to grips with what is happening and to investigate the visions that you're experiencing and the teachings that you're receiving. Sometimes you receive nothing. Sometimes all you do is just vomit and have diarrhea. That is one of the physical consequences of ayahuasca. I can say, as a result, I've been working with ayahuasca for more than 20 years now. I can say that as a result of long-term exposure to ayahuasca, the vomiting and diarrhea side of it have got less and less as time has gone on. But the visionary experiences continue to be extremely powerful. However,
That's
sometimes
Joe Rogan.
you don't get anything, and they call it
Joe
the nada.
Rogan, AI Joe.
In Peru, where you have a nothing. But the view of shamans in Peru is that nothing is the really most important one, but you're downloading stuff subconsciously that you're not getting consciously. It's really, they celebrate these nadas. They're good things to have.
What's the implication of having the similar cave paintings from potential psychedelic cave paintings in the Amazon, in Europe, elsewhere in the world? What are you sort of, the story you're drawing from that?
The implication is that psychedelics were involved in every case, different psychedelics, but they were involved in every case. Just to finish on the case of ayahuasca, the other form of ayahuasca is called yahe, which is spelled Y-A-J-E with an accent over the E, yahe. And a lot of people think that is ayahuasca, and indeed it does include the ayahuasca vine. That is the common element to these two versions of the brew. However, the dimethyltryptamine element is provided actually from another vine, from the leaves that grow off that vine. And they contribute not only NN-DMT, but also 5-MeO-DMT. Both of them are in the brew.
Class Joe, that's from
Yes, I have.
Punch-Out, isn't
Can
it?
you compare the two?
Like Tyson's
I would say
Punch-Out
it's
on the
significantly
NES.
more powerful.
Isn't that the character? Class Joe.
Than ayahuasca on its own, and really intense, overwhelming visions and the sense of contact with an intelligence. And I know that skeptical nuts and bolts scientists will say, of course you're not having contact with any intelligence, it's just your fantasies, it's just a hallucination. But I suggest they go and have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca first and see if that is still their view. There's something very mysterious about it, and this is a result of literally Amazonian technology. go figure how they choose out of more than 100,000 different species of plants and trees. They find the bush with the leaves that contain DMT, and they find the vine which contains the monoamine oxidase inhibitor, and they put them together.
What do you suggest?
To do that by trial and error is no easy task.
It's no easy task, but also given enough time and not much else to do.
It could be done. It could be done. And when I observe shamans in the Amazon today, what I notice is that they are constantly sampling plants. They're constantly sampling admixtures of plants. Francisco on this latest journey that I had was dropping little bits of different flowers into the plant as well.
God knows what that's going to do.
Yeah, well, all I can say is that I did have an extraordinary night. And it was very, very interesting. And nobody in their right mind is going to drink ayahuasca for kicks. It's not some kind of light-hearted
recreation.
I would say it's definitely not recreational, especially with the physical effects that it has. But it's also a powerful emotional journey, which will reveal to you things that you may have suppressed from yourself. And the point I often make on this is, it's very easy to be harsh and cruel with words to another human being, especially when you're pretty good at words, which I am. And that's my only skill actually. I have no other skills. I can't even, put a screwdriver into a screw thread without it breaking off. But I have words, and I've realized that I've said things in moments of anger that were very harsh and very cruel and really hurt other people, and ayahuasca's shown me that side of myself.
It's interesting on that point. I often think about how people that are physically strong, there's a meme, there is a culture around physically strong people protect physically weaker people, or at the very least, a big hulking MMA fighter doesn't try and fight a granddad. For instance, because there's an imbalance. But we don't have the same sense, because outwardly it's not as obvious. We don't have the same sense for somebody lexically who is linguistically very capable.
No.
And you can use, Ben Shapiro talked to me about this, about how he's a professional debater, very quick with his words, so on and so forth. And he can use that to win when arguing with his wife. Yeah. But he says, do you want to be right or do you want to be loved? Yeah. And
exactly.
He has to temper. It's like being the real strong guy up against the granddad.
Absolutely. I would say the most important lessons I've had from my ayahuasca journeys has been that I do have a problem with anger and I need to deal with it, and I have been dealing with it. It's one thing to get the revelation, it's another thing to actually integrate it into your life. I mean, that's where the hard work begins. But I'm working on this, and I hope that I'm a kinder and more nurturing person than I was.
I want to get it. I want to talk about that, because I'm particularly fascinated about the psychology of somebody that's had to deal with such consistent criticism for a long period of time, disposition for anger, but then also evidently this sort of transcendent desire to include and transcend, as Ken Wilber would say. But
it's partly to do with being 74 years old. We're all mortal. The thing is that when we're in our 30s and 40s, we don't really take that into account. But believe me, when you get to my age, the clock is ticking, and you know that whatever happens, it's not going to be that long before your time is up. I'm completely resigned and accepting to the notion of death, and it can come at any time. But when it comes, I would like to be able to look back on my life and say that it was a worthwhile life, and that I did more good than I did harm, at the very least.
Anger's a young man's game in that regard.
Yeah.
What's this rumor mean that I've heard about the Amazon being a man-made jungle?
Oh, it is. It is a man-made jungle.
What does that mean?
Well, what it means is that when you analyze the millions of trees in the Amazon, you find that they boil down to about 16,000 different species. That species like the Brazil nut tree, which are incredibly helpful to human beings, which are food-producing trees, are hyper-dominant in the Amazon. And they shouldn't be if it were just the result of natural selection in the Amazon. It's clear that human beings have been involved in turning the Amazon to their purpose and making it an environment that is useful to them, that can feed them, that can nurture them. And for that reason, just as clearly a brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of ayahuasca, An equally brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of curare, which involves 11 different plants. You know what curare is? Curare is a nerve poison, which is used to tip arrows. If you're hunting a monkey, and that monkey is 100 foot up a tree, and you want it for dinner, what you don't want to do is for it to, as you shoot an arrow into it, its natural instinct will be to wrap its tail around the tree. And suddenly the monkey that you want for dinner is hanging by its tail 100 feet above you in the tree. You don't want that. So you want something that paralyzes its muscles. And that's what curare is. That's why, curare was later used in anesthesia as well. They shoot the monkey with a curare-tipped arrow. Its muscles go limp and it falls from the tree, and dinner is ready. But to create curare, you need 11 different ingredients all put together, and if you don't have even one of them, it won't work anymore. So that's a scientific project, again, from a people who have lived in their environment for thousands, I believe tens of thousands of years, and are so familiar with it and so comfortable with it, they know what to do with it. But I would add to that one other Amazonian science, which again we go into in season 2, which is called terra preta, which is patches of astonishingly fertile soil that are found dotted throughout the Amazon, and which are still sought out by modern settlers today, because the rest of the rainforest isn't particularly fertile. That's why it's also such a tragic waste to cut the rainforest down. It's doing much better things for the world by being left as a rainforest than it is being turned into a cattle ranch. But terra preta has allowed bits of the Amazon to be incredibly fertile, and that also is an Amazonian invention. People in the Amazon are still making terra preta today, but the oldest examples so far found go back more than 8,000 years, and it's almost a miracle soil. It regenerates its own fertility. It's full of bacteria. It's full of biochar. It's been deliberately created by human beings. They put a lot of refuse in it as well, and it just works and multiplies, and it keeps on rejuvenating its own fertility. So patches that are 8,000 years old are still fertile today.
The thing that I keep coming back to is I understand that there is the technology or the trial and error that's happened in order to make the Amazon very useful to humans in a way that other areas on the planet wouldn't have been. Also understand that you can curate the jungle, Brazil nut trees becoming more prevalent, etc. It's still, to me, thinking about what were sort of anthropologically modern humans built for. Subsistence hunting, open plains. It just seems so inhospitable. I wonder why would you decide to... I don't know what America was like.
Well, that's where you have to ask yourself, what was the Amazon that we're now looking at? What was it like during the Ice Age? What was it like 12, 13, 14,000 years ago? And what it was like was more like the savannas of East Africa than it looks today. It became a rainforest later, after human beings were in it. And I suspect human beings were... Of course, climate change was involved as well, but I suspect that human beings were involved in the creation of the Amazon right from the beginning, transforming a savanna extending over millions of square kilometers into a giant rainforest. The rainforest is probably not much older than 14,000 years.
Because how would you have been able to make thousands and thousands of circles inside of squares if every 2 feet there's another tree?
Exactly. That's right. And certainly, at the very least, you'd have to clear the area that you wanted to build your earthwork in. And so it's just one of those great unexamined areas where the human story has not been followed through enough. And when we do follow it through, we find intriguing hints of great sophistication in the past, and of finding a way of life. We shouldn't imagine that everything that we would call a quote-unquote advanced civilization has to look like us, with iPhones and cars and rocket ships and things like that. It doesn't have to look like that. There are lots of other ways to be being advanced. And I would say an advanced civilization actually should not be defined by its possessions, by its material wealth. It should be defined by its spiritual wealth and its ability to live in harmony with the environment in which it is surrounded. And our civilization, despite all its tech achievements, is not living in harmony with the environment at all. whereas Amazonian civilization for thousands of years was and still is.
I get what you mean there. I'm hesitant sometimes of sort of laying at the feet of modern humans this disregard for the world around us. I think it would be difficult if you were to give people of 13,000, 14,000 years ago the convenience and the opportunity and the availability of all of the things that everybody has in the modern world. I'm not convinced by the idea that humans are being callous in their usage of most things in the modern world.
Oh no, I don't think so either.
Had they have had the opportunity to, it would have been difficult in the past to have not become fat because of the beautiful cheesecake and all of the chips.
No, I don't think individual humans are being callous at all. We operate at the scale of a hive mind, a very large-scale organism. That's what humanity is in the world. And the plain fact is, we aren't looking after the world well enough. This is our home.
We're very detached from it.
And yes, they're very, very detached from it, and there's no sense of spiritual value in it. This is one of the problems with modern science, and in its desperate desire to separate itself off from superstition, it's become totally focused on weighing and measuring and counting, on a so-called rational approach to reality, whereas reality itself is not really very rational. I think that this is what's missing in our society today is the spiritual element, a sense of connection to this beautiful garden of the planet that the universe has gifted us with, and a connection to the wider universe. And that's why things happen in the way they do. But it can change. I don't think any of the mainstream religions in the world today are helpful in this respect. I realise that some people do get profound spiritual experiences within the mainstream religions, but I think what's happening today is people are beginning to seek spiritual directions in other ways, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why ayahuasca has become so well known and so popular in the West, because it does seem to open a doorway to other dimensions and other realms.
It's probably a more reliable route to a transcendent experience than going to the Vatican.
How are you,
I would
gorgeous?
say so. Yeah.
Well, the Vatican is pretty...
And also the key difference is that it's direct experience. It's what you're experiencing, and what you're experiencing is not this world.
It's undeniable in that.
Whatever it is, it's not this.
Nice. I'm so
You're
proud of you for
experiencing
going in
it.
today.
If our brains are concocting it all as some sort of elaborate
Look gorgeous,
novel,
baby. Look at you.
then it's astonishing in itself.
Amazing.
That itself is a mystery. But many of us who've worked with ayahuasca.
How was your day?
It was good, baby. I applied for that job.
And DMT can't rid ourselves of this sense that we're getting brief, temporary access to some other level of reality. And fortunately, a number of scientists are now looking into this in a serious, organized experimental way. And that is being done at Imperial College in London, and it's being done at the University of California in San Diego.
Where's that place that's found the way to do IV DMT?
That's Imperial College.
Yeah. So they can keep you at the state that you would have smoked, but perpetual.
Yeah, the peak state that you would be in 5 minutes after you've had the third puff on the pipe, the peak state that you would be in there, they can keep you there for an hour or longer.
Which presumably feels like 3.5 million years.
Well,
subjectively.
I've tried to volunteer for this.
How's that?
But they won't let me because I have epilepsy. But one of the projects that's taking place in America may allow me to volunteer. I don't believe it would have any.
You're a brave man in that regard.
I don't believe it would have any negative interaction with my epilepsy, because I've had quite a lot of experience of DMT and I've had no problems. On the contrary, I find it helpful. But I would like to try that extended thing, because
have you done the pipe?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I've smoked DMT and I've vaped DMT. Both are.
And drank it through the.
And then drunk it through the ayahuasca brew. The nice thing about going straight to the DMT is you don't have the negative physical consequences, and that you can be in the middle of an extraordinary vision where revelations are just piling in on you, and suddenly your stomach says no.
Got something else to do.
get me out of here immediately, you know.
Something else.
And that often involves in the jungle squatting behind a tree and confronting whatever creatures are living in that tree.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Function. I partnered with Function because I wanted a smarter and more comprehensive way to understand what's happening inside of my body. Function has been an absolute game changer. They run lab tests twice a year that monitor everything from your heart health and your hormone levels to nutrient deficiency and stuff like thyroid function. They even screen for 50 types of cancer at stage 1, which is 5 times more data than you get on a typical annual physical. Testosterone levels play a massive role in your energy and performance, and being able to see them charted over the course of a year with actionable insights to actually improve them gives you a clear path to making your life better. Lab testing like this would usually cost thousands, but with Function, it is only $500. Function has a 300,000 person waiting list, but every Monday they open a few spots for Modern Wisdom listeners, and you can get your expert blood work analysis and bypass that 300,000 person waitlist by heading to the link in the description below or going to functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. That's functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. What did you learn about the Mayans?
Well, this is another extraordinary civilization of the ancient world, which I think has much more ancient origins than are given to it. We have to trace the origins of Mayan civilization back through the people who were called the Olmecs. And then we have to look at the incredible sophistication and complication of Mayan mathematics and Mayan astronomy and the enormous numbers that they used and how they were recording dates on stelae that go back 30 million years into the past.
Where are they? On a modern map, where do you point to where the Mayans were?
The Yucatan Peninsula, primarily, but then going on into Guatemala as well. That's the Mayan area. And for Season 2 of Aged Apocalypse, we filmed specifically in Palenque, which is down at the bottom of the Yucatan. The nearest large town is Villahermosa. Palenque is a magnificent Mayan site dating back to the 8th or 9th century AD. And it's got a series of pyramids built around a beautiful plaza with what appears to be an astronomical observation tower in the middle of a structure that is probably wrongly referred to as the palace. I was able to discuss the site at length with an archaeologist. Not all archaeologists hate me. Quite a number of archaeologists are interested in what I do and are willing to work with me. Don't necessarily agree with me, but are willing at least to have a civil conversation with me. And I was so lucky to have Ed Barnhart as a guest when we were in Palenque.
He seems cool. I watched him on Lex's show.
He's a brilliant guy, and he's fun, and he's just so enjoyable to be around, and just a mine of information about the Mayan calendar and about Mayan astronomy and about Mayan mathematics.
So you can read Mayan.
He can, yes, he can read the Mayan glyphs, and he did a bit of that for us. He's just really good at it, but also, interpreting what Mayan culture was all about. And one of the things we touched on was the fact that there's a very specific idea about what happens to the soul after death, and that idea is found all around the world. It's found very powerfully in the Americas, South America, Mexico, Central America, and North America, but it's also found in Egypt, and it's found in Mesopotamia, and it's found in ancient India. And the idea is that upon death, the soul makes a leap to the heavens, and where it specifically leaps to is the Milky Way. And this is referred to in many cultures as the path of souls. And it's the deceased individual then, or the soul of the deceased individual, then makes a journey along the path of souls, and there will be confronted with all the errors and mistakes, and also all the good that person.
It's like a judgment day.
It's like a judgment scene, and that judgment is represented by monstrous beings and locked gates that you have to be able to confront. And this idea is just found all around the world, and it's one of the reasons that I find very persuasive to the notion that we've lost an episode of the human story. I don't think this is a coincidence. I think we're looking at the remnant of a very ancient spiritual system, which was passed down in many different parts of the globe and subsequently reinterpreted and developed by the people it was
You're
passed.
saying that because it sounds like there's echoes of that in some modern religions, that you don't think they've independently arisen separately. You think that it's a single lineage.
I think it's a single lineage, yeah. I think when we come to specific ideas like that, plus the availability and the focus upon and the sacred nature of specific numbers in many different cultures around the world.
What like?
Well, there's a phenomenon which has been very important in my work over the last 30 years called the precession of the equinoxes. It's not a phenomenon that everybody knows about, so I'll try to explain it. It's actually an observable effect, but it's hardly observable within a human lifetime. The best way to observe it, if you could extend your life by a few hundred years and just
Piss poor
just be
drivers.
at the same spot every spring equinox when the sun rises perfectly due east, and you'd be there before dawn, a good hour before dawn. A constellation of the zodiac is going to be lying on the horizon in the place where the sun rises, and that constellation was seen by ancient cultures as housing the sun on the equinox, and it defined the character of an age. But if you could be there for several hundred years, you would notice that it's gradually shifting along the horizon, and eventually another constellation will slip into place behind the sun on that same key day.
And what's happening there from an astronomical
Well,
perspective?
what's happening is the Earth is our viewing platform from which we observe the stars, and not only is it rotating on its own axis, as we know, but it's also wobbling, and that wobble. One of the most noticeable effects over long periods of time is it changes the pole star. So, because what is the pole star except the star that the extended north pole of the Earth points most directly at? And at the moment it's Polaris, but it's been Thuban, it's been Draco, it's been many other stars Thuban is in the constellation of Draco in the past.
What's the cycle? How long does it take for you to get back?
25,920 years.
I'm glad that you know it.
25,920 years, and the process unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. So that
It's
is
going to be tough to track in the space of a 72-year lifetime.
It is. So you need long-term observation, you need record keeping, and you need the information being passed on from generation to generation. But sooner or later, you're going to notice. If you're an avid watcher of the heavens, if these things matter to you as they did to ancient cultures, you're going to notice that this is shifting along the horizon. Whether you're going to figure out exactly why that observable is happening, that's another matter which I can't give you a definite answer on. But that the observable was observed going back a very long way into the past is clear. And I can't touch on this subject without paying tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen. Giorgio was the professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology back in the 1960s. At a time when I think people were more open-minded than they are today. And Hertha was a professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they published this astonishing, groundbreaking book called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill is about the ancient recognition of precession. They completely these are leading academic figures. They completely dismiss the notion that the Greeks discovered precession just 2,000 or 2,300 years ago. They're confident that it goes back thousands of years before that, and they trace it back to what they call some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. The fact that this is found all around the world in many, many different cultures. Classic example, the bridge over the moat leading to Angkor Thom in the Angkor complex has 54 statues on either side, and each of those is pulling on the body of a serpent. And if you add 54 to 54, you get 108. 108 is 72 plus 36, half of 72. 72 is the heartbeat of the precessional cycle. And then there's precessional imagery. What they're doing by pulling on that serpent is they're churning the Milky Ocean. There's also reliefs in Angkor Wat which show the same scene, but on Angkor Thom it's actually in 3 dimensions. They're churning the Milky Ocean, and as a result they're producing the Amrita, the elixir of immortality. But that churning motion, that's why the book is called Hamlet's Mill and Lodi's Mill. That same idea of something whirling and turning and changing is locked symbolically into this number system all around the world.
What are some of the other numbers? You mentioned 108.
They're all multiples of 72 or additions to 72 which are related to the number 72, like 72 plus 36 being 108 is a processional number. It's a very widely respected number found in sacred traditions all around the world. 43,200 is another processional number. That's 72 times 600. That is a number that's found everywhere. There are 432,000 syllables in the Rig Veda. It's the same number again and again, based on the same system of ideas that keeps on coming up.
What were the numbers that the Mayans were obsessed by?
The Mayans were very much involved in the equinoxes and in precessional numbers, but they were also going far beyond that. They were plumbing the depths of time. I can't think of any other ancient culture which had a focus on periods that were millions of years.
5 million years.
It's a really quite remarkable thing, and they could tell you what the phase of the moon was on a particular day 5 or 10 million years ago.
Why do you think they were so preoccupied with deep history, long numbers, numerology? Not numerology.
Well, numerology is a fair word for it, in the sense that numbers are thought to have a sacred or a magical quality.
Why do you think that the Mayans, what is it that's...
Well, I've always seen this as a... And again, of course, I'm going to be criticized by archaeologists for this, as though I'm taking something away from the Mayans. But I see the Mayan calendar and the mathematics associated with it as an out-of-place artifact. I see it as something which is... The need for it is hard to explain within the general circumstances of Mayan culture, to have that precise mathematical calculation and this ability to think back millions of years into the past and into the future. It's hard to see the need for it. It feels like something that would have been needed in a much bigger culture, a much bigger civilization, which were able to put huge numbers of specialists to work. And I do regard it as an inheritance. I think the Maya inherited this system from an earlier lost civilization. That's my view. And then they did their own work on it and developed it. And it's a very extraordinary thing.
If that was the case, if the Mayans inherited it, it was passed down somehow from a previous, more advanced civilization, why would they have needed it?
I think that, look at our so-called civilization today. I mean, we have no problem with big numbers. They're quite useful to us. We have no problem with complex, sophisticated mathematics. We are quite capable of peering back millions of years in the past. I mean, our present creation story is that the Earth formed 4,500 million years ago, 4.5 billion years ago. The evidence seems to suggest that it did. But, that can also be viewed as a creation myth, in a way, a scientific creation myth. The Big Bang, that's another... It's a theory, it's a speculation, but did it happen? Was it that way? There's evidence suggesting that it was, but the point I'm making is that creation myths, foundation myths about the nature of the universe are not limited to hunter-forager peoples in the ancient world. They're also found in the scientific world today.
How much do you think of this focus on astronomy and numbers is from a functional perspective, something logistically, operationally useful, and how much do you think is symbolic and sort of sacred?
I don't think it's primarily functional. Most archaeologists will tell you that. They say, of course, the ancients wanted to know when spring began,
how to navigate.
Yeah, but not only that, for planting crops, for agriculture, you want to know the season to plant, the season to reap. So you want to be aware of the spring equinox. You want to know the longest day of the year, the shortest day of the year, the solstices. These are useful in an agricultural calendar. And that's the argument that's given by archaeologists. But in my opinion, any self-respecting farmer anywhere in the world is really well aware of when he should plant or she should plant and when they should sow. They don't need devices that tell them when the equinox is there. There is such a device really magical one, at Chichen Itza in the Yucatan and this is on the pyramid of Kukulkan, which is another name for Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. This pyramid at Chichen Itza, its northern stairway, the bottom of the stairway, in fact the bottom of all its stairways, is on each side there's the head of an enormous serpent. But the balustrade up the side of the stairway is just completely plain. But on the spring equinox, towards sunset, between about 5 o'clock in the evening and 5:45 in the evening, this magical effect occurs, and the shadows of the corner of the pyramid are cast on the balustrade of that stairway, and they create the shadow form of a serpent, of an undulating serpent which joins with that serpent head. And that only happens on the equinox and not at any other time. So they pinpointed it precisely. They oriented their pyramid precisely so that one part could cast a shadow on another on that special day. I think that's going over the top if your interest is only agriculture. I think that's paying homage to, remembering, giving credit to this memory of the feathered serpent, of Kukulkan, of Quetzalcoatl.
So let's just linger on that for a second, because I've heard you on Joe's show talking about this for a long time, and I always think about that's magical. Like, it sounds to me like it's so cool. Like, it's so beautiful. It's evidently something sacred. It's taken this sort of lovely blend of art and astronomy and archaeology and architecture and all of this together. But can you just think for a second about what the psychology of those humans was like? Like, what's their relationship to this
As
thing?
above, so below. It's as simple as that. There was an ancient system in the old world, developed out of ancient Egypt, called the Hermetic tradition. The god, the Greek figure Hermes, is a Greek version of the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, Thoth. And in the Hermetica texts attributed to Hermes, Thoth, there is this phrase, as above, so below. And what that phrase is saying is that it is our burden and our responsibility to replicate upon the earth the perfection and beauty and magnificence of the heavens. That if we fall out of harmony with the heavens, if we disconnect from the heavens, we fall to pieces. And we must constantly maintain and reinforce and honor and respect our connection to the wider universe. That's what As Above, So Below is about. That's why I and the brilliant genius discoverer of the Orion correlation theory, Robert Bauval, reject completely the skeptical attitude of Egyptologists. What Robert Bauval discovered was that the three great pyramids on the ground at Giza replicate the three stars of the belt of the constellation of Orion in the sky, but that they don't do so precisely in 2500 BC when the pyramids are supposed to have been built. The perfect match is in 10,500.
Because of wobble.
Because of the precessional wobble, exactly. That's right. They're building precession, and they're using precession. They're using the language of astronomy and massive architecture to memorialize a particular date.
Oh, come on, that would have been so fast.
The Giza complex was built 12,500 years ago. No, but it does mean that it's memorializing a date that's 12,500. Just like any Western cathedral,
Manitoba,
maybe
cool, bro.
memorializing events that took place
That's
in
cool.
the time of Abraham. It doesn't
That's
mean
sick,
that they
dude.
were built in the time of Abraham. But I do think the Great Sphinx does date back 12,500 years. I think we're looking at a complex that's been developed and increasingly refined.
That's sick, man.
over
I've never
very,
been to
very long
Winnipeg. I've never been to
Why
Manitoba.
that site in Egypt?
There are multiple sites around the world that are referred to as navels of the earth, and Giza is one of them. I would suggest that it was the ancient prime meridian, just as the prime meridian in our time, for just reasons of the British Empire, passes through Greenwich. I think in ancient times it passed through Giza. Now, other benefits of the Giza Plateau. It is situated at 30 degrees north latitude, give or take a tiny fraction. And 30 degrees north latitude is 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. So it's not a random location. And furthermore, if you go into to the broad expanse of Giza in its place on the Earth as a whole, you find that it's dead center of the largest area of exposed land on Earth. So it's interesting for that respect. And then you build upon it an enormous pyramid weighing 6 million tons with precise orientation to true astronomical north, true astronomical south, true astronomical east, and true astronomical west. That is saying, whatever this thing is, it is speaking to the Earth. The Earth's its focus. It is locked in to the cardinal directions of our planet. And then we find, and again, of course, my opponents in archaeology scoff at this, they accept that it's the case. Even Flint Dibble, who I debated with on the Joe Rogan Experience in April 2024, even he accepted this, but he mocked it and thought that it was just a coincidence. But it is a fact that if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by, guess what, 43,200, it's one of those precessional numbers. It's not a random number. If it was, 1 to 64,000, I wouldn't think much of it, but it's 1 to 43,200. If you take the height of the Great Pyramid, the original height, it's lost about 30 feet from its top. If you take the height and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So here we have a monument that is speaking to the Earth, that is locked into the Earth's astronomical cardinal directions, and then models the Earth on a scale defined by a motion of the Earth itself. That is as above, so below. And that is what I think governs these arrangements all around the world. A wish and a desire to lock humanity into the cosmos and to make us realize that we're part of something much larger than ourselves.
Staying hydrated can be boring, but it doesn't need to be. The problem is that most hydration beverages are filled with sugar and loads of ingredients that you can't pronounce, which is why I'm such a massive fan of Element. It contains a science-backed electrolyte ratio of sodium, potassium, and magnesium with no sugar, no coloring, no artificial ingredients, or any other BS. Drinking Element every single morning is how I've started my day for over 3 years now. The reason that I keep talking about Element is that it makes a massive difference to the way that I feel, to my energy levels. It helps me to regulate my appetite, it curbs cravings, and it improves my brain function. And there is a no BS, no questions asked refund policy. So if you're not sure, if you're thinking, God, Chris won't shut up about this, I might give it a try, you can do that. And if you do not like it for any reason, they will give you your money back, and you don't even need to return the box, so it is completely risk-free. You can get a free sample pack of all 8 flavors with your first box by going to the link in the show notes below or heading to drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. That's drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. I was in South Florida about a month ago recording some episodes, and there was this spectacular lightning storm going on. Pitch black at night. We were driving back from dinner or whatever. South Florida obviously recently had some pretty intense weather, but being British, it's just grey. I'm used to fierce grey. Yeah. A very mild sort of damp climate, and just driving back, it's one of those storms where the moon is full and is rising, and these lightning storms, and it's off over on the coast on the ocean. And I remember thinking, imagine that you were a prehistoric human tribe, individual, whatever, looking out. You would be so certain that the gods were mad at you, that you had done something. You're like, I knew I shouldn't have touched myself last night when I went to bed. I knew that I shouldn't have told that lie. I knew that I shouldn't have stolen that fig, whatever it is that or maybe something awful is going to happen, whatever it might be. And you begin to personify, and you create the stories and narratives, because that's the way that, without stats and books, that's the way that you pass down information. But I just remember thinking, like, all of your relationship as a human, prehistoric human, to everything is done through that kind of a story. That is a god or goddess having a war. It looked like a battle. It looked like, two gods off in the distance throwing lightning at each other. And then most recently, with the hurricanes that have come through Florida, that's, I think, about a 1 in 1,000 year event in terms of the rainfall and some of the speed of the winds. So rare but not unheard of, and maybe 10 times since perhaps the Americas were settled, something like that would have happened.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what a tribe that saw that occur would think?
Yeah, but supposing they saw something even much bigger than that. Supposing they saw something that affected the whole world, their whole world, however far they could go. It was devastated, it was destroyed. They themselves might have been destroyed by it. Can you imagine how that would be recorded? And could that be why we have 200 myths of a global flood that destroyed a prehistoric civilization found all around the world? A global cataclysm. These myths mix up a number of different effects. They mix up bolts of fire from the sky. They mix up volcanoes suddenly erupting. They include earthquakes, and they include flood, global flood, a flood that floods everything, that is capable of submerging lands. And this is why I'm very interested in the epoch called the Younger Dryas, which unfolded between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. It's why we call our series Ancient Apocalypse.
I was going to say, what's the apocalypse bit?
Well, the apocalypse bit is that the Younger Dryas, that's a name given by climatologists to an episode of really weird climate that took place at the end of the last ice age. They call it the Younger Dryas after a species of alpine flower that flourishes in extremely cold weather. What happened, to cut a long story short, is that down to about 12,800 years ago, give or take a century, because you can't be that precise with these definitions, the Earth was definitely emerging from the Ice Age. It was getting warm, and things were looking good. It felt like that 100,000 years of frozen world was coming to an end, and then suddenly it flipped completely. You have sudden sea level rise, you have a plunge in global temperature, so that suddenly, almost overnight, it is as cold as it was as the absolute peak of the last ice age. This happens suddenly, and it happens right around the world. Worse, of course, in northern and deep southern latitudes, and much less vicious in its effects in tropical and equatorial zones, but a massive, massive event. This is the time, precisely that window, when all the big megafauna of the Ice Age go extinct. Saber-toothed tigers, mastodons, mammoths. When we were at White Sands, by the way, it was just amazing to see these mammoth footprints still in the sand there.
They're big.
They're very big. These things have got a huge stride.
Have you been following the work of Ben Lamb at Colossal? Have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so they are bringing back woolly mammoths.
I've seen that, yes,
Yeah.
I have.
So Ben was on the show, and maybe talking about actually being involved with the project a little bit. Just to tangent off before you tell us more about Younger Dryas, the reason, one of the reasons that they're looking at bringing them back, that they think that by putting them in the higher latitudes, these animals will be able to compact down the snow and reflect back more sun.
Interesting.
So they'll be able to use a extinct species to help combat modern global warming.
That's a very fancy idea.
It's amazing. I mean, they're farmers, they're farm animals in a way that they will eat seeds from here and poop them over there, which will help to spread things around. So the other two, I asked him what else he's working on. So he's got this, the way they're doing it, it's the Asian elephant. So they've taken all of these frozen samples of genetic material. They're then using AI to splice in the gaps. So there will be, at some point, there will be an Asian elephant that gives birth to a woolly mammoth. When they're ready, because it's the closest genetic relative that they can get. But the other one, and this is so cool, I really love this idea from Ben. He said that, I was like, what else do you want to bring back? Like, saber-toothed tiger, that's pretty cool. And he said, dodo bird. I'm like, I mean, it's a meme. Why would you bring back it's useless?
The dodo,
Precisely, why would you do that? And he said, well, it was because the reason that it was dead was because of environmental destruction. So he's using all of the effort, being very public about the effort that they have to go to in order to bring this bird back, to say, see how much we had to do, see the labor that we had to jump through in order to be able to bring back this thing that we could have just avoided destroying its habitat in the first place. So it's like a PR bird. So it may end up being
Yeah.
actually way more useful than you ever thought, but kind of only as a public relations tool.
Yeah.
But I thought that was really cool.
It is very cool.
Yeah, Colossal's awesome. People should go and check them out.
It would be nice to see how it all ends up. It's a real thing. It's going to happen.
It's happening. I mean, the Asian elephant thing, they're ready to pull the pin on it. I think it'll happen within the next few years.
Fascinating.
And so, younger Dryas,
Yeah. So the younger Dryas, within almost the living memory of the human species, we know that there have been huge cataclysms on the Earth before. The best known example is the Chicxulub crater in deeply buried off the Gulf of Mexico, the so-called KT
Dinosaur
made
killer.
dinosaurs extinct 65 or 66 million years ago. There have been a number of events like that caused by cosmic impacts by objects from.
I'm sure that you've looked at this as well, but I really loved learning about the fact that asteroid, had it have hit in a slightly different area of the Earth, it wasn't to do with even the impact, it was to do with the toxic dust that was kicked up
Yeah.
from some particular type of rock that's very deep down
Right.
underneath there. And you're talking about seconds later,
Yeah.
that the entire future of the Earth, maybe 10 seconds later,
Because these things are traveling at tens of thousands of miles.
we're spinning pretty quick as well.
Yeah.
And it would have been it was about as bad of a place for the dinosaurs, pretty good for us, that it could have hit. And I always think about that when
Yeah.
we think about contingency and convergence and
Yeah.
thin chance.
Interesting. Maybe the dinosaurs annoyed the universe.
Perhaps they weren't.
That's how-
they weren't tracking their precession sufficiently well. They didn't know their wobble.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, younger
Yeah.
Dryas. I keep distracting.
Yeah, it's not a distraction. It's relevant. The point is that there have been a number of extinction level events on our planet, and what is not being properly taken into account is that although it was very recent in geological terms, just 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas was also an extinction level event, and it led to the extinction, as I said, of all the great megafauna of the Ice Age, and it ushered in the Holocene, the modern age that we live in today. The team who are working on what is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis deserve to be taken seriously. Their opponents in science try to paint them as some sort of lunatic fringe, but actually we're dealing with a number, more than 60, highly credentialed scientists who are just following the evidence where it leads them. And what the evidence leads them to, and I've given all the data on this in my books, particularly in Magicians of the Gods, that was published in 2015, what the evidence leads to is the conclusion that the Earth, 12,800 years ago, passed through the debris stream of a disintegrating comet. All comets disintegrate sooner or later. For those who would wish to see an example of this, it's Jupiter. It's the Shoemaker-Levy 9 hitting Jupiter and breaking up into 21 fragments before it did so. Comets break up into multiple fragments. Every single meteor shower that we see, and we pass through dozens of them every year, every single one of those is the debris stream of a disintegrated comet. That's what they all are. Every single shooting star is a bit of a comet that we're looking at.
Golf ball,
Sometimes
bigger.
Yeah, sometimes those bits are really large. Sometimes they can be kilometers in diameter. And what is called the Taurid meteor stream, because it appears to emanate in our time from the constellation of Taurus. Of course, it's not coming from the constellation of Taurus. It's a visual effect. That bit of the sky that the constellation of Taurus is in. The Taurid meteor stream is full of large and dangerous objects. And it's also full of smaller objects. When I say smaller, they might be 100 or 200 meters in diameter instead of 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter. The view of the Comet Research Group, who are behind the Younger Dryas
Come on,
impact
man.
hypothesis, is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a swarm of cometary debris. That swarm did include some large objects. And they reckon that's why
Yeah, it was
the
awesome.
North
Thanks,
American
bro.
ice cap went into a sudden meltdown 12,800 years ago, unleashing floods on an enormous scale and raising sea levels, very oddly at a time when global temperatures were sinking. Normally, you get sea level rise when global temperatures are rising, but they plunged during the Younger Dryas, and yet you have sea level rise. They think that some large objects hit the North American ice cap and some hit the Northern European.
Multiple, not single large impact.
No. But they do think that there were some large objects that hit the ice caps. But they think primarily what it was airbursts of objects that were about 100 up to 200 meters in diameter. Airbursts like the Tunguska event in 1908, June the 30th, 1908. Nobody disputes that was a bit of a comet. It almost certainly was a comet that fell out of the Taurid meteor stream, because that is the peak of what's called the Beta Taurids in precisely 30th of June. It didn't leave any crater because it blew up in the sky. The Earth's atmosphere destroyed it in the sky, but that airburst flattened, the rough calculation is 2,000 square miles of Siberian forest. And when investigators went into the area a few years later, they just found the whole forest flattened over an enormous area by this airburst. It was a cataclysmic airburst. Now, if you take that, fortunately, it was an uninhabited area of Siberia. But if you take that over population areas and you multiply it by 100, it's not just one airburst, it's 100 airbursts. And as you say, the Earth is spinning pretty fast. It's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So you can see how the trajectory of these bits coming in would actually spatter the Earth across a huge range of the Earth's circumference. And the evidence for the Younger Dryas impact is that these airbursts were taking place from as far west as the west coast of North America and as far east as Syria, as far south as Antarctica and southern Chile, as far north as Belgium. So this was a very large event, and the fact that no massive craters have been found yet is partly explained by the sense that the larger objects hit the North American ice cap, and partly explained by the fact that airbursts don't leave craters, but they do decimate communities, like Abu Huraira in Syria, which is within 150 miles of the extraordinary site of Göbekli Tepe, and which was wiped out 12,800 years ago. Abu Huraira it was completely flattened by something.
I mean, by flattened?
I mean that everybody there was killed, and that the whole place was destroyed. It was rapidly reoccupied. Within 2 or 3 years, it was reoccupied and repopulated, but something really bad happened there. And the traces on the ground, the iridium, the nanodiamonds, the shocked quartz, the melt glass like trinitite, all of these things speak to precisely what the Comet Research Group thinks went happen, that this was an airburst of an object of roughly Tunguska size that happened to happen over an ancient settlement.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Nomatic. Traveling should be about the journey, not the chaos of packing. That is why I'm such a massive fan of Nomatic. They make the best backpacks and luggage in the world. The difference in the quality of your life when you have a proper, well-designed backpack is immeasurable. They've got compartments for everything, your laptop, your shoes, your sunglasses. It's so well organized that even your toothbrush will feel important. It is literally like the Marie Kondo of luggage. Everything has its place, which makes traveling more enjoyable. It makes you less late. It makes you more organized. Best of all, their products will literally last you a lifetime with their lifetime guarantee. So this is the last backpack that you ever need to buy. And you can return or exchange any product within 30 days for any reason, so you can buy it completely risk-free. You can get a 20% discount off your first purchase when you go to the link in the show notes below, or head to nomatic.com/modernwisdom and use the code MW20 at checkout. Get yourself a new backpack that will change your life at nomatic.com/modernwisdom and the code MW20 at checkout. If you throw a couple of 200 meter sized airburst comets at the Earth, what happens? Is it lots of water, lots of fire, lots of what?
Well, what happens, first of all, and this is a key part of why did the temperature fall? And the answer to that is that's why the view is that some large objects hit the North American ice cap and the European ice cap. See, the North American ice cap at that time was more than a mile deep. So when
Where did that go from and to?
Well, you can start out right up in northern Canada, and you can come down into Montana, and you still have ice cap, and it's a mile deep at that time. So even a kilometre wide object hitting that is not going to leave a crater under the ground. The crater's going to be in the ice, and then meltwater is going to be released from the ice into the world ocean. It's going to flood off the land and into the ocean, both the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. And that's what appears to have been what brought the climate down. There's a huge flood of icy meltwater pouring into the world ocean and stopping the Gulf Stream in its tracks. If we were to stop the Gulf Stream in its tracks today, global warming would not be a problem any longer. We'd be in global cooling very, very, very rapidly. And that appears to be what happened. And that, up till now, is the explanation that is given for the sudden plunge in climates at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. The explanation is that there was a flood of meltwater, icy meltwater into the world ocean, cut the what's called the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is a part, and led to this sudden cooling. But they don't ask themselves, why did that icy water get into the world ocean in the first place? And that is what the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis explains.
What's the alternative hypothesis for how the Gulf Stream got switched off? The established?
Well, there is no real hypothesis for it. It's just said, there is a hypothesis. I just don't think it's a very good one. They say that what happened was that glacial lakes formed in North America, Glacial Lake Missoula and Glacial Lake Agassiz, and these lakes were bounded by ice dams, and that from time to time the pressure of water on the dam would break it and the water in the lake would flood out, and they tried to account for this with sort of 80 flooding events over a period of a couple of thousand years or more, whereas what the evidence on the ground speaks to one major flooding event, and that sudden drop in climate is very definitely keyed into the date of around 12,800 years ago.
Talk to me about Easter Island.
What a place. I love Easter Island. It's so beautiful and mysterious and remote. 2,000 miles from the coast of Peru, 2,000 miles from Tahiti, literally in the middle of nowhere. There sits Easter Island. And we know that it has been inhabited by human beings, but the general view of archaeology is not for very long. The general view sees Easter Island as being settled perhaps as recently as 1,000 years ago. Maybe you could go back to 700 AD. 1,300, 1,400 years ago. There's some dispute about this, but the notion that Easter Island might have been settled earlier than that is not widely accepted. And so it's the settlement of Easter Island is seen as something that happened towards the end of what is referred to as the Polynesian expansion. And let us recognize the incredible achievements of the Polynesians, who were the world's ultimate seafarers. I mean, they explored the whole Pacific Ocean, and they found Easter Island, that tiny, tiny dot in the middle of nowhere. And there's no doubt that the indigenous inhabitants of Easter Island today are descended from Polynesians. They are Polynesian people, no doubt about that whatsoever. But the question is there a prehistory to Easter Island that is being missed? And I feel very strongly there is. And there are signs already that possibility of a much older prehistory to Easter Island is beginning to be explored. One of our indigenous guests on the show happens to be an archaeologist from Easter Island, and her name is Sonia Hoa. And she and her team have found remnants of what are called banana phytoliths, these tiny little bits, microscopic bits of banana, in an excavation that they did in a place called the Ralokau crater. And they're datable. And they date back not to the Ice Age, but they date back 3,000 years, which is at least twice as old as human beings were ever supposed to have been on Easter Island. And why I say human beings is because you can't transfer bananas from place to place any other way than human beings bringing them there. Those bananas could not have been
They've been blown by the wind.
No, they are a result of human activity. So the presence of it's quite a dynamite finding. It doesn't take Easter Island back to the Ice Age, but it does suggest that there's a lot more that we need to find in Easter Island. And I'm just intrigued by the traditions of the Easter Islanders, by the fact that they have a memory of a flooded homeland which was destroyed in a global cataclysm. That homeland was called Hiva, and it was somewhere in the Pacific, and it was flooded in an enormous flood, and some of the survivors found their way to Easter Island. That's how the story is told, but during the period of the Polynesian expansion, there was no flooded island of large size in the Pacific Ocean. Sea levels had already stopped rising by that point. You have to go back to the end of the Ice Age to get that kind of sea level rise that would actually submerge a whole island-sized landmass. And these memories are very clear, still preserved by the Easter Islanders, they don't put a date on it, but it doesn't fit in with the conventional archaeological notion of how or when Easter Island was first settled. There's this suggestion that there's a mysterious lost history in Easter Island. I'm of the view, and I present evidence for this in the series, that the iconic objects for which Easter Island is best known, the moai, these huge sculptured figures, are definitely not from the last 700 or 800 years. They're much, much older than that.
Is there a way to date them?
Well, largely because of the sedimentation that covers many of them up. They're covered. It was first realized when Thor Heyerdahl did an excavation there back in the 1980s. What you see when you go up onto Ranararaku, there's a number of craters on Easter Island. Ranokau was where they found the banana phytoliths. Ranararaku was one of the main quarries out of which the moai were cut. And what you see when you go up there today is basically head and shoulders sticking out of the ground. But if you excavate those objects, those huge statues, you find they really are huge, and that they go down, and Thor Heyerdahl did this, they go down 30 feet under the ground. And they weren't deliberately buried there, they were covered by sedimentation. And so it becomes a calculation of how long.
How much sediment per year gets
would you get
accumulated?
30 feet of sedimentation in a tiny island like Easter Island with no other landmass within 2,000 miles to contribute to the windblown dust and so on and so forth? It all has to come from Easter Island itself. So that's a suggestion that they may be much older. And again, Professor Robert Schoch at Boston University, who's done the absolute breakthrough, courageous work on the Great Sphinx and arguing that the Great Sphinx of Giza shows geological evidence of being more than 12,000 years old. Schoch is also of the view that the moai of Easter Island are vastly older than we've been told by archaeologists, and he bases that largely on the sedimentation.
Why did they make all of those statues?
Well, the explanation that we were given by an elder on Easter Island, Leo Pakarati, is that they contain magic, they contain mana, they contain a force, they contain a power which can affect crops and which can make all right between humanity and the universe. And that they remember them today as images of ancestors who were of particular importance.
There's different sized ears and stuff that didn't...
Yeah, there's the long ears and the short ears. That's true.
The two original races.
Yeah.
The long ears and the short ears.
The long ears and the short ears, yeah. There's a notion that they're imbued with the power of powerful deceased individuals, and that they act as protectors for Easter Island. And there's one particular array in particular of moai, where you have 7 of the moai in a row, and that is thought to memorialize the 7 wise men who fled to Easter Island from the destruction by flood of the land of Hiva.
That seems like a big leap. Why are they the 7 men? Why is there 7? Why did they the flood?
Well, that's a big leap all around the world because there were 7 sages that brought civilization to Mesopotamia as well. According to their myths and traditions, there were 7 sages who brought civilization to Egypt in Zep-Tepi the first time, according to the Edfu texts. This notion of 7 survivors of the cataclysm is pretty widespread.
What about the similarities with other statues around the world?
Yeah, I've been quite struck by that, and I think I was lucky enough to know Thor Heyerdahl. He was an incredible, brilliant, open-minded guy, and I think if Thor he passed away in 2002, but I think if he'd had the opportunity to see Göbekli Tepe,
Oh, let's go.
and to
Come on.
see the
Please.
upright T-shaped megaliths there, and to see the fact that they have carved into them arms and hands.
Robbed. This is the biggest robbery yet.
Like this. It's
This
exactly
might be
the
the
same
biggest
posture
robbery.
as the
It
Easter
definitely
Island
hit the
statues,
camera there.
except in the case of Göbekli Tepe,
My
particularly
timing
the enclosure
off for
B,
that
the
fourth
largest
cam
megaliths
for
are.
the
We
alignment
know
of the
that they're close
camera.
to
It might
12,000
be,
years old,
honestly,
11,600 years old at least.
with this new
and
strat,
that
maybe the
precise
location
dating
of that
cannot be put on
camera,
the
right? Because
Easter
you
Island
pause
statues, at least not yet,
afterwards.
partly
Yo,
because
thanks,
there's
brother.
no
You see how
look, but
close
there
that
are
was, dude? I definitely hit the camera. I'm gonna play this
No,
out.
I don't know what you do.
Instead of
Carbon
going back to
dating,
look
do you
and
do that
see
with
at the
this kind of
camera, but
volcanic
man,
rock that these-
then I
Well,
just
you
want to see
can't
if it's
carbon date
pacing, if I get the photo and everything.
and has the if
Thanks,
the,
brother.
there's a thing called luminescence dating, where if a rocky object has been kept away from the light, if you can be sure that it's not seen light for thousands and thousands of years, then you can say when it was last exposed to the light. If
No way.
yeah, you can. There's some
I
kind
missed
of
the B
radiation
press
comes
like an
off it
idiot.
that allows you to say when it was last exposed to light. It doesn't necessarily tell you when it was made, but it tells you when it was last exposed
When it
to
was
light.
brought into the cave or
Yeah,
whatever it might be.
yeah.
That's wild.
It's a great technology, and then the other one is carbon dating, but carbon dating only works on organic materials. So
Unless something's got lodged in it and the
Yeah,
likelihood
it's
of that not
22
being
piece.
degraded
exactly
over time.
that's by and large how most dating is done by archaeologists. When archaeologists are confronted by a megalithic site, they will look for bits of datable material, bits
Please
of
give us
organic,
something organic.
yeah, which ideally should be trapped underneath a megalith. In order to say,
The gold standard.
to
This
lead-
was here before the thing was here.
yeah, or to come to the conclusion that the megalith and that object have something in common in terms of their age. That's the closest you
It's a bit of something that's trapped underneath.
Yes, it's an assumption, rather than necessarily an exact dating, but it does give you a guideline, and it's pretty good.
Talking about the Americas, I noticed we haven't touched at all.
I just want to say one thing about Malta, which was in season 1,
Okay.
because it was in the first season of Asian Apocalypse, and it concerns this because there's been very tiny amount of carbon dating in Malta, hardly any. You know that Malta is a massive, extraordinary megalithic culture with gigantic megalithic temples, and until the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, the temple called Gigantia on the island of Gozo, which is one of the two Maltese islands, was thought to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And it was thought to be about 6,000 years old, maybe a little bit under. And this is based on largely what they call contextual dating, not on carbon dating. But they like to say there is some carbon dating that proves that Gigantia is close to 6,000 years old, because carbon dating was done 2 or 3 years ago in a project called Fraxus. But when you look at actually what they carbon dated, they didn't carbon date anything under the temple, which is a protected site. They carbon dated something that was underneath a former toilet block, 40 meters away from the temple, and therefore the conclusion that dates the temple. Even if it were under a megalith, you have to take it carefully as to how and when it got there. But if it's 40 meters away from the temple, I'm sorry, it's no use for dating the temple itself. I think it's possible that the Maltese temples may be, in some cases, as old as Göbekli Tepe. They have comparisons in common, and this dating problem is at the heart of the matter, because there's been very little reliable dating on Malta.
Getting back over to America.
Yeah.
Why haven't you talked about Northern America yet? Why, we've been talking about
Yeah.
Brazil, we've been talking about Mayan culture.
two reasons. Because we have filmed in North America. We had an extraordinary period of filming in Chaco Canyon. Chaco Canyon is the most incredible. They call it the Anasazi people, the old ones, the ancestral people, of the Pueblo people of that part of America today. Chaco Canyon is a massive, beautifully astronomically aligned complex of buildings and semi-subterranean circular structures, which again are astonishingly similar to the structures at Göbekli Tepe, and which even have that T-shaped motif that is very common in Göbekli Tepe. But the thing about Chaco Canyon, the biggest great house there, has got more than 400 rooms in it. And many of those rooms are completely sealed off. And archaeologists have found there's no evidence that any large population ever lived there. This place was clearly built for some sort of sacred purpose, and there is evidence that people made pilgrimages to Chaco Canyon. That's how they got there. The place was used as a site of pilgrimage, and as above, so below. It's locked into the summer solstice sunset and sunrise, the winter solstice sunset and sunrise, different buildings, the equinoxes. They're all tied up. There are alignments that extend over distances of tens of kilometers to other structures which are perfectly in line with the solstitial alignment. This was the work of an amazing astronomical culture. No, I'm not claiming that astronomical culture was 12,000 years old, but what I'm suggesting is that ideas that it expresses may be much older than the structures themselves. So we filmed at Chaco Canyon, and we filmed at White Sands in New Mexico, where an indigenous expert, Kim Charlie, who's actually one of the people who found the footprints in the first place, was my principal informant, and it was wonderful to see the emotion that she felt about the connection of her people with these 23,000-year-old footprints. Would we have filmed elsewhere in America? Yes, but unfortunately archaeologists prevented us from doing so.
Tell me more about that.
Well, just as they denied us access to film at Serpent Mound in Ohio in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse, we'd made an episode about Serpent Mound anyway. We were able to do some filming from neighboring land, but we were specifically denied access in a written document that I have put online, which said that the reason that they were denying us access was because I was presenting the series. And basically, they don't agree with my ideas, therefore the best way to censor me is not to allow me to go to Serpent Mound at all, or at least to make it as difficult as possible for me to tell a story about Serpent Mound, a story that would have honored Serpent Mound and does honor Serpent Mound. Anybody who looks at that episode in season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse will realize that. Where are we heretical? We're suggesting that the Serpent Mound's alignment to the summer solstice sunset is just slightly off. And the reason that it's slightly off isn't precession, it's another motion of the Earth, which is called the obliquity of the ecliptic. The Earth has a tilt on its axis, and that tilt shifts around 23.5 degrees, and that affects the rising position of the sun on the solstices and the setting position. And what it's targeted at is the setting position of the sun, not today, not 1,000 years ago, but 11,500 years ago. Anyway, we were stopped filming there, and that repeated in season 2. We wanted to film at Cahokia, an amazing, massive pyramid site. We wanted to film...
Where's that?
It's in Illinois. We wanted to... Let me double check that. I'm forgetting which state it's in. I do believe it's Illinois. We wanted to film at... I've been to Cahokia. It's an incredible place, but we were not allowed to film there. Filming permission was denied, again, because I'm the presenter of the series. I wanted to film at Monk's Mound in Alabama, Moundville in Alabama. We sought permission to film there. Same reason, it was denied. So if other majestic, wonderful mound sites in North America don't show up in our series, it's because archaeology didn't want us to film them.
The SAA asked Netflix to recategorize your last series, so I imagine they must be thrilled that you've released another one.
Well, the SAA made a desperate, frantic, hysterical effort to have me cancelled. That's basically what it was about. They tried to, I think it's an abuse of power. They tried to use their power as a body representing 5,000 archaeologists to mount a smear campaign against Ancient Apocalypse, to say all sorts of things about it that were simply untrue, to present that in an open letter to Netflix, and to ask that Netflix reframe the series as science fiction instead of documentary. And of course, what a clever way to get someone cancelled. I mean, who's going to watch it if it's science fiction? You know, rightly and properly, it is a documentary series, and it is full of expert opinion from many, many different people. It's not a work of fiction. It's not some kind of novel. This is a documentary. But they wanted it to be called science fiction because they knew that way the viewership would be reduced.
Well, there's no...
and Netflix, fortunately, ignored them.
There's no real tension or stakes if it's just a whimsical story. The only reason that it actually drives people and is compelling, one of the reasons that it is more so is that this is being proposed as a potential real world story, not as something that's just been fabricated.
No, absolutely.
What's your...
And to the annoyance of archaeology, I think actually there are a number of archaeologists in the SAA, one called John Hoops, who's professor at the University of Kansas was actually directly involved in the writing of that SAA open letter. And another, of course, is Flint Dibble, who I debated with on the jury. I think they have media aspirations themselves. When I look at the reaction of a lot of these individuals, what I see fundamentally is jealousy and envy. They see that I'm getting exposure in front of a mass public, and they think it should be theirs. So, in fact, I'll say something about John Hoops and Flint Dibble in this context, which is that if individuals who define themselves as archaeologists find themselves spending more and more of their lives just attacking the work
Come
of other
on,
people,
man. Like this fucking game.
what archaeology are they doing? What uses? What have they contributed to human knowledge? When I look at Flint Dibble and I look at John Hoops, the answer I come to is virtually zero. They've contributed nothing to human knowledge. They're not going to make a mark on history. Nothing in the work that they've done is going to have any effect or any significance a generation or two from now. But they can make themselves significant by attacking the ideas of other people, especially if they frame those ideas as assaults upon archaeology.
What's your reflection on the debate that you had with Flint?
Well, I've finally got round to analysing that debate. I've been very busy, as you can imagine, with making season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, which went on.
Come on, this is really fast.
Finalisation of that series went on long after the debate in April, and I've not had time. But I did finally sit down to.
I don't think it's peace, and I fucked up the pause. Come on,
just
I
put
fucked
that
up the
video
pause.
online.
I don't think it's peace.
Quite recently,
Fuck, it might be peace, but I fucked up the pause.
What I've done is I've just compared the statements that Flint makes in the debate with the facts. I'm hardly injecting my own words into it at all. It's just important, I think, for people to understand the tactics that were used in that debate. I do think that Flint is a better debater than me, and I say that in the video. I do think he was better prepared than me. But some of the tactics that he used, I'm not going to define them here. I would prefer that people look at the video. So the video can be found on my YouTube channel. And I'm going to follow that up ultimately with the only talk that I'm going to give in North America next year, because next year is looking to be very busy. But I'm going to give a talk on the 19th and 20th of April in Sedona. 2 days of talks. I'm going to present a whole series of arguments called The Fight for the Past. And the link for that is up on the events page of my website. And I hope people will join me there. And I hope people who are critical of my ideas will join me there, because I want to open up to audience discussion in this. But I think my feeling was I felt quite beaten down after the debate. I felt that I'd done badly. I felt that I'd let my side down, my side being the alternative approach to archaeology. But as time has gone by, and as I've looked at the tactics that
I got
Flint
the
used
side
in that
boost.
debate, and as more and more
It's
people
not it.
become aware of those tactics,
It's too slow.
I've realised that in a way it was a good thing that I wasn't the outright winner of that debate, because what it did was it showed to a wide general public the true face of archaeology, which is the skull behind the smile of archaeology, which is an archaeology that seeks to crush and destroy other people, to ridicule and diminish their life's work, to insult them, to humiliate them. That's what comes across in the debate that I had with Flint Dibble. And unfortunately, his kind of archaeologist is most vocal in the issue of attacking alternative views of the past. I think it's very good that the public got to see an archaeologist doing that over a period of several hours in a debate. I'm actually quite glad.
I needed that
did better than
boost.
I did, but I'm also glad now.
I needed the
that I've
good
had time
boost.
to
I
put
needed the good
record straight,
pause, the good
with
boost.
with this video.
How has it been personally to spend such a long time being criticized so heavily from so many people?
Yeah, it goes back a fairly long way. My first book about a historical mystery was called The Sign and the Seal, A Quest for the Lost Ark of the Covenant, based on my years of experience in Ethiopia, and looks at Ethiopia's claim to possess the Ark of the Covenant. I'd
The
written many
late
books
pause was
before that,
because it was a late
entirely on current affairs
fourth
issues.
cam. Not that
Sign
I'm
and
not
the Seal
being
was the
like,
first book I
it's
wrote
not an
about
excuse,
historical
but I think that was the reason why.
None of my books about
that
current
was like-
affairs issues received much criticism.
I've been hitting those
The
pauses
Sign and the
pretty
Seal
well
didn't either.
on
It was
practice, but
quite
like a
welcomed
late
as an
fourth
interesting
cam.
story.
Deep
good
cross
Lord,
and
could the Ark
pause.
of the Covenant actually be in Ethiopia?
What is the Ark of the Covenant?
As the Ethiopians claim. Well, you've
Yeah,
obviously not seen Raiders of the
can't
Lost
remember if
Ark.
I got backboosted too.
It's the Indiana Jones movie. It's the object that's described in the Book of Exodus, carried on carrying poles, made of gold, wood and gold, with the tablets of the Ten Commandments supposedly inside it. I won't go into the long details of why it might be in Ethiopia, but my point is that that book only got to number 6 on the bestseller list, and that seemed to be just a little bit below the horizon where archaeologists needed to attack it. But the next book, Fingerprints of the Gods, got to number 1 on the bestseller list, not only in the UK, but also in 6 other countries, including Italy and Japan. It became a worldwide phenomenon, and that attracted the eye of Sauron from archaeologists who, even then in 1995, were very annoyed that the public were listening to me. And that's when I started to be directly targeted and attacked by archaeologists and by non-archaeologists who support the archaeological mainstream position. And those attacks grew increasingly furious and unpleasant during the 1990s. And I naturally began to feel quite annoyed about them myself, and I began to feel that I needed to defend myself against these kind of things. I couldn't just let it happen. So I can say that really I've been locked in a kind of argument with archaeology since the mid-1990s. From time to time they've got a big TV program to attack me, like BBC Horizon did a big so-called expose on my work in around the year 2000. There were some serious errors in the Horizon presentation, and it's the first time ever that BBC Horizon has been forced to re-edit and reissue the program. But those errors were there because the archaeologists behind it wanted me and my colleagues like Robert Boval destroyed, stopped in our tracks. Don't let these people speak, because goodness knows they might mislead the public. And this is a problem that I have with this attitude within archaeology, which is an attitude fundamentally of disrespect towards the intelligence of the general public. I think sovereign adults should have the right to make up their own minds. They should have the right to explore alternative points of view. Those who are presenting alternative points of view should not be stopped from filming at sites where those alternative points of view can be expressed. It should be an open market in ideas, and the general public is quite intelligent enough to make up its own mind about which idea it supports and which it doesn't. I strongly reject the tendency within a small faction of archaeologists who nevertheless present themselves as speaking for the rest, and who the rest circle the wagons around whenever necessary. I strongly resent their notion that they somehow need to tell the public what to think.
Has it been frustrating for you as somebody who wants to focus on work, not perverse incentives, but the temptation to play defense for yourself, given that lots of accusations are coming at you, which then means that if you don't respond, the vacuum of response sometimes sucks in speculation or seems like complicity or a lie through omission or whatever it might be. So this, do you ever sort of feel wistful for how much of your life has been spent this back and forth? I've heard you have this conversation a number of times with Joe. I've heard you do it directly to Flint. It's evident that this has been something that's got under your skin for a long time, and it's been poke continuously. But I think about how much time of both archaeologists doing the debunking, and then I think what's now technically referred to as dedunking, which is the reverse of the debunking.
Debunking the mainstream. That's Dan Richards.
Yes.
His channel is called Debunking. He's done some great work, and I'd like to give a shout out to another YouTube channel run by a guy called Independent Scholar. That's his handle. He's done some excellent. It's a very small channel right now, but it deserves to be bigger.
Come on.
I like that dedunking word. But my point being that so much time of both.
I'm really just gonna muscle.
Mainstream archaeology. Yourself,
I'm really just trying to muscle this
from what I
freaking
can tell,
TV,
even
man.
parts of your psychology, maybe
Like-
this anger predisposition has played into it a little bit, has been
Like
captured.
how?
Yeah,
How
by
did I hit it
criticism.
above?
It's
How did I hit
criticism
it there and
captured.
there?
It's
Like what?
made me defensive. Just take a look at the book that I published in 2002 called Underworld. It's about 1,000 pages long. It's got 2,000 footnotes. I wrote that book defensively. That book describes the 7 years of scuba diving that I and my wife Santha did to look at structures that were submerged by rising sea level at the end of the last ice age. But I made it a very heavy read because I was trying to bulletproof it against the attacks that I knew were going to come. And as a result, it's a much heavier read than most of my books. I don't feel I need to write so defensively now, but I do feel that I need to document and provide the source for every single statement that I make, so that I can't be accused of misrepresenting information. I'm aware that I'm surrounded by a group of hostile people who want to find any error or mistake in my work and magnify it into some kind of conspiracy that Hancock is involved in. Look, when the SAA wrote that open letter to Netflix, it took me a month to research and document my rebuttal to the SAA's open letter. And that rebuttal, part of it, I actually read out during this video I've told you about, but it's on my website, it's in my blog, a detailed rebuttal to the points that I make. So that was a month of my life that I could have been doing something much more constructive with, that I was spent immersed in each and every one of their criticisms to show that those criticisms are not based on anything solid. Yes, it's most unfortunate. Why can't archaeology be a bit kinder and a bit more generous? Well, why is it necessary for people who define themselves as scientists? I don't think archaeologists are scientists. I think they're like the lady who protests too much. I think that's a Shakespearean line. They desperately want to be scientists. But why should they have this power? Why should they have this ability to just use their authority to try to shut people down?
I saw an interesting video about pseudo-archaeology and how it's a dangerous gateway. Basically, accusing you of being the beginning of a radicalization pipeline, because questioning the status quo and established theories in archaeology gets you very quickly into Rothschild and Blizzard people things soon enough.
Well, I think I was amused by my first season of Aged Apocalypse being called the most dangerous show on Netflix, in newspapers and by archaeologists. And I've never seen why that should be the case, and my rebuttal to the SAA's open letter makes that clear. Just remind, how did we get onto that point? I'm getting tired.
No, I was saying that what's it been like psychologically dealing with all of the criticism, and then there was this pseudo-archaeology pipeline into danger.
Oh yes, the idea that thinking for oneself about the past might dangerously lead to thinking for oneself about other things too. This has often been connected to the climate change issue. People said, my goodness, if people believe, Hancock, that we're wrong about the past, then they'll believe experts are wrong about climate change as well. And that's one of the reasons why it seems it's dangerous. But behind that is the notion that the public should not be provided with information that can enable them to make choices between different points of view. And I think that's the heart of a democracy. It's the heart of a democratic system, that we should have an open forum for alternative points of view. And rather than despising the public and think that they need to be told what to think by so-called experts who are archaeologists, we should trust the public to make up their own mind on information, and we should provide that information to them. And I don't think that's dangerous. I think what's dangerous is shutting that down.
Can you talk a little bit about Stonehenge? Because there was some recent revelations that came out about the distance that the central rocks had travelled.
Well, one from Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, that's for the people who aren't in the UK. UK is not as big as America, right? But that's a good distance.
You're looking at hundreds of miles.
With a pretty big rock.
With a pretty hefty multi-ton rock.
And that's 4,000 years old?
4,000 or more years old. There's parts of Stonehenge that are much older. There was a Woodhenge at Stonehenge, which may go back as much as 10,000 years into the past. This is a site that was developed over a long period of time. We're looking at the latest incarnation of it at around 4,000 years ago. Another mystery is that the blue stones, the smaller stones at Stonehenge, also don't come from the Marlborough Downs, where Stonehenge stands. They come from Wales. They were brought a distance of more than 100 miles. And in fact, you can see almost see a template of Stonehenge in the Priscillian Mountains in Wales, where these stones were cut out of and brought to. You could actually put them back into the gaps that have been left for them. So the ancients were doing something on a very large scale across hundreds of miles to create that site. And of course, we have no documents that have survived from that period, so we don't know why. But what we do know is that Stonehenge, like Serpent Mound, like the Great Sphinx, is oriented at a key moment in the solar year. In the case of Stonehenge, it's sunrise on the summer solstice. In the case of Serpent Mound, it's sunset on the summer solstice. But you can see the connection, that as above, so below, that we're seeing in the Americas, we're also seeing in ancient Britain. And I'm not saying that that's because it came from ancient Britain to ancient America, or from ancient America to ancient Britain. I'm saying that the best explanation for that is that both received a legacy from an older and lost civilization.
Up next, would you ever consider doing any work in Antarctica?
I don't see the point. I don't see the point. I'd love to go to Antarctica and see that magnificence, but what work could I
let's
usefully
go.
do?
Come on,
I'd
baby.
have
Come on. Please.
I'd have to have a billionaire backer and lots of amazing kit, to start investigating under the ice properly in Antarctica.
Where would you like to go next then, if it's not Antarctica?
I intend to spend the next year refocusing on ancient Egypt. I've been out of ancient Egypt for quite a while, but I've recently mended my fences and established a new friendship with Zahi Hawass, who is the leading Egyptian Egyptologist, and I hope to work with Zahi rather than. We've buried our old conflict, and there was a conflict between us. We've decided that is not fruitful for either of us. He has his point of view, I respect it, and it's based on his lifetime exposure to the mysteries of ancient Egypt, and he comes at it from a mainstream archaeological point of view. I've been exposed to ancient Egypt for 30 years, and I'm coming at it from an alternative point of view, and how interesting to work together. It's the first time I might have a really constructive long-term working relationship with him. So, and it's odd because Zahi and I were once at Gyges, but we're both getting old, and we both feel that there's no point in having bitterness in life. So I want to get back to ancient Egypt, and I want to spend a lot more time there. I think Egypt is the heart of the mystery. That's where ultimately all the stories will come out.
I originally had this plan that obviously you're not aware of because I never told you. But we may be able to make it work, I guess, with your newfound Egyptian contact and your next focus. I wanted to do a podcast at sunrise in front of the pyramids of Giza with you at some point. I imagine that getting the license from the Egyptian government may be difficult. I imagine that all of the technical problems, all the rest of it. But if and when you're ready to do that, I've got the team that can put it together. So
I think we could make it happen. But I would say what you want is sunrise by the Sphinx, or between the Sphinx and the second pyramid, behind the Sphinx.
I'm happy to negotiate.
Looking precisely in the direction of the gaze of the Sphinx, and watch the sun come over the horizon directly in the eye line of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is oriented perfectly to the sunrise at dawn on the spring equinox.
I will allow you to contribute to the location, and maybe we can make that work. Graham Hancock, ladies and gentlemen. Graham, I really appreciate you. I appreciate your bravery to be able to go and do this stuff. The new series, which I got early access to, which is pretty sweet, on Netflix, is really awesome. I actually prefer the second series to the first one. I think that the pacing is awesome. It's engaging. Where should people go, and what can they expect over the next however long?
Well, the series goes public on Netflix. It's released on Netflix on the 16th of October, Wednesday the 16th of October. So anybody anywhere in the world who has Netflix will be able to watch Ancient Apocalypse Season 2 from the 16th of October 2024 onwards. And that's one of the great things about Netflix, is that when you put a year and a half of effort into making something on this scale, it doesn't just disappear with one showing. It stays there for a long period of time, so people can view it even a year or 2 years or 3 years after it was first released.
And to keep up to date with everything else that you're doing?
My website is the primary focus, grahamhancock.com. And of course, I have a substantial Facebook page. I have a personal page, but I would look up author Graham Hancock. It's my author page. That is my main Facebook page, and I have a Twitter account as well. Maybe we can put them under the description in your when you release this.
Thank you, Graham. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that, you will love my full-length 3.5-hour conversation.
Oh, I think it's 23. I think it's 23, but it's close. It's going to be really fucking close. It's going to be really fucking close. I think it's a low 23. Oh, come on. I think it's 23. I'm like, I know in my heart it's 23. I just know it is.
The big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization?
The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist and author who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm some 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient.
If I YOLO'd the door, it could have been 22 if I had a miracle ending, but I didn't want to YOLO the door. I took a really conservative, safe door. That probably costed it, honestly.
Apocalypse, the second season of which has just been released, and it's focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barnhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar I love talking to on the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines involved. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have. Can you at the highest possible level describe it?
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are taught about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans were not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. there were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel Hood in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture, and by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, round about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled.
I think Anunnaki's my favorite.
I've been to
It's a toss-up between like
these are
Z's,
extraordinarily
Cartman, and
beautifully
Anunnaki as my favorite AI.
Clearly,
That's
the work of
quite
an
a
already
prestigious trio.
sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture, and that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is Mula Bandhasana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that then raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world, we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization. And yet, certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that event that we start seeing this, what are taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But but what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory, I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream
Dang, bros
archaeology
and
is
girls
that
and
after
boys
the
and
Younger
gals.
Dryas is when the
That 23
civilization
was
popped up
really,
in
really
different
low.
places of
That
the
was a
globe.
very low
There were
23.
a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah,
Damn it.
independently and by coincidence.
That was
and by
such a
coincidence,
fucking
those-
close
those
23. I
big
didn't get any
civilizations that we
boosts
all remember
after
as
the
first civilizations,
after the pause. I
Sumer,
didn't get a
Egypt,
single
the Indus
boost.
Valley Civilization, China, they all pop up at
Fucking
pretty much
shite.
the same time.
I think one boost
That
would
is-
would
that-
it would have
that
been
is the
22
mainstream view.
for
And
sure.
they don't just pop up, they kind
Damn
of
it.
build up gradually. First there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how
Yeah,
they
you-
build up, and the role of agriculture, and that is also non-obvious. But it's just there's first a kind of settlement, a stabilization of where the people are living. Then they start using agriculture. Then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of a lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers, to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought, actually, I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more to say about it. And I turned in another direction, and I wrote a book called Supernatural.
Man, that was so
Meetings with the
close,
Ancient
man.
Teachers of
Damn it.
Mankind, recently
It's fine.
retitled Visionary, and that was about the role of, fundamentally, about the role of psychedelics in the evolution of human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the lost civilization issue. But Göbekli Tepe in Turkey kept on forcing itself upon me. The more and more discoveries there, the 11,600-year date from Enclosure D, which is the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in the water, and I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer, but I think it's a game changer for everything, because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature of it, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least 5,500 years older than, say, Gigantea in Malta, which was previously considered to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And this led, of course, to a huge amount of interest and attention, both from the Turkish government, who see the tourism potential of having the world's oldest megalithic site, and from archaeologists. And this, in turn, has led to exploration and excavation throughout the region. And what they're finding throughout that whole region around Göbekli Tepe, and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus, is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling
Wow.
the Tas Tepeler civilization.
Crazy.
They're calling it a civilization, the Stone Hills civilization, with
Yeah, it's
very
gotten
definite
pretty
identifying
expensive.
characteristics, semi-subterranean circular
It's
structures,
gotten quite
use
expensive.
of T-shaped megalithic pillars, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those at Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually, in a way, the end of this process. The summation of everything that Stone Hills civilization had achieved. But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of 11,600 years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground. So we can't say for sure that that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far
I used to eat
excavated.
a lot of Subway.
What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there, something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And,
I used to
and
get
this
the-
is where these two
The
dates
steak
are
and
really
cheese or
important.
the
Younger
roast beef.
Dryas
Not the roast beef, but like
are
the
round the
steak.
figures off, begins
Chipotle
around
Southwest steak.
12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years
With,
ago.
like,
So
all
Göbekli
veggies,
Tepe's
no onions.
construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find older materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas.
Oh wow, insane.
But the beginning of
You
the
get, like,
Younger Dryas,
lettuce.
we're already seeing
Lettuce on your hot dog.
stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli
Delicious
Tepe.
Abio, I think I agree too,
and,
man.
And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be
With,
adopted.
like,
the people who
Whole,
created
with
Göbekli
whole
Tepe
wheat bread. I was a whole
were
wheat bread
all
guy.
hunter foragers
Or honey
at the
oat.
beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was
Honey oat was
finished,
probably
and
the
it was
best.
definitely, deliberately finished, closed off.
But they didn't
closed
have
down,
it at most
deliberately
places at the
buried,
end.
covered with earth, covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill that looked a bit like a pot-belly.
Can you say how it was discovered? I think this is one of the most fascinating
Well-
things on Earth. Period. So maybe can you say what it is
Yeah.
and how it was discovered?
Well, Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean that older ones won't be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013, and Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site for over a period of 3 days. And he explained to me that they've already used ground-penetrating radar on the site, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of the dating of Göbekli Tepe. But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular,
Yeah,
but
buddy.
not quite circular enclosures, which are
Stay safe, homie.
walled with relatively small stones, and then inside them you have pairs of megalithic pillars. And the
Probably
the
lower temperature
archetypal
too.
part of that site is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I
Yeah.
have my memory correct. They're substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat
Pretty
to
Canadian.
create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars appear. And the pillars, one of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment. And there is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius. And the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was the work entirely of hunter foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced and was taking place there. Now you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material, for material from the Paleolithic. And they had found some Paleolithic flints, upper Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look. But then they noticed, sticking out of the side of the hill, some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good that those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. And they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned the site and never looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli Tepe, that they realized what they'd found, that they'd found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was created by hunter-gatherers.
It was created by agriculture. There was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word deliberately, was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate plants.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule? So protected by forming a mound around
Yes.
it? Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years, it was there, and it continued to be elaborated as a site. And while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture, I'm going to use the word, being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about Göbekli Tepe. And then, with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there almost seems to be a decline. Things fall down again, and then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic. Thousands of years, gradual developments until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root by then. Actually, one other thing, I'll just say this in passing. When I talk about a lost civilization introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey, and that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who traveled west. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists as it is.
And perhaps we should also state, if we look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explorers. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this.
Yeah.
Looking at Homo erectus.
Yeah.
1.9 million years ago.
Absolutely.
Almost right away, they spread out through the whole world. And we, Homo sapiens, evolved from them. And we should also mention, since we're talking about sort of controversial debates going on, as I understand, there's still debates about the dynamics of all that was going on there, like we mentioned in Africa, that it's, I think the current understanding, we didn't come from one particular point of Africa, that there's multiple locations.
Mm-hmm. This is the out of Africa theory. I think it's more than a theory. It's really strongly evidenced. Why? Because we're part of the Great Ape family, and it's an African family.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that human beings, our deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus, and the astonishingly distant travels that they undertook. Yes, I think there is an urge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an urge to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill. And I think that goes very deep into human character, and I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore and spread and try out different environments, Why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which await to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000-year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. They're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas as well as just a history of things. Because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I definitely know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way, that it makes a journey along the Milky Way, that there it is confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of souls, the Milky Way is called the path of souls. It's very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through into North America, but is also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world, and then has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source would explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best theory to explain them. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschamps. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of
I
history.
think
of science
Aviatex
actually
was
at
one of my
MIT
first
for
10
years
followers.
back in the 60s. And
Ever.
Hertha von Deschamps was professor of the history of
I'm
science.
not
at
sure what
Frankfurt
number he was,
University.
but
And they
either first 10 or
wrote
first
an
20.
immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly.
He followed
from
me in
established opinion on the issue
2019.
of
What was his
the
first
phenomenon of
message?
precession. And I'll
December
explain what precession is.
2019.
Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession.
He broke the ice by
And the
saying,
dating on that is put back
I think he
not
said at
very
least you're
far,
not going
maybe
for Dan
2,300
52
years ago
Kappa.
or so.
I think that's what he said.
Santillana and von Deschamps are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it. I think I'm quoting them.
I think I was
pretty
going
much
for like
correctly,
Dan
to some almost
56 or some
unbelievable
shit.
ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its full name, is results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And so if you imagine the extended north pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our time, it's pointing at the star Polaris, and that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, the 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces. And it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think the constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of Ramesses or before. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth. It's backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area, 25,920 years. And to observe it, you really need more than one human lifetime, because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And the parallel that I often give is hold your finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime in a period of 72 years is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture, the culture that Santillana and von Deschen call some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession and selected the key numbers of precession, of which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt and nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rig Veda. 432,000 is a multiple of 72. At Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom, and on that bridge you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki, and what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that's defined in the story of Hamlet's Mill, or Lodi's Mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the work that Santillana and von Deschen did. And the fascination with this number system and its discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggests to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down, and probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history that I think contrasts with mainstream archaeology is you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously.
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans would have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we can watch videos on YouTube or whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars is like
Yeah.
the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light pollution.
There's no light pollution, so it's
There's
in
the
your
majesty of the heavens.
every single night you're spending looking up at the stars, and you can imagine there's a lot of sort of status value to be the guy who's very good at studying the stars
Yeah.
and sort of the scientists of the day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge.
Yeah.
They're able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars, and then also, as we'll probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh yeah.
So, like, it makes sense that the stars had primal importance for the ideas of the times.
Yo, what up, NYS? What up,
status,
brother?
for religious explorations.
It was
Cool
an
emotes.
ever-present reality.
Yes.
And it
Cool
was
emotes, brother.
bright, and it was brilliant.
Yeah.
And it was
The
full
rotating
of
watermelon?
lights.
That's sick.
It's inconceivable.
I like
that
the color. I
ancients
like the
would not
colors of
have
watermelon.
to it. It was
I like
an
watermelon
overwhelming
colors.
presence. And that's one of the reasons why
It
I'm
reminds me
really
of summer.
confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to
Summer.
miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process, the process of precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each sign of the zodiac. I think it would have been hard for the ancients to have missed that. They might not have identified the constellations in exactly the same way we do today. That may well be a Babylonian or Greek convention, but that the constellations were there, I think was very clear, that they were special constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the path of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, but detecting the precession of the equinox is hard, because especially they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything's told through words.
Yeah, they have. Let's not underestimate oral tradition.
Cool, bro.
Uh,
Zomboid.
or oral traditions. That's something we've lost.
Top
in our
view,
culture
I
today.
understand.
It's one of the things
Cool.
that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt
Sounds fun.
about the god Thoth, the god of wisdom, who is very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to a mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity, writing. This is a wonderful thing. It'll enable you to preserve so
Sounds
much
fun,
that
brother.
you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in this story replies to him, no, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice to set them into context. And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information for very long periods of time. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories.
Yeah.
We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle. And as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. And I do think this is part of the story of the preservation of knowledge.
So that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously, and the other many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm within human memory. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in
No.
the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad. But a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swallowing up of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence of lands that had previously been
Come
above
on,
water,
bro. Like, fuck off.
underwater. The fact that this story is
Fuck
found
off.
all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanation is, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's local. But that's the argument largely of archaeology dealing with the flood myths, or that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the megafauna of the Ice Age.
So there is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides
Oh,
an
what?
explanation of what happened during this period
Yeah.
that resulted in such rapid environmental change. So can you explain this hypothesis?
Yes. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it off. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. They are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer in the earth. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand. And there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some time, and that draw has revealed the sides of the draw, and you can see the cross section, and in the cross section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the earth, and it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz in it. There is quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Alvarez, who made that incredible discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas is. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater, they were relying on the impact proxies. And they're the same impact proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth tips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. You know, we've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly, around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age, and it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very rapid. Normally, in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise, a sudden one, right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then, equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end, and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapse into the sea, called Meltwater Pulse 1b, around about 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like, what explains this huge dip in temperature and then rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet, so no wonder it became cold. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the world ocean, and it was so much of it, and it was so cold that it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. And that's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact event or events was what we now call the torrid meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passed through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the torrid meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system round about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider. And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the torrid meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts. When an object is 100 or 150 meters in diameter and it's coming in very fast into the Earth's atmosphere, it is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. And the best known recent example of that is the Tunguska event in Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June 1908. The Tunguska event was, nobody disputes, it was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the beta torrids. It's 1 to 2 times when the Earth is going through a torrid meteor stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't inhabited, but 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the torrid meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't two impacts, it wasn't three impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled with a number of bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood of meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Younger Dryas boundary and where they find overwhelming evidence of an airburst, and where they find all the shocked quartz, the carbon microspherules, the nanodiamonds, the trinitite, and so on and so forth. All of those impact proxies are found at Abu Huraira. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Göbekli Tepe, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area would not have been very impressed by what they saw happening, by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Abu Huraira. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis, actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course, it has many opponents, and there are many who disagree with it. And there have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago or a year ago, called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that, some lengthy title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents. And even within those of us who are looking at the alternative side of history, there are different points of view. Robert Schoch from Boston University, the geologist who demonstrated that the erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad, but there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of Ice Age advanced civilizations? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that
Oh,
could
the
have,
boost! It was gonna hit, dude. It was perfectly lined up in the boost.
Civilization during this
Why are
period.
they bringing
In a
yo? What
sense,
up, L?
it's
Yo, I
not
watched
the
that video again
impact
today.
hypothesis
Goose,
that is
L White
central
Goose.
to what I'm saying.
What's
It's
up,
the
brother?
Younger
How are you?
Dryas
Welcome.
that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a
Welcome,
trigger,
brother.
something called
Battle box because I'm gonna
I
create
think the Younger
chaos.
Dryas
Trying to
impact
shaft on
hypothesis,
really
the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmenting comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there.
There's
Still
a good
pass
Jimmy
through it
Dore
twice a
video
year,
that came out today.
is
Just
the best
saying, like, why
explanation.
couldn't they
But
just put them
I
in
don't
post
mind other
offices?
explanations. It's good that
Like,
there are
literally
other
just put them
explanations. The Younger
in like a
Dryas is big
structured
mystery,
building.
and it's not a
It
mystery
doesn't
that's been
cost anything
solved.
extra.
And that word advanced civilization, this is another
Right.
word that
They won't get set on
that is
fire.
easily misunderstood. And I've tried to make clear many times that when we
Just put it in a
when
federal
we
post office.
consider the possibility
A
of
U.S.
something like
PS.
civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So
What's up, man?
amongst the
How are you,
clues
dude?
that
Hope you're good.
intrigue me are those
Yeah, man. I
precessional
swear I
clues that are
remember in
found all over
February
the world. And are
2023
a
of
category of
IFX
ancient maps called Portolanos, which
writing in
suddenly start to
someone's
appear
chat. It might have
just
been
after
Eli
the
Dark
Crusade
7.
that, entered
It might have been
Constantinople
Eli
and
Dark
sacked
7's chat.
Constantinople. The Portolanos suddenly start to appear.
It was in someone's, and he
extremely
said, "Yeah,
accurate
I think
maps. Most of the
he
ones
said
have
that they found
survived are
cancer
extremely accurate maps
in the
of the
pancreas."
Mediterranean alone.
Am I
Some
like
of them
just
show
completely Mandela
much
affecting
wider
this?
areas. For
I'm
example,
not to be
on
like
these Portolano
ironic at
style
all, but
maps,
like
you do find a depiction
I
of
swear to God, I
Antarctica.
remember him saying
Again
like
and
something
again.
really serious.
Another thing that these
And he
maps
said,
have in
"Yeah, I
common
hope
is
it's
that
gonna
many
go
of them
okay. I'm
have
going
made
for a
this state
procedure or
that
something."
they based their maps on
He said something so
multiple
extremely
older
serious
source
that
maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitude.
I was worried for him. He said something. I think
Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid 18th century.
I think he mentioned in
with
Oregon
Harrison's chronometer,
that when I
which was
heard
able
it,
to
I
keep
was like,
accurate time
"Wow,
at sea. So you could have
you can't really live without
the
that organ."
time in
I'm
London,
just being
and you could
completely
have the local
objective.
time
I'm
at sea
sorry.
at
I
the
really
same
miss
time.
him.
And then you could work out your longitude.
You know.
There might be other ways of working out
And it was like
longitude as
February
well. There it is.
2023.
the fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia
Welcome, El White
and the Malaysian
Goose.
Peninsula, and the series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained, in my view, by archaeology. which
But
says,
El White Goose,
"Oh,
also
those
another
map
thing
makers,
is
they felt that the
everyone.
world needed
Okay,
something
my
underneath it to
grandmother,
balance it."
she
So
smoked
they
for the
put,
majority of her
a
life. She
fictional
lived to be like
landmass.
93,
I don't think that
94.
makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world
My
during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean that they had our kind of tech.
So,
it
like,
means that they were
not
following
everyone that smokes
exploration instinct, that they
passes
knew
away
how to
early.
navigate. They'd been watching
But
the
he smoked a
stars
lot.
for thousands of years before. They
Smoked
knew
a
how
lot
to
of
navigate,
cigarettes.
and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored
Which I
the
mean,
world,
like,
and they
can't,
mapped
it,
the
that
world.
can't.
Those maps
Like, that can't. That couldn't have helped.
were
That
made
could
a
not have
very,
helped
very
the
long
situation.
time
I
ago.
don't think.
Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed.
I could be wrong
I
though.
suggest it's
Nicotine
likely
has
this was
really
during the
like
period of the Roman
powerful
Empire. I
effects
suggest it's
on
likely
people
that
too,
some
like
of those
positive
maps were
effects
taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople,
on some people.
and that's where they were
But like the tar and the
liberated during the
arsenic
Crusade
and
and entered world culture again.
all
and
the
started
other
to be
stuff.
copied and recopied.
So, from this perspective, when we talk
COPD.
about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively
What's COPD,
small
brother?
group
Wow,
of
I did not
people
know
with the
that.
technology of
Thanks
the
for the
scholars of the
conversation, my
stars
friend.
and their expert.
These thoughts have been going through my
seafaring
mind ever
navigators.
since I heard the
That's
news.
about as far as I would take it. And when I say that,
COPD,
as I have said
so
on a
as
number
long
of
as
occasions,
stop.
that it had technology equivalent to
No,
ours
it worse, so
in
they're
the
better
18th
again,
century,
wow.
I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate
Crazy.
longitude. I'm not saying that they were building steam engines.
I can just see like an
I don't see-
accumulation
I don't see
of
any evidence for
of
that.
and
toxins.
perhaps some
You know what
building
made me realize he smoked a lot?
skills
I
of
looked
how
up.
to,
I
Well,
obtained all the
this again is where you come
all
to
his chat records
a
in
series
his
of
chat in the
mysteries which are
AviFX
perhaps
chat.
best expressed on the Giza Plateau.
Yeah, man.
In Egypt, with
And I
the
saved them to a file,
and the
and it was always like,
extraordinary
"Be right
megalithic
back,
temples
smoking,
that
smoking,
many people
smoking."
don't pay much attention to.
And of course, you're gonna do that.
on
Like
the
I do
Giza
that. I
Plateau
vape, right? I
and the
vape all the
Great
time, but
Sphinx
like
itself.
chronic
This is an
obstructive
area of
pulmonary. Wow, dude,
particular
holy shit.
importance in
I cough a
understanding
lot,
this
but
issue.
I think it's
Can
just
you actually
vapor. I feel I feel
the
perfectly
Sphinx and
fine
the Great
right now.
Pyramids and where you
When
find
I'm
most
coughing, it's
mysterious
not
and
like a
interesting about them.
Well,
a
first of all, the
smoker
astronomy.
cough.
And here I
It's pretty
must
insane.
pay tribute
It's pretty
to
miraculous.
two individuals, actually
vaporizer.
three individuals.
It's
in
truly
particular.
remarkable.
One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had
That we
been.
can.
Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Schwaller de
I wonder if
Lubitz.
it's because I'm
who
still
noticed
young.
what
I
he
wonder if
thought
I'm
was
older.
water
He'll
erosion
get to
on
me,
the
right?
way
Like
of the
he was
Sphinx.
55.
John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in ancient Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and at the strange scalloped erosion patterns and the vertical fissures,
Yeah,
beneath
bro,
the
dude,
trench
he
around the Sphinx,
His first message in my
he
chat
began
was
to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there
2019
was some
December.
flooding here, and that's when he brought Robert Schoch, second person I'd like to
He was like my
recognize, geologist at Boston
top
University.
First
He
10th or
brought Schoch
first
to Giza,
20th
and
follower.
Schoch was the first geologist to stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back. And he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain.
No,
The
why?
next person,
Oh
not
my
enough
god,
rain
I
to cause
fucked it
that
up.
erosion damage on the Sphinx.
If I just
The
literally
next
just
person,
shot The
who needs to be
camera.
mentioned in this context is Robert
I
Bovard.
fucking spazzed.
Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection, and I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius, and it does take a genius sometime to make these connections.
Cough out the tar in 10 years.
That the 3 pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings and line them up with any stars you want, but Orion
If we don't have
actually isn't
COPD,
any
yeah.
old constellation. Orion was
So,
the god of
like, I don't
Osiris,
wanna
in the
talk
sky.
about
He was
the
in ancient
cause
Egyptian called the
of
Orion
anything,
constellation
of anyone
Star.
having
They
anything. I'm just
recognize it as the
saying
celestial image of the god Osiris. So
him
what's
smoking
being
a
covered
lot
on the ground is the belt
may not
of a
have
deity,
helped. That's
of a
all I'm
celestial
saying.
deity. It's not just a random constellation.
That's all I will say.
And then,
I
when
mean, we
take
can talk about
precession
it probably,
into
but
account, we
there's so
find
much going
something
on
else
now, so
very
we were in the
intriguing
information
happening.
wars. You speak.
First of all,
Yeah, buddy.
you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids, as it is today, and pretty much as it
Damn.
was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely
so
related
fragile.
to how Orion's belt looked.
We're
at
such
that time.
fragile
There's a bit of
beings.
a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Younger Dryas, you find that suddenly they lock perfectly. They match perfectly with the 3 pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment
Wow.
that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun on the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? And 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually, the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. And I and my colleagues
Oh, wow.
are pretty
12-year smoker,
that the
yeah.
Sphinx was originally a lion entirely.
That sounds
and that it-
like...
Over the thousands of years, it became damaged. It became
Dang, dude.
eroded, particularly the part of it that
Okay, you know better than me. I'm not gonna
There
assume.
were periods when the
Not
Sphinx
gonna
was
assume anything.
completely covered in sand. Still the head
Costochondritis.
stuck out. By the time you come
I'll Google
to the 4th dynasty,
Sorry to
when
hear that,
the
brother.
Great pyramids are supposedly built. By the time you come to the 4th dynasty, the head of the lion, original lion head, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest
Wow.
that it was then
Sorry,
recarved
man.
into a pharaonic head.
Oh,
Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre,
I get it.
but there's
Yeah.
no real strong resemblance. But it's definitely wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh.
Sorry, man.
And we think that that's the result of a recarving
Stop
of
assuming
what
it's
was originally
alien.
not only a lion-bodied, but
Oh,
also
shit,
a
dude.
lion-headed monument. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. And it's 270 feet long and 70 feet high.
I know
It's looking
smoking
directly at the
affects like
horizon,
nerve
so it's an
endings.
equinox.
So when
If you
I
create
read
it then,
random pain on
you
left
would be
side,
better.
I was
You'd
thinking
be
maybe
more
like
likely to create it in the shape of a bull.
nerve ending
because that
pain
was the
from
age of
smoking or
Taurus, when the
something, and
constellation
you're
of Taurus houses
detoxing. I don't know, because 12 years is a long time. Some
So
people
why is
react
it a lion?
really
And-
well
and
to
again, we
cigarettes, and
think
some
that's
people react
because
very
of that
poorly.
observation of the skies and
So
putting on
crazy.
the ground as above, so below, putting on the ground an image of the sky at a
I
particular time.
even
Now,
just tobacco, I
the
respond
fact
so
that
poorly.
the Giza Plateau, it's a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute.
I have
But
two,
the fact that the principal monuments
like,
of the Giza
cigarettes
Plateau,
are
the
just
3 Great
terrible.
pyramids and the Great
but
Sphinx,
even just
all
pure
locked
tobacco
astronomically
ground,
on the date of around 10,500
I can do like
BC,
2
to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look
Blunts.
at computer software at the sky at that time, you'll see,
just
you'll see that
without
the Milky
weed.
Way
So like
is very
cigarettes, but
prominent
not
and seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be
Shelf
one of the reasons
cigarettes.
amongst many why
like you
Giza was
roll
chosen,
yourself.
as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design
Sorry, brother.
on the ground which memorializes a very ancient date does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you're there 4,500 years
It's
ago,
crazy.
And there's a time
But people like
8,000 years
tobacco.
before that, which is very, very, very important to you. You could use astronomical language and megalithic architecture to memorialize that.
I
date on the
did
Giza
like
Plateau,
one
which is
cigarette,
what
to be
we're gonna be
honest.
looking
It's called,
except for one
I
thing.
think we talked
and
about
that's
it.
the erosion
Gudam,
patterns on the Sphinx. I'm
Garang,
pretty
I
sure
think.
that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Vali Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx.
So it's like
And the
an
Sphinx Temple, which
Indian
stands directly in
cigarette.
front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple has largely been destroyed, but the Vali Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet it has been remodeled, refaced with
I think it's like a
granite.
more
There are
natural
granite
but
blocks that
stronger
are placed on top of the core
cigarette with
limestone
less
blocks.
toxins. It might have more
And
toxins,
those
who
core
knows?
limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion marks on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic.
I mean, dude, he was
ancient
born
Egyptians
in
from the Great Pyramids. They were closely
1968.
involved in the construction of the Great
It's a
Pyramids
different
as we see them
generation.
today.
He grew up
But
like the
what I
smoking
do suggest
generation.
is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and an enhancement of much older structures that had existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill. And that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the
Oh,
idea
we
is
are
that the Sphinx
freaking,
was
we're heating
there
up, boys.
long
We are
before
heating up. We're playing really well
the
now. I want to
pyramids.
smoke
The
now. I
pyramids were
know.
built by the
Me
Egyptians to
too.
celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms.
Alright, in 10 minutes I'm going to eat dinner with my folks, so just let you know, and then I'll play after with dinner.
But the
The high
base,
school.
the base of those pyramids was already in place at that time.
So what's the case? What's the evidence that the
Yeah,
Egyptologists
but he
used
also,
to
like,
make the
he
attributions
grew
that
up
they
with
do for the dating of
cannabis
the
being
pyramids
one,
and Sphinx?
illegal, and two, probably
Well,
extremely hard to find.
The three Great Pyramids.
Not that hard,
these
but I mean,
are
being
different
C,
from
but
later pyramids. This is another problem
Yeah.
I have with the whole thing. Is the story of pyramid.
I wonder if he
building,
just became
when
a
did
huge
it
pothead.
really begin? And the timeline
If he would have
that we get
been
from Egyptology
better
is
health, not that I'm
first
saying he would have,
pyramid
but
is the pyramid of the
just makes you
pharaoh
wonder.
Zoser, the step pyramid.
Because you can't
at
deny
Saqqara,
the toxic effects, the
about
potential
100
toxic accumulative
years
effects
or
of
so before the Giza
cigarettes
pyramids
in the year 2023.
and then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids.
And the frequency
we
that which he
have
smoked.
3 of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Sneferu, who built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum.
Come
and the
on,
2
let's go.
pyramids
Come
at
on,
Dashur
please,
that
for
went to the
Vitex.
Red Pyramid.
Please.
And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza
Oh, the
pyramids
freaking
being
guy,
built.
bro.
This is according to the Orthodox chronology.
What's on the menu? I don't know, my
Once the
friend. I
Giza
don't know. My
project was
mother is
finished,
cooking. I'm very
pyramid
blessed. I'm
building
a very
goes into
blessed
massive
human being.
slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the 5th dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very
We're enjoying
inferior
life.
constructions. You can hardly recognize them as
I'm
pyramids
enjoying
at all.
time with my
But what happens
parents.
when you go inside them is you find that they're extensively covered
I'm very
in
lucky.
hieroglyphs.
I'm really
and
lucky. I'm
imagery
so lucky. I'm
repeating
really
the
blessed.
name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids
I'm trying to
have
be
no
super
internal
appreciative and
inscriptions
share.
whatsoever. What they do,
I've been
what
doing
we
a pretty
do
good job
have
of
is one
sharing my
piece of
knowledge and
graffiti
my
about which there is some
efforts
controversy.
and
Basic statistics. It's a 6 million
teaching
ton.
and working.
Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. The 60ths because degrees are divided into 60s.
Especially after being in China. Holy shit.
It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing, plus its very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. You know, in the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab caliph, Caliph al-Mamun, who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances in the north face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of
We really
They went
have
in with
warmed up
sledgehammers
though.
and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance.
We are going to take
they
a break in 7
Cut
minutes.
their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of
Thanks for being here.
maybe
I'll play
100
that.
feet.
Let me try going for this time after.
Then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big falling, and they realized there was a cavity there, and they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, the descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people can walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians were at work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called
Yeah, I
King's
need
Chamber.
like
Up
a
the Grand
half-hour
Gallery,
break
you're
too. It'd be
eventually going to
perfect
come
timing.
to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus
But man, I'm like
is
really
a little
heated
bit
up
too
though.
big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as
Fine.
though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure on the King's Chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found the graffiti, a piece of graffiti left by a work gang naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jarf papyri, where on the Red Sea, a diary, the diary of an individual called Merer was found, and he talks about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way. But I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean
No,
chamber,
what?
which is a 100 feet vertical.
Like how many times is like bros? Like
Anybody who
it's
suffers
I
from
think.
claustrophobia will not enjoy.
Oh, I just missed. But
You've got to go down
oh, I was so
a
close
26 degree sloping corridor
though. Again.
until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you're going to walk a distance of about, not walk, you're going to aid walk.
It wasn't pace though. That was like 24 or 23
The best
pace.
way to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet 5 inches high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. The theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passes through bedrock, and having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there, and they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber, and that's where the pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders under Caliph Mamun didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid at all.
So your idea is that the Sphinx and maybe some aspects of the pyramid were much earlier,
Yeah.
and why that's important is, in that case, it would be evidence of some transfer of technology
Yes.
from a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they
No.
desperately scattered across the globe,
Seeking refuge.
seeking refuge and telling stories of maybe one, the importance of the stars,
Mm-hmm.
their knowledge about the stars,
Yeah.
and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
That's roughly the idea.
I don't know. I need
so
some
it's
miracle.
interesting that the ancient Egyptians have
That was not the
a
miracle.
notion of an epoch that they call Zeptepi, which is the first time. It means the first time.
Wow,
is
insane.
when
That
the
was so
gods
far
were
away, and I still got to see.
This is when
Interesting.
7 sages brought wisdom to ancient
23.
Egypt. And that is seen
Wow,
as
that
the
was
origin
22,
of ancient
insane.
Egyptian civilization. There are
That was
king
a super
lists
YOLO
by the ancient
fourth
Egyptians
cam.
themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years. into the
surprised it
past
was
in ancient
22.
Egypt. Considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists, but nevertheless it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Nekhen are another one of these mysterious secret societies.
Come on, please.
Who are
Like, please,
possessors of
game.
knowledge
No!
that they
Like,
transmit
this guy,
to the
bro. This
future.
guy, dude.
And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those
This fucking guy.
survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the Edfu building text as 7.
What's on the menu tonight? Bunker
that
1
repeats again and
SA22
again.
is on the menu tonight, my
It's
brother.
also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Apkalu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world that there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived at Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time, and that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years, and finally it bursts into full form in the 4th dynasty in
Yo.
ancient Egypt. And you know, the notion that
Me?
knowledge might be transferred over thousands
Thank
of
you, man.
years,
I mean,
shouldn't be
Whatever that means.
absurd.
I don't know what that
We
means.
know, for example,
It's not that
in the
I
case of
benefit.
ancient
It's not that I
Israel,
worked for
it goes
this.
back to the time
I'm
of
just a lucky
Abraham,
guy.
which is pretty much,
I try to give
think,
back as
around
much as I
2000
can.
2000 BC. And
Let's
and
go
knowledge
for the
has been
family that
preserved
cooks
from
for him,
that
yeah.
time right up to the present day. So
What
if
else
you
do I
can-
want?
if you can
Exactly,
preserve
brothers.
knowledge for 4,000
Exactly.
years,
Thank you, bros.
probably
Dude,
preserve it
and I was
forever.
having this discussion.
Now, of course, the air
With
bar
a
numbers
friend.
are quite large, but if
You have to be
advanced
happy in the
civilization
moment, right
existed,
in the
where do you
present.
think it was?
Because if you
Where do you think
if
we
you
might
leave
find
it till
one
the
day if it
future,
existed?
like, oh, I'll be
And,
happy when I have a job. I'll
big
be
do you think
happy
it
when I
might have
have a
been?
house. I'll be
Well,
happy
this
when I
is
have money.
where I'm often accused of presenting a
Then
God
it's
of
like
the
you-
gaps argument. And I think
you're
there was a
not-
lost civilization because there's
You're like
lots of
making it
people
impossible to be
after
happy
this
right
event.
now in the moment.
Of course, I'm
And
not
gratitude,
these are very
gratitude is the
special
way
gaps,
towards
I'm
that.
interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you
And
before. It's not just because there
where
are
am I going
gaps
with
in the
this?
archaeological record. It's because those gaps
Oh yeah, to be happy.
involve places that were very
So
interesting.
I'm doing that.
places
Like,
to
I'm
live
excited for the
and
food.
recognize.
Yeah, the food
And
is gonna be
they
good, delicious.
Specifically include the Sahara
Especially with
Desert,
life being so fragile,
which
our
was not
bodies
a
being
desert
so
during the
fragile.
Ice Age and went
Things
through
can
this
change in
war
like a few months.
when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara. But it's a
Because of
fraction.
wealth,
It's-
yeah.
It's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of
hear ya.
ancient Egypt, we need to be looking in the Sahara for that.
Very true.
The
Maybe more
Amazon
stressed
rainforest
because you got
is
a
another example.
property tax.
I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The
Gotta
Amazon
get a job.
that's left under dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers. maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in dribs and drabs. There were periods of very rapid, quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that
Yeah, buddy.
400-foot sea level rise
Very true.
is
Thanks,
spread
man.
out
That's
over
nice.
a period of
You're
about
right.
10,000 years, but there are episodes
Lucky.
within it, like Meltwater Pulse 1b, like Meltwater Pulse 1a, when the flooding was really immense.
And like my
How big do you
parents
think
don't
it might have
smoke.
been?
They never
And
smoked.
do you think it was across?
They take care of themselves.
spread
They don't
across the
like
globe?
binge
So
drink.
They were expert navigators.
They don't smoke.
Do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason that I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me and which suggest to me that something is missing
Yeah, buddy.
from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe. Because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous, frozen wasteland. The places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert. And, of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for, quote-unquote, my lost civilization. And because I think, largely from those ancient maps, that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization, I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter-foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past. And only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not.
Come on,
claiming
this
that
is
it's
the
a
run.
fact, but for me, it helps to explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges that archaeologists provide to.
Could I be back boosted
There is a
anymore?
lot of evidence
Yeah.
of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right. Very tiny percent. And even a tiny percent of every archaeological site has been studied by archaeologists too. Typically 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why Göbekli Tepe fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing it as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there's places on Earth we haven't discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history.
No.
Do you think there's going to be a place, like what would be your dream thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive, like, perturbation to our understanding of Ice
We're really
Age history?
close.
Some
We've
kind
had
of
some
archive,
amazing runs
some kind
today.
of hall of records. There's both mystical associations with the Hall of Records at Giza from people like the Edgar Casey organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present in ancient Egypt. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. And of course, there's very good reasons for that. You don't want to damage
Alright, I'm gonna eat dinner.
the place too much. But
Thank you for being
let's
here.
call it the Hall of Records.
Keep stream open.
I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. You know, it's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the 3 great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago or so. Pillar 43 in enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diagram. Martin Sweatman at Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today, and that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark rift in the Milky Way at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. It's interesting that the same date can be deduced from Pillar 40. Of course, it's controversial. Martin Sweatman's ideas are by no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating of 11,600 years ago proves to be absolutely the oldest date. As it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, the beginning of the Younger Dryness, the beginning of the impact event. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and a profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it. And that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize a particular date.
Quick pause, bathroom break.
Sounds good.
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct, and the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa with Homo sapiens, how they think about the world. That's super interesting. Yeah. And then if there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas that spread, that means that there's so much undiscovered still about the sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I cannot speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And I've found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. I wasn't very interesting to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Sign and the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It had nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not a danger. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain and being viewed and seen by large and read by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of the problem. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Flint Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. John Hoops has just recently started a YouTube channel. Flint Dibble has had one for quite a while. Pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right that I am, and that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to a science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest to Netflix. That would, if that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to them, that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down, and I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology. I hit back. After 30 years of these attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. And sometimes I'm perhaps over-vigorous in that defense. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been a bit gentler and a bit kinder. And I've tried to reflect that in the second season, and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barnhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people.
Exactly.
It inspires millions of people to ask questions.
Exactly.
I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it, and he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man in the series.
So given that, can you maybe steelman the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that is indeed what happened, is it was hunter-gatherers for a long time, and then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history with the Younger Dryas, and that changed the environment and then led to the springing up of civilizations in different places on Earth. Can you sort of make the case for that?
Oh, no, I completely understand why that is the position of archaeology, because that's what they've found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as a science, and it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found and what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that, besides, we live in a very politically correct world today, and the idea that some kind of lost civilization, brought knowledge to other cultures around the world, is seen as almost racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think majority of archaeologists are in complete good faith on this. I don't think that anybody's really seeking to frame me. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than others, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for a lost civilization in it. And to that I must reply, please look at the myths. Please consider the implications of the Younger Dryas. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them and sneer at them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeologists
Change of plans.
before you tell us that your
Why
theory is the only
God.
one that can possibly be.
What my mother has her meeting
In fact,
tonight.
it's a very
business meeting, so
because
we are
archaeological
going
theories are always
to
being
order
it can take years, it can take
fucking
decades,
beef
it can take decades in the
and
case,
chicken
case of the Clovis
shawarma
first hypothesis for the
dinner
settlement of
platter.
the
It's gonna be insane.
But sooner or
We're
later,
bulking, baby. This is our
bad
bulk day.
idea, will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that
I
idea
feel
is
like I
not
am
explained.
hungrier after
If
going
we could
heavier
just look back at
yesterday.
your debate with Flint Dibble.
I do feel
Joe
hungrier.
Rogan Experience. What are some takeaways?
It's
from
gonna be
that?
insane.
What
Hopefully they
have
give
you
a fucking.
learned? Maybe what are some
They've been giving me
things
like
you like
$12
about Flint?
off.
You said
They've been me
that
yeah,
he's one of the
$12
big
off on
critics. So what do
delivery.
you like about his ideas, and what
The
what were
past
you
like
maybe
fucking
bothered by?
month and a
First of all,
half.
just
It's
very
been
recently, and it
amazing.
can be found on my YouTube channel, and it's signaled on my website. I have made a video, runs
It's
about
been
an
cheaper for
hour,
me to order on Uber
which
than me
looks at
go
a
pick it
series
up.
of statements that Flint made during
Isn't
the
that
debate,
insane?
which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct.
Well,
the
I'm
notion,
glad
for
Uber's
example,
finally
that
doing that. They
there
made
were
fucking
3
billions of
million
dollars.
shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word mapped. 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate, and I've put that clip into the video that I brought out. That is not a fact. That is an estimate, a UNESCO estimate. And actually, in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never
I don't think I have a
expresses
promo
the
today.
word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio,
Full
didn't see
price.
that word estimate either. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found and mapped, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost
It's been like a month and a half since I thought about like full
But
price.
then
I'm
I
like, full
discovered that it
price?
isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much
I guess
less
I am
than
the
that.
most
Maybe
blessed
it's
man in the world.
250,000. Still a
That's
large
steal.
number,
I need to
but
check
most
my
of them
promo
from the
emails
last
on it
1,000
now.
years.
Smiley
And
face.
unfortunately, what Flint
It's a
didn't
steal.
go
Need to
into,
check
and
my
perhaps he
promo
should
emails
have
on that
shared with
note.
the audience, and again, I go into this in the video, is that
I
there
can't
is,
hear it.
uh,
I have it too
indisputable
low.
evidence that human beings were seafarers.
Joanna. I don't think
as
it's
much as
Joanna
50
Dark.
or 60,000 years ago.
I think it's just the
relatively
preset
short,
Joanna.
90 kilometers, 100
Makes you think it's
kilometer
Joanna
ocean voyage,
Dark, but
nevertheless,
it's
it was an
not.
ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large enough people,
Full
a large
price,
enough
here we go.
number of people.
I'm
to
gonna
create a
triple
permanent
check the
population that
offers.
wouldn't go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was
Promos.
always an island, even during the Ice Age.
I have
And,
50%
no
off.
ships have survived.
Groceries up to
Speak
$50.
to the settlement of
50%
Australia,
off.
and no ships have
Up to
survived that
$20
speak to the settlement
specialty
of Cyprus
food.
either, but that doesn't mean that
50%
that thing
off.
didn't
Up to
happen.
$25
just like linger on this
convenience.
because for me it was
40% off. Up to $35 grocery. 40% off. Up to $35 grocery. 40% off to $45 grocery. $35 grocery. $40 grocery.
50,000 years
Yeah.
ago. Just imagine being the person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out into the ocean, harsh
Legislative
environment,
says Joanne.
deciding that
Basic
you know what,
female,
I'm
yeah.
going to go
I think it
towards
was just. I
near
think.
certain
I think it's
death.
they have preset names, and I selected Joanne.
You can't see 90
And
kilometers.
humans
But
did
like,
it.
Yeah,
Man, I love
again,
I've
it's
lost
it's that urge
a
to
lot of
explore,
faith and
yeah.
interest in
And I suggest
Twitch
that it probably began with
plugins
a
and
few
shit, because like
pioneers who made
they
the
always
journey there and
break.
back. They
no matter how much
ventured
effort you
into
put into it, they break with
definitely have
updates.
votes.
And then you have all
and
these
lo
broken
and
things
behold,
and bots.
after
And it's like, there's no more effort. There's like, that's why a lot of fucking streamers are just lazy now. Because they know that everything you do as a fucking
Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expansive ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity,
because of fucking Twitch updating shit
to the human condition, would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals. Not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land there, that's the land that was in it, that geographers call Sahul, which just as Sunda was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian peninsula all joined together into one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this vast, open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved larger craft. You need to bring people,
right, ordered
resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's being done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would have involved multiple boats, and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats?
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
So everything that makes a boat is lost to time?
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep.
I can't believe Liathex has passed away, man. But I mean, like, it's really sad. But I know a lot of people. I'm really blessed. I know a lot of people on this earth of different ages. And I mean, just like statistically speaking, I've been pretty lucky.
Sometimes what you're left with is the
because I know a lot of fucking
You
people.
could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself has gone.
And life is pretty dangerous.
The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived.
And cancer is pretty common.
We accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship
sadly,
that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships the further back you go in time, with the oldest, as I say, being about 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Younger Dryas event itself.
Did you guys know that a Liathex punched a homeless guy in the face and he broke his hand?
The roiling of the seas that would have taken place then, how much would have survived in
And this was like in 2020.
At that time would have survived for thousands.
And I mean,
of years
I've been
afterwards.
to Vancouver,
Sure, but
and
I
I've seen
hope it's possible.
So
what
okay, so that's
drugged
back
up
to the 3 million shipwrecks.
homeless people have
Yeah.
done
So
and
what's your
can
takeaway
do.
from that debate?
Well,
I've
my
seen that
takeaway from
shit.
that debate is
We've
that
seen
I
fucking
should have
guys
been better
get
prepared.
stabbed
And I should have been less angry.
and die in
I have to say
Starbucks
that
in
Flint
Vancouver.
had
So I mean,
really,
I'm not gonna
disturbed me.
justify him
with
for his actions, but
his constant.
I don't know, man.
snide,
West
not
Coast is
quite
like Wild
exact
West, man.
references to
It's
racism and
different
white
beast.
supremacism in my work. I detest such things, and to have those
Pretty
labels
wild.
stuck on me. He's always avoided
Imagine having
taking
to have to
direct
defend yourself
responsibility. Pretty much always avoided. There's one example that I
and then
include
breaking your hand.
in the video I've made, where he really hasn't successfully avoided it. But in most cases, he's trying to
It's
say
pretty wild.
I rely on sources that were racist. But that he's not saying that I myself am a racist. But the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist. And that really got under
Oh
my
my
skin.
gosh, guys! I
It
think this is
really
gonna be a
upset
longer
me.
break. I'm gonna
I felt-
load the
I felt
vape. I'm
angry
probably gonna wait
about
for the
it,
food
and
to
I
get here
felt that
before
I
I
was
eat. I
there
might play a little bit,
to
but I'm gonna
defend
load the vape.
Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm to deduce that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else. at least not anything to do with the lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation.
Yeah.
When a person is the opposite of racist, very often it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever, and you realize that Wikipedia description of who you are has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time.
Definitely.
And they can really start to annoy you and get under your skin when people are kind of indirectly injecting, they're writing articles about you. They can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different ideas.
I felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. You know, this is a personal issue for me. And I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debate, and it made me less effective than I should have been. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute to Flint. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater in that debate. I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular day. I also admire about Flint something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Flint was willing to do that, and I'm grateful to him for that. And I think in that sense it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with the very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also a very determined character. He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him I admire and respect. But I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have up on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline, and I've said many times before publicly, I couldn't do any of my work without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study, but nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that ascribes it to Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. They just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. At Göbekli Tepe, I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it and a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented with an alternative point of view, which they regard as quote-unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public and think the general public are just going to accept that. Actually, by condemning those alternative point of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept those alternative point of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past, and anybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology in the long term. There could be a much more positive and a much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Ed Barnhart. It's very much the case with archaeologist Martti Paasinen from the University of Helsinki, and with geographer Alceo Ranzi, Brazilian geographer, very, very senior figure, who I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthworks that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with LiDAR while we were there.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I got a chance to preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, the traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look from up above.
That's right.
So the idea that they built stuff that you can only appreciate when viewed from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
With the sky,
Yeah.
and a very good knowledge of geometry as well, because these are geometrical structures, and some of them even seem to incorporate geometrical games, almost of the kind like squaring the circle. It's not quite that, but you have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle earthwork right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometers. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers and mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mystery. It's just fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. And that's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists, is that their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking the blood out of the past, and to reduce it to a series of numbers that appear to be scientific. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline.
Yo, Stash, what up, brother?
You know, if you go
Aw,
back to the
nice.
formation of the Earth itself,
Put a smile on my face, my dude.
if I've
Thanks,
got,
my dude. What an
figures
emo.
right,
Thanks
it's
for being here,
about
man. How are you?
4.5 billion
Let's order
years
some
ago,
food.
the Earth supposed
I'm gonna
to
take a
form.
dinner break
It was
in
then
half an hour,
incredibly
maybe.
hot and inhospitable to life for the next several 100 million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being
All good
cool
here.
enough
It's good,
to
man.
support life, there's bacterial
Glad.
life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself that was published in 1981. And he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia. Now that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life.
Yo, I like your AI
Crick actually,
prompts
Life
in my
Itself, was
Discord,
talking
brother.
about directed panspermia. He envisaged.
I mean, I don't like
this
the
is Crick,
actual
not me.
prompts you
He
write,
envisaged an alien
but I
civilization,
like the I like
far
that you're
away
using
across
it.
the galaxy, which faced
Zero
extinction.
water,
Perhaps a
gravity
supernova
filtration,
was
insane,
gonna
dude.
go off
I looked
and make
at
They were highly
yeah, I had fun.
advanced.
Nice. I'm
Their
just
first thought it
joking.
might have been,
I
let's
looked
get ourselves off the
at.
planet and
Just
go
got
and
one.
populate some other
Whoa,
planet.
no
The
way,
distances
really?
of interstellar space were so great. So their second thought was, let's preserve
Hillary.
our DNA. Let's
Really?
put
Yeah, because I
bacteria,
looked at
genetically engineered
distilled
bacteria
and
into cryogenic chambers. And fire
it was
them off
like
into the universe in all
750
directions. And the
watts,
bottom line of Crick's theory in life itself is one of those
and it
cryogenic
was
containers containing bacterial life from another
an
solar
hour
system
per liter.
crashed into the early Earth, and that's why
And
life
I'm
became
like,
so simple.
every day,
If we as a human civilization
750 watts for an
I think
hour,
that is a
or for
one
4 hours.
way to create backups.
So I
of
decided
us
not against the
elsewhere
distiller
in the
for
universe,
now.
given the space, is to do a life gun and shoot it everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's just plants.
Yeah.
And you kind of hope that whatever
Zero
is the
water.
magic that
0 parts per
that
million.
makes up human
Wow.
consciousness, and
Insane,
if that
brother.
magic was already there in
Thank
the
you,
initial
dude.
DNA of the
Yeah, a lot of
bacteria,
money, man.
The potential for that.
It's also
magic,
just
the
not like
potential.
safe.
And evolutionary forces will
I mean,
will
if you
work
have
upon
a-
it in different ways in different environments.
It's just not
But
ideal.
the potential is there. Yes, it's something that we would.
I mean, it is ideal
we
in
were
terms of
facing
the quality of the water,
the
but
complete extinction of life on planet Earth.
wow, no
A
freaking
major
way.
global effort
Are you
would be
serious?
made,
Do you have a link? Can you send me
to
the link?
Preserve it somehow. And
You
that
sold me,
might
my
well
dude. You
include
sold it. I
firing
can
off
just order it
cryogenic
online
chambers,
too, honestly.
into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
and as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way here. For example, I mean, it's like
What about like chlorine
3 billion years it was single cell organisms.
Yeah.
So
or
it seems
fluorine?
like
What about stannous
life's pretty
fluoride?
good.
You
in
probably
single-cell
will
organisms.
filter that
That
out.
there's no need for multicellularity, that like for animals, for any of this kind of stuff. So why is that? It
Or
seems like you could
microplastics.
adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do?
What
And was
capacity do I
the,
want? Oh my gosh.
What was the forcing function?
I'm gonna say 4
to do
liters.
that kind of leap? And the same, I mean, for us to be selfish and self-obsessed, for us humans, like what was the magic leap to Homo sapiens from the other
What's a cup?
hominins? And why
What's
did Homo
4
sapiens win out?
So
against
4 cups is
Neanderthals and the
1
other
liter.
creatures?
4 times
Why are they
4,
not around
16
anymore?
cups.
So those are all fascinating mysteries, and it feels like
10
the more
cup.
we propose sort of radical
There's no,
ideas
like,
about our
16
past
cup?
and take it serious and
A gallon?
explore, the more we'll be able to sort
Mm.
of figure out that puzzle that leads all the way back to Homo sapiens and maybe all the way
It's just like a
back
Brita.
to the
Is it not a
origin of
Brita?
life on Earth.
Yeah.
Is it
I
different
think
from a
that
Brita?
Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very
I probably want
long,
the 30.
deep
maybe.
series of mysteries that goes back right to the beginning of life on this planet, and probably long before, actually, because this planet is part of the universe, and God knows what else is out there in the universe.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? Why, like, what was the magic things? There's a bunch of theories about fire leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction. We're able to use our imagination to construct ideas and share those ideas and tell great stories, and that is somehow
Cool,
an
man.
evolutionary advantage. Do you have any like favorite
Thanks, brother.
conceptions?
Well, it's interesting. There's no doubt that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, that we killed them off.
And what, you buy
But at the
the
same time,
buy
we
the
were
cartridges?
interbreeding with the Neanderthals. In a sense, the Neanderthals
gotta buy new
not-
filters?
They're still within us today. We are part Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read about. There is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism took place amongst Neanderthals, and particularly the eating of human brains. And this can cause kulu,
Wow.
which can kill off whole populations. That's another
Interesting.
suggestion why the Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities.
And what? The container's plastic?
Maybe we just outcompeted.
So you filter all that microplastics and then it just ends up back into a...
Humans had some
a
brain
plastic
connections that they
container.
didn't have, even though the Neanderthal
I know I
brain
drink
was
out of a
bigger
plastic container,
than
but
the
I
brain of
mean...
anatomically modern human beings. As the old saying goes, size isn't everything. Maybe we just had a more
Doesn't that defeat the
compact,
purpose?
more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens.
For our discussion, though, what is interesting is all the hominids.
I drink out of
the
plastic.
Explorers.
Yes.
They spread. I mean, I didn't know this.
The fact that Homo erectus was all over the
It's a
planet more than
choice.
a million years ago.
So you can just
is
let it hang above a
I
glass
do
jar
think
or
that
something?
exploration urge is fundamental to humanity. And
Like how... Is it
I would
ergonomic
like
to do
say
that?
that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge to explore the past in my own way, making my own path and defining my own route.
Cool,
That's
man.
the leap.
So maybe I should just get
Non-human
the
to human. One of the things you've discussed
10 liter,
is
right?
your idea of what was
If I'm
the
going to
leap
use
to
a larger jar or even a jug or something.
what is the driver, what is the inspiration for humans to form civilizations. And for you, that's shamanism.
Definitely.
Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything of value in humanity. I think it was the earliest form of science. When I spend time with shamans in the Amazon, I observe people who are constantly experimenting with plants in a very scientific way. They're always trying a pinch of this and a pinch of that in different forms, for example, of the ayahuasca brew, to see if it enhances it or makes it different.
$50
in any way.
That's awesome.
The invention of
The
Purana
distillers I was looking at were like
is a
$100,
remarkable scientific
$130.
feat, which is entirely down to shamans in the Amazon. They are the
Wow, that's
scientists
huge.
of the hunter
That's
forager
too big.
state of society.
Maybe not.
And they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of shamanism. And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken and exploration and investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one group, went a bit further than other groups did and used that study.
I do want to stop drinking out of a big plastic jug, though, honestly.
Navigational techniques and were able to sail and explore the earth.
It can't be good for me.
What lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon.
And when it gets, if the ice melts and it gets warm and hot, it becomes so gross, plasticky. When it's cold, it doesn't really
something like ayahuasca was
absorb the plasticky, or at least hides it.
Yes, ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available in the Amazon. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today, and some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems. And perhaps it is, perhaps it can be in certain ways. Ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from the Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca brew. And the other ingredient are leaves that contain dimethyltryptamine. And there are two sources of that. One is a bush called Psychotria viridis, that's its botanical name. They call it chacruna in the Amazon. And its leaves are rich in dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. The other source comes from another vine, Diplopteris cabrirana, which the leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. And the reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed orally. Basically, DMT is not accessible orally unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about science in the Amazon, because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them that put together can produce these extraordinary visionary experiences.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to have eaten.
Yeah.
It consumed and smoked, or used all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
Exactly. To realize that this is something very special. And then to use the principles there to find another form of it. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant. But yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, Diplopteris cabrirana, which contain not only NN-DMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO DMT. And the yahe experience, which I have also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming, than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is.
It's raining and I hear thunder outside.
The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in the cup, but then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals, it's the sense of encounters with sentient others, that there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us, and that what the ayahuasca brew and certain other psychedelics some psilocybin mushrooms in a high enough dose can do it as well, LSD can do it, but ayahuasca is the master in this, of lowering the veil to what appears to be a seamlessly convincing other realm, other world. And of course, the hardline rational scientist will say that's just all fantasies of your brain. But I don't think we fully understand, or even close to understanding, exactly what consciousness is. And I remain open to two possibilities: that consciousness is generated by the brain, is made by the brain in the way that a factory makes cars. But I also am open to the possibility that the brain is a receiver of consciousness, just as a television set is the receiver of television signals. That if that is the case, then we, locked into the physical realm, we need our everyday alert problem-solving state of consciousness, and that's the state of consciousness that Western civilization values and highly encourages. But these other states of consciousness that allow us to access alternative realities are possibly more important. It may be apocryphal, but it was reported after Francis Crick's role and his Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix that he finally got it under the influence of LSD. There's the classic example of Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. He said he got that under the influence of LSD. So the notion that the alert problem-solving state of consciousness is the only valuable state of consciousness is disproved by valuable experiences that people have had in a visionary state. But the question that remains unresolved is those entities that we encounter, and not everybody encounters them, and you're certainly not going to encounter them on every ayahuasca trip. There are ayahuasca journeys where nothing seems to happen. I suspect something does happen, but it happens at a subconscious level. I know that shamans in the Amazon regard those trips where actually you don't see visions as amongst the most valuable. And they say you are learning stuff that you're not remembering, but you're learning it anyway. These sentient others that are encountered, what are they? Are they just figments of our brain on drugs? Or are we actually gaining access to a parallel reality, which is inhabited by consciousness, which is in a non-physical form? And I'm equally open to that idea. I think that may be what is going on with ayahuasca. But the other thing is that there is a presence within the ayahuasca brew, and she is present both in ayahuasca and in yahe. And that's one of the reasons why the shamans say that actually the master of the process is the ayahuasca vine, not the leaves. It's as though the vine has harnessed the leaves to gain access to human consciousness. And there, if you have sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe, you drink it enough times. I've had maybe 75 or 80 journeys with ayahuasca. You definitely start to feel an intelligent presence with a definite personality, which I interpret as feminine, and which most people in the West interpret it as feminine, and they call her Mother Ayahuasca. There are some tribes in the Amazon who interpret the spirit of ayahuasca as male, but in all cases, that spirit is seen as a teacher. That's fundamentally what ayahuasca is. It's a teacher, and it teaches moral lessons. And that's fascinating, that a mixture of two plants should cause us to reflect on our own behavior and how it may have hurt and damaged and affected others, and fill us with a powerful wish not to repeat that negative behavior again in the future. The more baggage you carry in your life, the harder
it's already here.
ayahuasca is going to give you until it forces you to confront and take responsibility for your own behavior. And that is an extraordinary thing to come from a plant brew in that way. And I think I think ayahuasca is the most powerful of all the plant medicines, for accessing these mysterious realms. But there's no doubt you can access them. They're all tryptamines. They're all related to one another in one way. You can access them through LSD, and you certainly can access them through psilocybin mushrooms as well, in large enough dose.
Both possibilities, as you describe, are interesting, and to me, they're kind of akin to each other. I wonder what the limit of the brain's capacity is to create imaginary worlds and treat them seriously and make them real, and in those worlds explore and have real sort of moral, deep brainstorming sessions with those entities. And so it's almost like the power of the human mind to imagine taken to its limit.
It is. And the curious thing is that the same iconography, people paint their visions after ayahuasca sessions. People were painting in Europe, in the cave of Lascaux, for example. And of course, they had access to psilocybin
Take
mushrooms.
like a 20-minute break, eating in 15 minutes maybe or less, something like that.
There's a remarkable
I'll finish my
commonality
vape first.
in the imagery
Got the vape going.
that is painted. I like to give credit where credit is due.
Okay, I'm gonna
Two
keep
names
streaming
that
though,
need to be
brother.
mentioned Here. One is the
Yeah,
late
when
great
I
Terence
finish this
McKenna
vape and I'm gonna
in his
eat.
book Food of the Gods, where he proposed the idea very strongly that it was our ancestral encounters with psychedelics that made us fully human. That's what switched on the modern.
I got here
mind.
so fast, man.
And very much the same idea began to
God,
be
you're so
explored a
fucking
bit earlier
fast.
by Professor David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. Fabulous book called The Mind in the Cave, where he is again arguing that these astonishing similarities in cave art and rock art all around the world can only be properly explained by people in deeply altered states of consciousness attempting to remember when they return to a normal everyday state of consciousness, attempting to remember their visions and document them on permanent media like the wall of a cave. So typically you get a lot of geometric patterns, but you also got entities, and those entities often are therianthropes, part animal, part human in form. Might have the head of a wolf and the body of a human being, might have the head of a bird and the body of a human being, and so on and so forth, and that they communicate with us in the visionary state. Interestingly, although this sounds like woo-woo, and it is an area that most scientists would steer clear of at risk of their careers, there is very serious work now being done at Imperial College in London and at the University of California at San Diego, where volunteers are being given extended DMT. There's a new technology, DMTX, where the DMT is fed directly into the bloodstream by drip, and it's possible to keep the individual in the peak DMT state, which normally when you smoke or vape DMT, you're looking, if you're lucky, at 10 minutes. Or if you're unlucky, if it's a bad journey, because those 10 minutes can seem like forever. But with DMTX, with the drip feeding of DMT into the bloodstream, these volunteers actually could be kept in the peak state for hours. And unlike LSD, where you rapidly build up tolerance, nobody ever builds up tolerance to DMT. It always hits you with the same power. Even if you took it yesterday and the day before, and you're taking it tomorrow as well, it's still going to have that same power. There's no tolerance there. So that's how they can use that lack of tolerance to keep volunteers in this state. And then when they debrief those volunteers, they're also putting them in MRI scanners and looking at what's happening in the brain. But when they debrief them, they're all talking about encounters with sentient others. There's even a group now called Sentient Others, where people are exchanging, volunteers are now exchanging their experiences. They weren't allowed to do so at the beginning of the experiment, but now that most of them have left it, they're exchanging their experiences, and it's all about encounters with sentient others who wish to teach them moral lessons. Now, to me, that's wild. What is going on here? How do we account for this? Yeah, I get the notion of hallucinations and brightly colored visuals, but the moral lessons that come with it, those are there.
Yeah, and would you say that the reason that could give birth to a civilization is it because such visions can help create myths, and especially like religious myths, that would be a cohesive thing for a large group of people to get around.
Yeah, and can help us to be better members of our own community.
Right, with a moral lesson.
Yeah, more contributing members of our community, more caring, more nurturing members of our community. That's got to be good for any community. I've said this a dozen times, but I'll say it again. If I had the power to do so, I would make it a law, an absolute law, that anybody running for a powerful political position, particularly if that position is president or head of state in any kind of way, that person has to undergo the ayahuasca ordeal first. They have to have 10 or 12 sessions of ayahuasca as a condition for applying for the job. I suspect that most who had those experiences wouldn't want to apply for the job anymore. They would want to live a different kind of life. And those who did want to carry on being a leader of a nation would be very different people from the people who are leading the nations of the earth into chaos and destruction today.
Yeah, they would be doing it for the right reasons. I mentioned to you, I recently interviewed Donald Trump and actually brought up this same idea that it would be a much better world if most of Congress and most politicians would take some form of psychedelic at the very least.
I have no doubt that it would be a better world. I mean, this raises an interesting point, which is the role of government in controlling our consciousness. In my opinion, the so-called war on drugs is one of the fundamental abuses of human rights that have been undertaken in the past 60 years. It should be a Republican issue. If I understand the Republican Party correctly, the Republican Party believes in individual freedom for adults as much as possible, and particularly the freedom to make choices over their own bodies. But in the case of even cannabis, I know that's one of the great things that's happening in America. It's happening state by state, where cannabis is being legalized, and that draconian hand of government is being taken off the back of people who are consuming a medicine that is far less harmful than alcohol, which is glorified in our society. We cannot say that we are free if we allow a government to dictate to us what experiences we may or may not have in our inner consciousness while doing no harm to others. And the point there is, we already have a whole raft of laws that deal with us when we do harm to others. Do we really need laws that tell us what we may and may or may not experience in the inner sanctum of our own consciousness? I think it's a fundamental violation of adult sovereignty. And we would have much less drug problems if these drugs were all legalized and made available to people without shaming them, without punishing them in any way, but just part of normal social life. And then you could be sure that you were getting good product rather than really shitty product, which has been cut with all sorts of other things. Ultimately, the way forward is for adults to take responsibility for their own behavior and for society to allow that to happen, and not to have big government taking responsibility for decisions that should be in the hands of individuals.
And for me also, it's exciting some of these substances like psilocybin are being integrated into scientific studies, large scales. It's really interesting.
We've seen a revolution in the way science looks at psychedelics in the last 20, 25 years. They were in that highly demonized category. But again, it's one of those paradigms which gets overwhelmed by new evidence, and it began to be realized that psilocybin and other psychedelics are very helpful in a range of conditions from which people suffer. Post-traumatic stress disorder, the fear of death when you're suffering from terminal cancer can be overwhelming, and it's been found that psilocybin can remove that. Deep depressions can be evaporated with one single massive psilocybin journey. They just go away. There's really good science on this, and they are being integrated into conventional medicine more and more. We'll see it happening. I'm not sure if it'll happen as fast as I would like to see it happen.
That's awesome, bro.
It is going to happen.
Yeah, I actually just recently found out that
I'll probably pick it up, man.
TED Talk, War on Consciousness.
I will probably pick it up.
That was taken down.
Yeah.
And that was just part of
the
general resistance.
Thank you so much.
It wasn't radical. It wasn't really a radical.
I was talking about
I might consider two. Two might be perfect.
Very strongly, that as
Two
long as we
might be
do no
perfect.
harm to others, sovereign adults should be allowed to make decisions about their own bodies and not face a jail sentence or shaming as a result. But so it was a TEDx talk, not a TED talk, organized by a local TED group. They call them TEDx talks. I gave this talk about the war on consciousness, and it was immediately pulled down from TED's main channel.
I might buy my parents
kinds
one.
of bizarre reasons being given, but unfortunately it was too late because a number of people had already downloaded the talk and then uploaded it onto other YouTube channels, and actually their banning of it made it go viral in a way that would not have happened otherwise. But again, it's a sign that points of view that are not acceptable to those in positions of power are simply dismissed and shut down, or at least attempts are made to do so.
In general, just along that line of thinking, I'm pretty sure that what we understand about consciousness today will seem silly to humans from 100 years from now.
You bet it. Especially if we harness psychedelics to investigate consciousness, and that is what is happening at Imperial College right now, is the investigation of the experience. They're not looking. There are other trials that are looking for the therapeutic potential of DMT, but in this case, they're looking entirely at the experiences that people have and why they're so similar, and people from different age groups and different genders and different parts of the world are all having the same experiences.
And for me, from an engineer perspective, it's interesting if it's possible to engineer consciousness in artificial beings.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this.
It's another way to approach the question of how special
VFX used to always
consciousness.
Yeah.
mention that Rambo First Blood was
Is it
filmed
something that permeates all of
in his
life?
hometown of
And
Hope,
in that case, what is
British
this
Columbia,
thing that
which
makes
is
life special? Like, what
what is
life?
written
What is
in the
these living
obituary.
organisms that we have here, and
I don't know if you
that
know
evolved
that
to create humans, and what is truly special
link.
about humans. And it's
So,
both
I mean,
scary
it
and
almost
exciting to consider the
100%
possibility that we
certifies
can create something like this.
Yeah.
that it
But
is
why
him.
not?
Because
We're
how
a
many
vehicle for consciousness, in my view. I
55-year-old
think consciousness is
Paul
present in
McIntyres
all
with
life.
orange hair that
I
plays
don't
video
think it's
games
limited to
from
human
Hope,
beings. We have the equipment to
BC that
manifest
also
and
went missing
express
at the
that
exact same
consciousness
time
in a way
earlier, right?
a dog, for example, doesn't have, or
Anyways.
a snail doesn't have, or a pigeon doesn't have. But when I look at two pigeons sitting on my garden fence and rubbing up close to each other and enjoying each other's company and taking
Which is
off
really
together and
freaking
hanging out
like the
together,
fact that
I think
Rambo
they're
was filmed there and he was
conscious
born there. That's really cool.
And I
It's
think
pretty cool,
I
man.
think consciousness is
It's pretty
everywhere.
fucking
I think it's
sick.
the basis of everything, and I suspect that fundamentally consciousness is non-physical, and that it can manifest in physical forms where it can then have experiences that would not be available in the non-physical state. That's a guess.
That'd be a
VFX has
fascinating,
such a Rambo
because then you can
attitude too.
construct all kinds of physical forms
Yeah.
to manifest the
And
consciousness.
see if consciousness enters, if they become conscious. Isn't there some suggestion that artificial intelligence is already becoming conscious?
That makes humans really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because we are at the top of the food chain. We consider ourselves truly special, and to consider that there's other things that could be special
I'm just glad
is,
that
is scary.
Well, look how other people make us uncomfortable.
you got
too.
to see me get
Look at
like
the state
damn
of the world
53
today.
and shit.
All the conflicts that are raging.
You got to see me
that's
get damn
because we're
53 in
afraid.
Bunker
When I say
117
we, I'm
and
speaking
like
nation
Aztec
by nation.
PVs.
We are afraid of other people. We fear that they're going to hurt us or damage us.
Infiltration
in some way. So we
109.
seek to stop that. It's the root of many
He was
conflicts.
there.
This fear, and so fear of AI may not be such a good idea. After all, it might be very interesting to go down that route and see where it comes. Certainly, in terms of exploring consciousness, it is very interesting.
Yeah, fear.
Oh, you know who's another
is a
Paul
useful
that we're
but
missing?
it can
Paul
also be
083083.
It can shut you down completely.
That's
If you
another
look
one, my
into
friend.
into the future,
Where
over
did
the next
Paul
100 years, what do you
3083
hope are
go?
the interesting discoveries in archaeology that we'll
If he's
find?
lurking, that's
well,
cool.
I'd really like to know how the Great Pyramid was built. And we now have, with new tech, with scanning technology,
Or like Rayer
it's now becoming
reviewing.
apparent
Remember
that there are
Rayer
many
reviewing? I missed
major
that guy.
voids within the Great Pyramid. Right above
Rayer.
the Grand Gallery, there's what looks like a second Grand Gallery that has been identified with remote scanning. New chambers, one of them has even been opened up already.
He made great
being
videos.
found as a result of this. So,
He's a great person
so
too.
it may be that the Great Pyramid will ultimately give up its secrets. I often think that the Great Pyramid is partly designed to do that. It's designed to invite its own initiates. Some people aren't interested in the Great Pyramid at all. But some people are fascinated by it and they're drawn towards it. And when they're drawn towards it, it immediately starts raising questions in their minds. And they seek answers to their questions. So it's like saying, here I stand, investigate me, find out about me, figure out what I am. Why have I got these two shafts cut into the side of the so-called Queen's Chamber? Why do they slope up through the body of the Great Pyramid? Why do they not exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid? Why, when we send a robot up those shafts, do we find them after about 160 feet blocked by a door with metal handles? Why, when we drill through that door to see what's beyond it,
So how does it taste, man?
we see another door? It's like
How does it
very
taste?
frustrating, but it's saying to us, keep on exploring.
The water.
If you're
The filtered
persistent
water.
enough, we'll eventually give you the answer. So I'm hoping that answer will come as to how this most mysterious of monuments was actually built, and the inspiration that lay behind it. Certainly, I'm sure it was never a tomb or a tomb only.
Haven't had a chance yet, no worries about it.
The later pyramids might have been. Actually, no pharaonic burial has been discovered in any pyramid, but nevertheless, it's pretty clear that the later pyramids, with the pyramid texts written on the walls, like the Pyramid of Unas, 5th Dynasty Pyramid at Saqqara, were tombs. But the Great Pyramid, to go to that length to create a tomb, to make it a scale model of the Earth, to orient it perfectly to true north, to make it 6 million tons, this is not a tomb. This is something else. This is a curiosity device. This is something that is asking us to understand it. And I hope we will understand it. And I hope Egyptologists will be willing to set aside that prejudice that they're only looking at a tomb and consider other possibilities. And as new tech is revealing these previously unknown inner spaces within the Great Pyramid, I think that's going to become more and more likely.
So not just the how it was built, but the why.
But the why.
And to you, it seems obvious that there would be a cosmic motivation.
Yeah, very, very much so. As above, so below. Which is an idea in the Hermetica. The god Hermes for the Greeks was the Greek version of Thoth, the wisdom god of ancient Egypt, and that's where that saying comes from. It comes from the Hermetica, but it's expressing an ancient Egyptian idea to mirror the perfection of the heavens on earth.
So you think there's something interesting to be discovered about the how it was built? You mean beyond the sort of the ideas of of using ramps and wet sand?
Yeah, ramps won't do it. Ramps won't do it, nor will wet sand. It's true that the ancient Egyptians did haul big objects on sleds on wet sand. There are even reliefs that show the process where an individual is standing on the front of the sledge pouring water down to lubricate the sand underneath. And that's a perfectly respectable way to move a 200-ton block of stone across sand, flat sand, if you have enough people to pull it. But that is not going to help you get dozens
A lot of thunder
of
outside.
70-ton
Pretty
granite
crazy.
blocks 300 feet in the air to form the roof of the king's chamber and the floor of the chamber above it and the roof of that chamber and the floor of the chamber above that and so on and so forth. Wet sand never got those objects up there. Somehow they were lifted up there. Now, ramps are proposed as the solution, but where are the remains of those ramps? If you're going to carry blocks weighing up to 2 or 3 tons right to the top of the
Alright, I think I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat.
You're going to need a ramp that's going to extend out into the desert for more than a mile at
Might
a
be like 20
10-degree
minutes.
slope, and it's calculated
I
that a 10
might be
degree
like
slope is
half an
about the
hour
maximum
coming
slope
back
that
a little
human
bit.
labor can haul
Keep the stream
objects
on.
up a ramp. And that ramp can't just be compacted sand, since heavy objects are being hauled up it. It's going to have to be made of very solid material, almost as solid as the pyramid itself. Where is it? We don't see any trace of those so-called ramps that are supposed to have been involved in the construction of the pyramid. I think we don't know. I think we have no idea it's built. That's why there's so many different theories. We haven't got the answer yet. But the how of it is one of the big mysteries from our past.
I love the Great Pyramids as a kind of puzzle that was created
Halloween
by
thunder.
the ancient
Yeah.
peoples to
Okay.
be solved
Yeah.
by later peoples. I mean, this is, I don't know if you're aware of the 10,000 year clock
I'm
that,
not. No.
that was built by Jeff Bezos and Danny Hillis in Sierra Diablo Mountains in Texas. So they're building a clock that ticks once a year for 10,000 years.
Oh, wow.
So it's talking about it, and it's supposed to sort of run. You know, if there's a nuclear apocalypse, it
It'll
just
keep
runs. And it's an example of modern humans thinking like,
What is this
okay,
clip? Oh my god.
10,000
I don't
years
remember what this clip is.
and beyond, if something goes wrong, or
It's gonna be
or
epic.
future
What
humans
is
that are way
this? I'm not
different
logged in
come
on
back,
why?
Mhm.
and
Why?
they analyze what
It's
happened
gonna ask me
here.
to
How can we
authorize. Come on.
create monuments that they could then
What?
analyze?
Yeah.
And in that way, be curious about, in their curiosity, discover some deep truths about this current time. It's an interesting kind of notion of like, what can we build now?
That would last. And the answer is that the majority of what we build now wouldn't last.
Wouldn't.
It would be gone within a few thousand years. But what would last is massive megalithic structures, like the Great Pyramid. That would last.
619-442.
And it could be used to send a message to the future. I think Göbekli Tepe serves a similar function. I mean, there it was buried 10,400 years ago. And then for the next 10,000 years,
Received
nobody
word
touched
that
it.
IDF
Nobody knew
will
it was there.
strike Iran again
It took
shortly.
the
Sorry,
genius
brother.
of Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator, to realize what he'd found and what it was. But the great thing about the sealing of Göbekli Tepe,
All right, here we go. We're signed in. Here we go. We can see the clip now.
No later culture trod over
Come
it
on
and
now.
imposed their organic materials on it and messed up the dating sequences and
Oops,
so on
what the
and so
fuck?
forth, or vandalized it or used it as a quarry. It's all there intact.
So you mentioned that the pyramids
What is
and
this
some
clip?
of the other amazing things that humans have built was the result of us humans struggling with our mortality.
That's the ultimate goal. That seems to me what's at the heart
That's hilarious.
of many pyramids.
That's a fucking
around the world,
amazing clip.
is that they're connected in one way or another to the notion
Check
of
the
death,
tape.
and
With
to
my
the
input
notion of the
display.
exploration
That's what I was
of the
referring to.
Afterlife. And this is, of course, the fundamental mystery.
Watch
that
the
all
Z
human
button
beings
press,
face.
which
We
is on the
may-
left side
we
of the
may wish
joystick.
to ignore it. We may wish to pretend that it's not going to happen, but we are, of course, all mortal.
Boom. See the spam?
Every one of us, all 8 billion or however many of us that are on the planet right now, we're all going to face death sooner or later. And the question is, what happens? And there are a few cultures
That's a pretty fucking
really
great clip right there.
intensely, deeply studied that mystery. We are not one of them. The general view of science, I think, is that we're accidents of evolution. When we die, the light blinks out. There's no more of us. There's no such thing as the soul. But that's not a proven point. There's no experiment that proves that's the case. We know we die, but we don't know whether there's such a thing as a soul or not.
Yeah, that's the great mystery.
It's a great mystery that we all share. And those cultures that have investigated it, and ancient Egypt is the best example, have investigated it thoroughly and map out the journey that we make after death. But that notion of a journey after death, and of hazards and challenges along the way, and ultimately of a judgment, that notion is found right around the world, and it even manifests into the 3 monotheistic faiths that are still present in the world today.
Well, you're one such human, and you said you contemplate your own death.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of it?
No. I'm not afraid of death at all. I'm curious about death. I think it could be very interesting. I think it's the beginning of the next great adventure. So I don't fear it, and I would like to live as long as my body is healthy enough to make living worthwhile. But I don't fear death. What I do fear is pain. I do fear the humiliation that old age and the collapse of the faculties can bring. I do fear the cancers that can strike us down and riddle us with pain and agony. That I fear very, very much indeed. But death is going to come to all of us. I accept it. It's going to come to me. And I'm not going to say I'm looking forward to it, but when it happens, I'm going to approach it, I hope, with a sense of curiosity and a sense of adventure. That there's something beyond this life. It isn't heaven, it isn't hell, but there's something. The soul goes on. I think reincarnation is a very plausible idea. Again, modern science would reject that. But there's the excellent work of Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember Past Lives, who found that children up to the age of 7 often have memories of past lives. And in cultures where memories of past lives are discouraged, they tend not to express that much. But in cultures where memories of past lives are encouraged, like India, they do express it. And he found several subjects, children under the age of 7 in India, who were able to remember specific details of a past life, and he was able to go to the place where that past life unfolded and validate those details. So if consciousness is the basis of everything, if it's the essence of everything, and consciousness benefits in some way from being incarnated in physical form, then reincarnation makes a lot of sense. All the investment that the universe has put into creating this home for life may have a much bigger purpose than just accident.
What a beautiful mystery this whole thing is.
Yeah, we are immersed in mystery. We live in the midst of mystery. We're surrounded by mystery, and if we pretend otherwise, we're deluding ourselves.
And Graham, thank you so much for inspiring the world to explore that mystery. Thank you for talking today.
Thank you, Lex. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Graham Hancock. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Elon Musk, his fourth time in this, the Lex Friedman podcast. I thought you were going to finish it.
Where old guys are thinking about the Roman Empire at least once a day.
And half the population is confused whether it's true or not. But more seriously, thinking about the wars going on in the world today. And as you know, war and military conquest has been a big part of Roman society and culture. And it, I think, has been a big part of most empires and dynasties throughout human history. So
yeah, they usually came as a result of conquest. I mean, there's some like the Austro-Hungarian Empire where there was just a lot of sort of clever marriages.
But fundamentally, there's an engine of conquest.
Yes,
they celebrate
the
excellence in warfare. Many of the leaders were excellent generals.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. So, big picture question. Grok approved. I asked. This is a good question to ask.
It tested Grok approved.
At least on fun mode. To what degree do you think war is part of human nature versus a consequence of how human societies are structured? I ask this as you have somehow controversially been a proponent of peace.
I'm generally a proponent of peace. I mean, ignorance is perhaps, in my view, the real enemy to counter it. That's the real hard part, not, fighting other humans. But all creatures fight. I mean, the jungle is you look at people think of this nature as perhaps some sort of peaceful thing, but in fact it is not. There's some quite funny Werner Herzog thing where he's like in the jungle, like saying that it's like basically just murder and death in every direction. Mm-hmm. I mean, the plants and animals in the jungle are constantly trying to kill each other every single day, every minute. So it's not like we're unusual in that respect.
Well, there's a relevant question here, whether with greater intelligence comes greater control over these base instincts of violence.
Yes. We have much more of an ability to control our limbic instinct for violence than, say, a chimpanzee. And in fact, if one looks at, say, chimpanzee society, it is not friendly. I mean, the bonobos are an exception. But chimpanzee society is full with violence, and it's quite horrific, frankly. But that's our limbic system in action. Like, you don't want to be on the wrong side of a chimpanzee. It'll eat your face off from terror, not so.
Yeah, basically there's no limits or ethics or... the Romans said just war. There's no just war in chimpanzee societies. Is war and dominance by any means necessary?
Yeah, chimpanzee society is like a primitive version of human society. They're not like peace-loving, basically, at all. There's extreme violence. And then once in a while, somebody who's watched too many Disney movies decides to raise a chimpanzee as a pet. and then that eats their face or rips their nuts off or chews their fingers off, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's happened several times.
Ripping your nuts off is an interesting strategy for interaction.
So it's happened to people. It's unfortunate. Like that's, I guess, one way to ensure that the other chimp doesn't, contribute to the gene pool.
Well, from a martial arts perspective, it's a fascinating strategy.
the nut ripper.
I wonder which of the martial arts teaches that.
I think it's safe to say if somebody got your nuts in their hands and has the option of ripping them off, you will be amenable to whatever they want.
Yeah, safe to say. So, like I said, somehow controversially, you've been a proponent of peace on Twitter, on X.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about the wars going on today, and to see what the path to peace could be. How do you hope the current war in Israel and Gaza comes to an end? What path do you see that can minimize human suffering in the long term in that part of the world?
Well, I think that part of the world is definitely like if you look up there is no easy answer in the dictionary. It'll be that like the picture of the Middle East, in Israel especially. So there is no easy answer. Or what this is strictly my opinion of, is that the goal of Hamas was to provoke an overreaction from Israel. They obviously do not expect to, have a military victory, but they really wanted to commit the worst atrocities that they could in order to provoke the most aggressive response possible from Israel, and then leverage that aggressive response to rally Muslims worldwide for the cause of Gaza and Palestine, which they have succeeded in doing. So the counterintuitive thing here, I think that the thing that I think should be done, even though it is very difficult, is that I would recommend that Israel engage in the most conspicuous acts of kindness possible. Everything. That is the actual thing that would thwart the goal of Hamas.
So, in some sense, the degree that makes sense in geopolitics, turn the other cheek, implemented.
It's not exactly turn the other cheek, because I do think that there's, I think it is appropriate for Israel to find the Hamas members and, either kill them or incarcerate them. Like that something has to be done because they're just going to keep coming otherwise. But in addition to that, they need to do whatever they can. There's some talk of establishing, for example, a mobile hospital. I'd recommend doing that. Just making sure that there's food, water, medical necessities, and just be over the top about it and be very transparent, so that people can't claim it's a trick. Like just put a webcam on the thing, all 24/7.
Deploy acts of kindness.
Yeah, conspicuous acts of kindness that are unequivocal, meaning they can't be somehow, because Hamas will then their response will be, oh, it's a trick. Therefore, you have to counter how is it not a trick.
This ultimately fights the broader force of hatred in the region.
Yes, and I'm not sure who said it. It's an apocryphal saying, but an eye for an eye makes everyone blind. Now that neck of the woods, they really believe in the whole eye for an eye thing. But I mean, you really have, if you're not going to just outright commit genocide, like against an entire people, which obviously would not be acceptable to really shouldn't be acceptable to anyone, then you're going to leave basically a lot of people alive who subsequently, hate Israel. So really the question is like, how, for every Hamas member that you kill, how many did you create?
Mm-hmm.
And if you create more than you kill, you've not succeeded. That's the real situation there. And it's safe to say that if you kill somebody's child in Gaza, you've made at least a few Hamas members who will die just to kill an Israeli. That's the situation. So, but I mean, this is one of the most contentious subjects one could possibly discuss. But I think if the goal ultimately is some sort of long-term peace, one has to look at this from the standpoint of, over time, are there more or fewer terrorists being created?
Let me just linger on war.
Yeah, well, war. It's safe to say wars always existed and always will exist.
Always will exist.
Always has existed and always will exist.
I hope not. You think it always will?
There will always be war. It's a question of just how much war, and what there's this sort of the scope and scale of war, but to imagine that there would not be any war in the future, I think would be a very unlikely outcome.
Yeah, you talked about the culture series. There's war even there.
Yes, there's a giant war. The first book starts off with a gigantic galactic war where trillions die. Trillions.
But it still nevertheless protects these pockets of flourishing. Somehow you can have galactic war and still have pockets of flourishing.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I guess if we are able to one day expand to, fill the galaxy or whatever, there will be a galactic war at some point.
The scale. I mean, the scale of war has been increasing. It's like a race between the scale of suffering and the scale of flourishing.
Yes.
A lot of people seem to be using this tragedy to beat the drums of war and feed the military-industrial complex. Do you worry about this? The people who are rooting for escalation, and how can it be stopped?
One of the things that does concern me is that there are very few people alive today who actually viscerally understand the horrors of war, at least in the U.S. I mean, obviously there are people on the front lines in Ukraine and Russia who understand just how terrible war is. But how many people in the West understand it? My grandfather was in World War II. He was severely traumatized. He was there, I think, for almost 6 years in East and North Africa and Italy. All his friends were killed in front of him, and he would have died too, except they randomly gave some, I guess, IQ test or something, and he scored very high. Now, he was not an officer. He was, I think, a corporal or a sergeant or something like that, because he didn't finish high school. He had to drop out of high school because his dad died, and he had to work to support his siblings. So because he didn't graduate high school, he was not eligible for the officer corps. So, he kind of got put into the cannon fodder category, basically. But then, randomly, they gave him this test. He was transferred to British intelligence in London. That's where he met my grandmother. But he had PTSD next level. I mean, just didn't talk. And if you tried talking to him, he'd just tell you to shut up. And he won a bunch of medals. Never bragged about it once. Not even hinted. Nothing. I found out about it because his military records are online. That's how I know. So he would say no way in hell. Do you want to do that again? But how many people? Now he obviously he died, 20 years ago or longer, actually 30 years ago. How many people are alive that remember World War II? Not many.
And the same perhaps applies to the threat of nuclear war.
Yeah, I mean, there are enough nuclear bombs pointed at the United States to make the radioactive rubble bounce many times.
There's two major wars going on right now. So you talked about the threat of AGI quite a bit, but now, as we sit here with the intensity of conflict going on, do you worry about nuclear war?
I think we shouldn't discount the possibility of nuclear war. It is a civilizational threat. Right now, I could be wrong, but I think the current probability of nuclear war is quite low. But there are a lot of nukes pointed at us. And we have a lot of nukes pointed at other people. They're still there. Nobody's put their guns away. The missiles are still in the silos.
And the leaders don't seem to be the ones with the nukes talking to each other.
No. There are wars which are tragic and difficult on a local basis, and then there are wars which are civilization ending or have that potential. Obviously, global thermonuclear warfare has high potential to end civilization, perhaps permanently, but certainly, to severely wound and perhaps set back human progress by, to the Stone Age or something. I don't know. Pretty bad. Probably scientists and engineers want to be super popular after that as well. They're like, you got us into this mess. So generally, I think we obviously want to prioritize civilizational risks over things that are painful and tragic on a local level, but not civilizational.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine comes to an end? And what's the path, once again, to minimizing human suffering there?
Well, I think that what is likely to happen, which is really pretty much.
Thank you very much, and we love you, and I can tell you
that
from the bottom of my heart. This
something very
has
close
been
to
an
the current
incredible 4 years.
lines.
We've accomplished so much together. I want to thank all of my family
ceasefire
and my
or
friends
truce.
and my staff. I only say this: we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say. We've left it all in the field. We don't have to. We don't have to come and say. We'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Happens, but you just have a situation right now where whoever goes on the offensive will suffer casualties at several times the rate of whoever's on the defense, because you've got defense in depth. You've got minefields, trenches, anti-tank defenses. Nobody has air superiority because the anti-aircraft missiles are really far better than the aircraft. Like, there are far more of them. And so neither side has air superiority. Tanks are basically death traps, just slow moving, and they're not immune to anti-tank weapons. So you really just have long range artillery and infantry trenches. It's World War I all over again, with drones. Throwing little drones, some drones there,
Which makes the long range artillery just that much more accurate and better, and so more efficient at murdering people on both sides.
Yeah. So it's whoever is. You don't want to be trying to advance from either side, because the probability of dying is incredibly high. So in order to overcome defense in depth trenches and minefields, you really need significant local superiority in numbers. Ideally combined arms, where you do a fast attack with aircraft, a concentrated number of tanks, and a lot of people. That's the only way you're going to punch through a line. And then you're going to punch through and then not have reinforcements just kick you right out again. I mean, I really recommend people read World War One warfare in detail. It's rough. I mean, the sheer number of people that died there was mind-boggling.
And it's almost impossible to imagine the end of it that doesn't look like almost exactly like the beginning in terms of what land belongs to who and so on. But on the other side of a lot of human suffering, death,
Yes,
and destruction of infrastructure.
Yes, I mean the thing that the reason I proposed a some sort of truce or peace a year ago was because I predicted pretty much exactly what would happen, which is a lot of people dying for basically almost no changes in land, and the loss of the flower of Ukrainian and Russian youth, and we should have some sympathy for the Russian boys as well as the Ukrainian boys, because the Russian boys didn't ask to be on the front line; they have to be. So, there's a lot of sons not coming back to their parents, and I think most of them don't really they don't hate the other side. It's sort of like, there's this saying about, like this saying comes from World War One. It's like young boys who don't know each other killing each other on behalf of old men that do know each other. The hell's the point of that?
So Volodymyr Zelensky said that he's not, or has said in the past, he's not interested in talking to Putin directly. Do you think he should sit down, man to man, leader to leader, and negotiate peace?
Look, I think I would just recommend do not send the flower of Ukrainian youth to die in trenches. Whether he talks to Putin or not, just don't do that. Whoever goes on the offensive will lose massive numbers of people. And history will not look kindly upon them.
You've spoken honestly about the possibility of war between U.S. and China in the long term, if no diplomatic solution is found. For example, on the question of Taiwan and one China policy.
Right.
How do we avoid the trajectory where these two superpowers clash?
Well, it's worth reading that book on the difficult to pronounce Thucydides trap, I believe it's called. I love war history. I like inside out and backwards. There's hardly a battle I haven't read about. And trying to figure out like what really was the cause of victory in any particular case, as opposed to what one side or another claims the reason.
Both the victory and what sparked the war and
the
whole thing.
Yeah. So that Athens and Sparta is a classic case. The thing about the Greeks is they really wrote down a lot of stuff. They loved writing. There are lots of interesting things that happen in many parts of the world, but people just didn't write it down. So we don't know what happened, or they didn't really write in detail. They just would say like, we had a battle and we won, and like, well, what? Can you add a bit more? The Greeks, they really wrote a lot. They were very articulate on it. They just love writing. So, and we have a bunch of that writing that's preserved. So we know what led up to the Peloponnesian War between the Spartan and Athenian alliance. And we know that they saw it coming. I mean, the Spartans didn't write. They also weren't very verbose by their nature, but they did write. But they weren't very verbose. They were terse. But the Athenians and the other Greeks wrote a lot, and they were like, and Sparta was really kind of like the leader of Greece. But Athens grew stronger and stronger with each passing year, and everyone's like, well, it's inevitable that there's going to be a clash between Athens and Sparta. Well, how do we avoid that? And they saw it coming, and they still could not avoid it. So, at some point, if one group, one civilization or country or whatever exceeds another, sort of like if the United States has been the biggest kid on the block since I think around 1890 from an economic standpoint. So the United States has been the most powerful economic engine in the world longer than anyone's been alive. Um, and the foundation of war is economics. So now we have a situation, in the case of China, where the economy is likely to be 2, perhaps 3 times larger than that of the U.S. So imagine you're the biggest kid on the block for as long as anyone can remember, and suddenly a kid comes along who's twice your size.
So we see it coming.
Yeah.
How is it possible to stop? Is there some, let me throw something out there, just intermixing of cultures, understanding. There does seem to be a giant cultural gap in understanding of each other. And you're an interesting case study because you are an American, obviously. You've done a lot of incredible manufacture here in the United States, but you also work with China.
I've spent a lot of time in China and met with the leadership many times.
Maybe a good question to ask is, what are some things about China that people don't understand, positive, just in the culture? What's some interesting things that you've learned about the Chinese?
Well, the sheer number of really smart, hardworking people in China is incredible. There are really, if you say like, how many smart, hardworking people are there in China? There's far more of them there than there are here, I think, in my opinion. And they've got a lot of energy. So, I mean, the architecture in China that's in recent years is far more impressive than the U.S. I mean, the train stations, the buildings, the high-speed rail, everything. It's really far more impressive than what we have in the U.S. I mean, I recommend somebody just go to Shanghai and Beijing, look at the buildings, and go to, take the train from Beijing to Xi'an, where you have the terracotta warriors. China's got an incredible history, very long history. And, I think arguably in terms of the use of language from a written standpoint, sort of one of the oldest, perhaps the oldest written language. And in China, people did write things down. So now China historically has always been, with rare exception, been internally focused. They've not been acquisitive. They've fought each other. There have been many, many civil wars. In the Three Kingdoms War, I believe they lost about 70% of their population. So they've had brutal internal wars, like civil wars that make the U.S. Civil War look small by comparison. So I think it's important to appreciate that China is not monolithic. We sort of think of like China as this sort of one entity of one mind, and this is definitely not the case. From what I've seen, and I think most people who understand China would agree, that people in China think about China 10 times more than they think about anything outside of China. So it's like 90% of their consideration is internal.
Well, isn't that a really positive thing when you're talking about the collaboration and a future peace between superpowers? When you're inward facing, which is like focusing on improving yourself versus focusing on, quote unquote, improving others through military might.
The good news, the history of China suggests that China is not acquisitive, meaning they're not going to go out and invade a whole bunch of countries. Now they do feel very strongly. So that's good. I mean, because a lot of very powerful countries have been acquisitive. The U.S. is also one of the rare cases that has not been acquisitive. Like after World War II, the U.S. could have basically taken over the world and any country. Like we got nukes, nobody else got nukes. We don't even have to lose soldiers. Which country do you want? And the United States could have taken over everything. At will, and it didn't. And the United States actually helped rebuild countries. So it helped rebuild Europe, helped rebuild Japan. This is very unusual behavior, almost unprecedented. The U.S. did conspicuous acts of kindness, like the Berlin airlift. And I think it's always like, well, America's done bad things. Well, of course, America's done bad things, but one needs to look at the whole track record, and just generally, one sort of test would be, how do you treat your prisoners of war?
Mm-hmm.
Or let's say, no offense to the Russians, but let's say you're in Germany. It's 1945. You got the Russian army coming on one side, and you got the French, British, and American armies coming on the other side. Who would you like to surrender to? Like, no country is like morally perfect, but I recommend being a POW with the Americans. That would be my choice very strongly.
In the full menu of POW.
Very much so. And in fact, Wernher von Braun took, a smart guy, was like, we've got to be captured by the Americans.
Yeah.
And in fact, the SS was under orders to execute von Braun and all of the German rocket engineers. And they narrowly escaped their SS. They said they were going out for a walk in the woods. They left in the middle of winter with no coats. And then ran and with no food, no coats, no water. And just ran like hell and ran west. And by sheer luck, I think his brother found like a bicycle or something, and then just cycled west as fast as he could and found a U.S. patrol. So anyway, that's one way you can tell morality is where do you want to be a POW? It's not fun anywhere, but some places are much worse than others. So anyway, so like America has been, while far from perfect, generally a benevolent force, and we should always be self-critical and we try to be better. But anyone with half a brain knows that. So I think there are, in this way, China and the United States are similar. Neither country has been acquisitive in a significant way. So that's like a shared principle, I guess. Now China does feel very strongly about Taiwan. They've been very clear about that for a long time. From their standpoint, it would be like one of the states is not there like Hawaii or something like that, but more significant than Hawaii, and Hawaii is pretty significant for us. So they view it as really that there's a fundamental part of China, the island of Formosa, now Taiwan, that is not part of China but should be, and the only reason it hasn't been is because of the U.S. Pacific Fleet.
And as their economic power grows and as their military power grows, the thing that they're clearly saying is their interest will, clearly be materialized.
Yes. China has been very clear that they will incorporate Taiwan peacefully or militarily, but that they will incorporate it from their standpoint is 100% likely.
Something you said about conspicuous acts of kindness. As a geopolitical policy, it almost seems naive, but I'd venture to say that this is probably the path forward, how you avoid most wars. Just as you say it, it sounds naive, but it's kind of brilliant. If you believe in the goodness of underlying most of human nature. It just seems like conspicuous acts of kindness can reverberate through the populace of the countries involved. And de-escalate.
Absolutely. So, after World War One, they made a big mistake. They basically tried to lump all the blame on Germany, and saddled Germany with impossible reparations, and really there was quite a bit of blame to go around for World War One, but they try to put it all on Germany, and that laid the seeds for World War II. So that's a lot of people. Well, not just Hitler. A lot of people felt wronged, and they wanted vengeance, and they got it.
People don't forget.
Yeah. You kill somebody's father, mother, son, daughter, they're not going to forget it. They will want vengeance. So after World War II, they're like, well, the Treaty of Versailles was a huge mistake in World War One, and so this time, instead of crushing the losers, we're actually going to help them with the Marshall Plan, and we're going to help rebuild Germany. We're going to help rebuild, Austria and the other, Italy and whatnot. So, and that was the right move.
It does feel like there's a profound truth to conspicuous acts of kindness being an antidote to this.
Something must stop the cycle of reciprocal violence. Something must stop it, or it will, it'll never stop. Just eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, limb for a limb, life for a life, forever and ever.
To escape briefly the darkness with some incredible engineering work. XAI just released Grok AI assistant that I've gotten a chance to play with. It's amazing on many levels. First of all, it's amazing that a relatively small team in a relatively short amount of time was able to develop this close to state-of-the-art system. Another incredible thing is there's a regular mode and there's a fun mode.
Yeah, I guess I'm to blame for that one.
I wish everything in life had a fun mode.
Yeah.
There's something compelling beyond just fun about the fun mode.
Yeah.
Interacting with a large language model. I'm not sure exactly what it is because I've only had a little bit of time to play with it, but it just makes it more interesting, more vibrant to interact with the system.
Yeah. Absolutely. Our AI Grok is modeled after the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is one of my favorite books. It's a book on philosophy disguised as a book on humor. Mm-hmm. I would say that forms the basis of my philosophy, which is that we don't know the meaning of life, but the more we can expand the scope and scale of consciousness, digital and biological, the more we're able to understand what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. So I have a philosophy of curiosity.
There is generally a feeling like this AI system has an outward looking, like the way you are, like sitting with a good friend, looking up at the stars, like asking podhead like questions about the universe, wondering what it's all about, the curiosity you talk about. There's a sense, no matter how mundane the question I ask it, there's a sense of cosmic grandeur to the whole thing.
Well, we are actually working hard to have engineering, math, and physics answers that you can count on. Mm-hmm. So for the other sort of AIs out there, these so-called large language models, I've not found the engineering to be reliable, and the hallucination. It unfortunately hallucinates most when you least want it to hallucinate.
Yeah.
So when you ask important, difficult questions, that's when it tends to be confidently wrong. So we're really trying hard to say, okay, how do we be as grounded as possible so you can count on the results? Trace things back to physics first principles, mathematical logic. So underlying the humor is an aspiration to adhere to the truth of the universe as closely as possible.
That's really tricky.
It is tricky. So that's why, there's always going to be some amount of error, but we want to aspire to be as truthful as possible about the answers with acknowledged error. So that there was always, you don't want to be confidently wrong. So you're not going to be right every time, but you want to minimize how often you're confidently wrong. And then, like I said, once you can count on the logic as being not violating physics, then you can start to build on that to create inventions, like invent new technologies. But if you cannot count on the foundational physics being correct, obviously the inventions are simply wishful thinking, imagination land. Magic, basically.
Well, as you said, I think one of the big goals of XAI is to understand the universe.
Yes. That's our simple 3-word mission.
If you look out far into the future, do you think on this level of physics, the very edge of what we understand about physics, do you think it will make discoveries sort of the sexiest discovery of them as we know now, sort of unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics? So coming up with a theory of everything. Do you think it could push towards that direction, almost like theoretical physics discoveries?
If an AI cannot figure out new physics, it's clearly not equal to humans, let alone nor has surpassed humans, because humans have figured out new physics. They've just physics is just understanding, deepening one's insight into how reality works, and then then there's engineering, which is inventing things that have never existed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the range of possibilities for engineering is far greater than for physics, because once you figure out the rules of the universe, that's it. You've discovered things that already existed, but from that you can then build technologies that are really almost limitless in the variety and it's like once you understand the rules of the game properly, and with current physics we do, at least at a local level, understand how physics works very well, where our ability to predict things is incredibly good. Like quantum mechanics is the degree to which quantum mechanics can predict outcomes is
Elon
incredible.
Musk is the most boring man
that's
on
my
earth.
hardest class in college, by the way.
Changing it.
My senior quantum mechanics class was harder than all of my other classes put together.
To get an AI system, a large language model to reliably be as reliable as quantum mechanics and physics is very difficult.
Yeah, you have to test.
He's controlled off. You think so? Bro, I think so too, man. Dude, I think so too. I can't believe you said that, Goose, bro. I can't believe you said that. Because I think so
have
too.
never seen anything to like. I have never heard of anything to like. I think these caves are unique and simply exceptional.
A cathedral and these caves, it's not the
The
same.
main reason is
It's
because
less
I think he
complicated
bought
to build a
Twitter
cathedral than this.
so that you have to have an
It's
account
made of granite, one of the
to treat it
hardest
as a news
materials
source.
around. For me, it's not about great precision. It's about extreme precision. You can rebuild a cathedral with 300
They
well-motivated
completely
stone pieces,
privatized
but
the
our
Twitter
work comes
news
on the verge of
source.
impossibility.
Welcome to the heart of ancient India.
Yeah,
a
that
forgotten
too.
chapter of its past that could very well change
That is
history.
true. I've heard he's had issues with that, but that's true, really. That is the greatest threat to the world. It's like the greatest security breach is Starlink. True.
Of all the countries we've had the chance to explore, India is probably the one that has impressed us the most. From its street children to the incessant honking of horns on its overcrowded roads, India is an unclassifiable land, and to visit it is a unique experience. With over 1,300,000,000 inhabitants, it's one of the most densely populated places on Earth. A world leader in technology, a bridge between ancient times and the present, between science and spirituality. India has a rich written history in the Vedas, held at the heart of the Hindu tradition, which constitute both a literary and spiritual treasure trove. These ancient writings, written in Sanskrit, India's oldest and most sacred language, are composed of rituals, hymns, prayers, and philosophical insights that have greatly influenced Indian culture. The most famous are probably the Bhagavad Gita and Mahabharata, in which some believe they portray a fantastic and highly technological ancient India. But these stories, like all the founding tales of our ancient civilizations, are considered just mythological and simply a reflection of the imagination of the ancient authors. How could it possibly be otherwise? Advanced science and technology existing in the distant past are, according to our historical narrative, impossible. Before our current historical record, we were just prehistoric humans, simple, primitive, as we would have been for almost 220,000 years, existing only by hunting and gathering. Looking back at our history, we have this sense of linear progress, starting with the wheel just a few thousand years ago, and ending with smartphones. The first and only human industrial revolution took place in Europe just under 2 centuries ago. Otherwise, we would obviously have found traces of previous industries, and ancient India, like all other civilizations, have left nothing of the kind. Also, we believe. According to our history, the Barabar and Nagarjuni chambers are simple shelters, offered 2,300 years ago by 2 kings to a group of beggars, protection from the rain during the monsoon season.
Hey, I appreciate you being here.
Closed.
I really do.
Unlike other archaeological sites in the region, they are neither grandiose nor richly decorated, which is perhaps why they are unknown even to the Indians. But
Watch me play this random old game.
Because when they're investigated in depth, they turn out to be so exceptional that they could be evidence of a very different technological past. Because we have no archives concerning the design, manufacture, or function of these chambers, until proven otherwise, such feats have never been reproduced in India or anywhere else in the world.
You can't just jump into a project like that out of the blue and say, hey, let's make a cave. It's not possible. It's not their first attempt.
Because the oldest inscriptions speak of donations, not manufacturing. Because they have been crafted with precision on par with the modern industrial world.
It's astonishingly precise.
Measuring in millimeter is normally only used for precisely engineering structures.
It's hard to imagine such volumes, but yes, it's ultra precise.
Because the true complexity of their shapes can only be revealed with 3D scans.
Yes, we don't follow a perfect shape, but we do follow a distribution of perfect symmetrical volumes, whether we're on the right, left, top, or bottom.
Because they involve mathematical knowledge far beyond that which is currently attributed to ancient India.
You have to master the number pi with many, many decimals.
Wow.
And because they interact with
How much was it?
frequencies like no other place in the world. And this is perhaps the real key to their mystery.
$60? What?
We visited
Wow.
them for the first time in January
Used?
2017.
Wow. That's ridiculous.
Listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the chambers are spread across the archaeological sites of Barabar and
$60? How much is it new? How much is it new? Like 80? Come
famous in
on.
Buddhism as the place where Buddha is said to have experienced his enlightenment.
Mario is not $80 new. Really? Are you serious? Holy moly. Dude,
After about an hour and a half
$80?
drive, we reach the
Wow.
Barabar site via a long staircase that leads us to what geologists call a whale's back.
For Mario.
A huge granite core
This
some
should be
100
free.
meters long.
Mario should be free.
Inside, 3 chambers have been carved out. For the sake of convenience, we've kept the chamber names used in our previous film, but they're probably not original.
That's my firm
The
belief.
first, when arriving on site,
It works
is the
well
Grand
when
Chamber.
Mario was because they started
The
started
entrance
giving
is a
free Mario.
trapezoidal
You
passage wider at the bottom
can't do
than
the
at
bait
top,
and switch,
which penetrates
especially
directly
at
into the bedrock.
$80.
Engraved inscriptions can be seen in this passageway, which opens onto a rectangular chamber at its base, with very slightly sloping walls. Along the width, a bench has been cut
I'm
into
like
the
upset.
rock. Despite a few imperfections, it is so polished that it looks almost metallic to the camera. The vaulted ceiling appears
For
cylindrical.
Mario. How did Mario became
Let's
not
move
even
on
just
to
a
the other side
luxury
of this
good,
whale's back.
but like $80?
This is the entrance to the Sudamar chamber, which differs from the previous one in that it first has a recess, which stonecutters call a first bear, into which the passage is cut. Also engraved with inscriptions, it leads to a rectangular chamber with a cylindrical vaulted ceiling and smooth, shiny walls, also slightly inclined. In this wall is a niche, unfinished and not of the period.
That's absurd.
The wall facing it has a curved shape and is topped by a portion of the dome that makes it look like a mushroom. In the center of this wall, a passageway leads to a dome with a half-spherical ceiling.
$80 for Mario.
Some 30 meters from Sudama, still carved from the same whale's back, is the Lomas Rishi chamber.
That's so expensive.
It's the only one with a porch, beautifully decorated and very circular. Often the first photo you see when searching the site. Unlike the previous two, the entrance frame is curved. It is followed by a trapezoidal passageway, which has no inscription. This unfinished chamber seems to be a copy of Sudama, unless it's a failed attempt. 3 of the walls appear almost finished, while the rest of the chamber is still in the rough. The passageway to the dome is almost complete, but the dome is a long way off. Everywhere there are random pick traces, a tool used to rough out the shape by removing large portions of material. From this whaleback, a path leads to Visva Zopri, the last isolated chamber, which is also unfinished. It differs completely from the others in its entrance. It's a sort of vestibule, almost finished because the walls are polished but not the floor. An inscription is engraved on the right-hand wall. A trapezoidal passage leads to a chamber not far enough advanced to guess the final shape, probably circular.
Yippers. No, we didn't hit it. No way, buddy. Not yet. We are close.
1.6 kilometers away, as the crow flies, from the Barabar site is the Nagarjuni site, a natural pile of hundreds of rocks formed over millions of years, known as a granitic chaos. On this side, at the end of the steep staircase, the Gopika chamber has been carved out of solid rock. An unframed trapezoidal passage, resembling that of Karan Chopper, leads to a large oval-shaped chamber. Its sloping walls are once again smooth as glass, and its vaulted ceiling harmonious. A long fissure runs through the entire length.
40 under the speed limit. Really need to toss hazard lights on. Oh, they are. Shake my head, yeah.
On the other side of this granitic chaos, At the end of a long path, we reach the Vapiaka chamber.
Thanks, brother.
It has a similar entrance to that of Sudama, consisting of a rectangular frame followed by a trapezoidal passageway in which inscriptions are engraved on both sides. Facing south is the brightest of all. Its equally sloping walls are topped by a cylindrical vaulted ceiling. In the rock next to it, the Vedatica entrance passage lies a little hemmed in. With its trapezoidal cross-section, similar to those of Karanchopa and Gopika, it leads to an entirely curved hall, harmoniously shaped like a slipper, whose walls are once again completely smooth.
Yo, Elusive, what's up, brother? How are you, man? What is up, Elusive? With the dogger emote while he's banned. Oh, that's really truly surreal. That is out of this world.
This gives us a total of 7 chambers, 5 completed and 2 unfinished, which would have been donated around 2,300 years ago in 300
Yo,
BC.
bro, congrats on 16, man. Bunker 1 Agent 16 on Xbox One. Insane box boost
We were
strat.
amazed by their upright walls, as smooth and flat as slabs of marble, so smooth and polished that they are almost
Insane
mirrored,
proof of
even though they were
concept
carved
run.
out of granite, one of the hardest rocks in the world. You're
Congrats,
probably
bro.
no more familiar
That's
with the
sick.
stonemason jargon than we were
Awfully
when we
in
started our
prison.
research. So let's start by explaining what a
In
dressed
the elite
surface
dungeon,
is.
locked up next to Phil
It's a
and
rough
Goose.
surface that has been struck to make it more or less flat. There is a big difference between a smooth surface and a flat one.
That's the Goose.
Smooth
I think it's the
means
Goose
soft to
bot. It
touch,
might be a Dr.
sanded
Phil
and
bot. I
polished,
can't remember if I put
while
Dr.
flat
Phil or
means
not.
totally flat. It can be smooth, but not necessarily flat, and it can be flat and not necessarily smooth. But at Barabar and Nagarjuni, it is both smooth and flat.
Yeah, man. No,
which is
it wasn't
apparently
lucky.
a
It
unique
was
configuration
amazing.
in cave art.
Should I describe it or
Talking about it is one thing, but
I
measuring
won't spoil it?
surfaces is quite
But you
another.
should
And for
definitely
that
take
we
the time
use,
to
among
watch
other
it.
tools, a roughness tester. But if you don't know us, you're probably wondering what this device is.
It's pretty insane.
And what are we doing with it? And who are we? We're a
Phil and
team
Goose.
with a passion for studying ancient archaeological sites, to which we've already devoted several films, with a different perspective, more technical than historical. For when the written word is silent, buildings speak. Their design and construction testify to the scientific and technical level of their designers and speak volumes about the relationship they had with the world. The astonishing complexity of the Barabar and Nagarjuni chambers is a real enigma, and one you'll soon understand. Confronted with an enigma with no apparent solution, the French philosopher and mathematician René Descartes advised us to forget everything we think we know about the subject. Just make a clean slate and start afresh. Faced with this kind of surface, we can't help but think beyond the scantily clad worker equipped with the basic chisel hammer and capable of feats that defy our modern reason. What if parts of our history have been forgotten? Like the Antikythera mechanism, presented in our previous film, which disappeared 2,000 years ago, before a copy was found at the bottom of the sea. A mechanism that calls into question everything we thought we knew about the scientific and technical level of the ancient Greeks. What's worse,
I love
is they're not
everybody.
content with
I
having
love
forgotten it.
all
History
humans.
didn't take
I
the
love
ancient
everybody.
authors who wrote about it seriously. But let's get back to the roughness tester. This device measures the roughness of a surface, i.e. the difference between its reliefs, to the micron or micrometer, i.e. to the thousandth of a millimeter. To explain how it works, we called on Michael Touton, an engineer from the manufacturer of our device.
The SJ210 consists of a body and a stylus with runners for roughening flat surfaces.
We measure what we call roughness.
It's a measurement of a product surface finish.
RZ is a type of measurement. The smaller the value, the smoother and more flawless the surface. Granite is composed of quartz, feldspar, and mica. Quartz being the hardest and most difficult to flatten and polish. Measuring surface accuracy on the hardest mineral helps determine overall accuracy, and therefore the quality of the whole job. In 2017, on our first visit, geologist Eric Gontier ran the roughness tester at Barabar and Nagajuni, and here's what we got. To appreciate these results, we need a point of comparison. We asked Mikhail to run the roughness tester over what we call a marble, even though it's an industrially polished slab of granite.
We're going to take a measurement of an industrially produced marble which has been rectified, so it's granite. We'll simply launch our measurement. At the same time, the RZ value of 9.492 can be seen. These marbles are made by machines, in fact. On vertical surfaces in handmade caves, we find values, shall we say, of RZ 9 times less imposing. It's pretty incredible, though.
To continue the comparisons, this marble slab was polished with this machine. And when you run the roughness tester over it, here's what you get. And on the glass of a window, we retook around 80 measurements in Barabar in April 2023. Here's the best one obtained in Sudama, a chamber that's 2,300 years old, at least. That's barely more than window glass, and almost 20 times more precise than this industrially polished slab of granite.
C'est absolument incroyable. On croyait que ça a été fait avec au laser. Enfin, ça n'a pas été fait au laser. Ça s'est fait à la main.
Faced with such walls, you can't help but think powerful machines were used in their creation. That would simplify the matter considerably. But at this stage of the investigation, small imperfections seem to point towards the use of tools guided by the human hand, to an astonishing level of precision. The result of 9.492 does not mean that we would be unable to polish granite as precisely as we do in Barabar, but simply that it is more than sufficient to check the conformity of certain industrial parts.
Sorry, man.
As Mikhail Toutain points out, the walls of these chambers are almost vertical, because it's one thing to be able to polish surfaces horizontally in the direction of gravity, but it's another thing to polish vertically, or even more complicated, inside the curved ceilings. But to better appreciate the exceptional nature of the work carried out at Barabar, let's visit the Son Bandar site.
Come on, man.
On this site, there are two chambers which have been dated on the basis of its inscriptions to around the 3rd or 4th century AD, i.e. more than 600 years after Barabar. The entrance passage to the first is a trapezoidal cross-section. It resembles that of Karanchopa, Gopika, and Vadatika. Today, the chamber is topped by a concrete structure, probably to reinforce it. As on the right, the ceiling of the second chamber has been completely shattered, leaving it open to the sky. The first chamber has a window, but given the state of the second, we don't know if it also had one. Sculptures can be seen, as well as inscriptions on which the dating of the site is based. But as humans have the annoying habit of replacing their predecessors' names, this dating is disputed by an Indiologist, i.e. an archaeologist dedicated to India. They were carved from metamorphic schist, a rock that is less hard than granite, but also less homogeneous, which explains why some parts are more polished than others. But the vague resemblance with Barabar and Nagajuni ends there. The walls are neither totally flat nor totally polished. They're not sloped, the floor is not level and far from it. In short, the work isn't much to look at. And yet this project would have been completed over 600 years after those of Barabar and Nagarjuna. The sense of progress as we know has been slapped in the face. But how do you explain this? Quite simply, because techniques can quickly be lost to invasion, war, epidemics, or changes in power, which is why no chambers or carved chambers will ever match those of Barabar or Nagarjuna. No chambers? No. There's just one more, which took us a while to locate. Because in India, distances are not measured in kilometers, but in travel time.
These landscapes, psychedelic,
The
man.
Sitamari chamber is located around 70 kilometers from Barabar, carved out of a totally isolated rock against which a modern building has been erected. Very small, around 5 meters by 3.5 meters, its shape could be a cross between Vapiyaka and Vadasika. As it's used religiously today, it was difficult for us to investigate further. The surfaces are very degraded and do not appear mirror polished as in Barabar, as they are covered in soot, which by the way was not found in Barabar or Nagarjuna. It has no inscriptions, and no one knows whether it was part of the Barabar and Nagarjuna chambers, or whether it was made before or after. It's hard to find detailed information about it, and especially correct information, because here's how archaeologist Percy Brown portrayed it in his book. The article was then taken up by other books and blogs and finally integrated onto a Wikipedia page, where we even speculate on the influence of the incorrect pointed arch on subsequent constructions. On-site studies are essential. They sometimes lead to important realizations, such as that of Indologist Harry Falk, an indisputed specialist in the life of King Ashoka, and in our opinion, the author of the most important works on the Barabar and Nagarjuna chambers. Here's what he wrote about them in his book, one of the most comprehensive to date.
Technical perfection.
Only a combination of devotion, a belief in achieving the impossible, fanaticism, indifference to expense, a sense of aesthetic, a love of technical perfection, and a desire for recognition by future generations would lead someone to initiate such work. This combination has no equal in ancient India.
In ancient India.
First of all, let's go over a brief history of the discovery
What?
of the chambers.
Yo, gamer girl, really? What's up? How are you, gamer
John
girl?
Howlett Harrington discovers 4 of the chambers, abandoned for centuries. Karan Chopper.
What is going on, gamer girl? How are you? Thank you for the raid.
No one knows who made them, when, or why.
We have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to.
Gamer girl, yo, what's up? Thank you.
When we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Gamer girl, thank you so much. Heart. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. I want to say, I know I have Donald Trump as the raid, but I disagree on his stance of abortion. I had to say it. You're a woman, and I have Donald Trump. I have to say I disagree completely with his stance on abortion. I think he's an idiot for that, and he may cost him the election. But I digress. How are you, gamer girl? Good to see you again. Hope you're doing great. Sorry, I'm like wired. What were you streaming? Enough of Donnie. Yeah. We might have 4 more years of him. Oh man. No man, of course not, dude. I think it should be the women that decides, my man. And it's going to be no matter what the law implements, a woman is going to do whatever, a human being is going to do whatever a human being wants to do. And a woman is going to do whatever a woman wants to do. And we should definitely help them with their decisions. That's my opinion. Imagine it becomes illegal in any state. That'd be insane. That'd be so insane. Yeah, exactly. Well said. That's like perfectly said. Perfectly said, Gamer Girl. Exactly. I don't think government should be able to decide anything about rights. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's just like independent. I think it's like above the law. I think it's like independent of the law of anyone. I think it's like God-given rights. You know, like. But anyways, I had to say that, Gamer Girl, because I had Trump like running around like an idiot down the raid. But thank you. How are you, Gamer Girl? Hope you're doing well. Let's do some runs. What we listening to? Oh yeah, Bar. What were we playing? We were playing Tom Clancy, Rainbow Six.
And two more in Magazuni, Vapiaka, and
Gyges.
1837.
Also well
At
said.
Magazuni, James Prinsep deciphers inscriptions in Brahmi, a language used over 2,000 years ago, which tells us that Vapiaka, Vadatika, and Gopika were offered by King Dasharatha
Terrible
to
siege,
the
rough
Ajivika
night.
sect for protection from the rain.
That's okay.
1847. Mark and Kito discovered an almost faded and illegible inscription in Brahmi on the facade of Karan Chapar. 1861. Alexander Cunningham
Elusive.
Barabar Chambers to King Ashoka.
I disagree with you. I think it is God-given rights, and it's up to the person. It's up to the woman.
Eugene Helch
Always.
the inscription discovered by Kito,
And that's the point. Like even if we're talking about like whether it should or should not be, which I think is like absurd to do that anyways. But even if you say like, even if you do make it illegal or harder to obtain, like women are going to have it done.
Helch's translation.
You know what I mean? Like they are going to have it done.
No function is mentioned.
Like no law is going to stop.
That's where the research stood in 2017.
Like I don't think a law would stop any.
Third king of the Maurya dynasty,
You know?
founded by his grandfather, King Chandragupta Maurya, Ashoka is thought to have commissioned these chambers. In the 8th year of his reign, intent on taking the pacifist feudal state of Kalinga, Ashoka led India into the deadliest war of its history, claiming over 100,000 lives and taking over 150.
I remove my emotes because of that Gamer Girl. I had Trump emotes. I removed it because he said that it's up to the states like 8 months ago or whatever. I think he's gonna lose the election because of it. I really think so.
Deeply regretful,
It's like almost like he really should. Like it's wrong. It's crazy.
The small movement of
I'm not even American.
It was not a big thing as we know nowadays. It was a small group. And without Ashoka, Buddhism would have disappeared.
I agree with Gamer Girl's statement, even though my opinion is irrelevant. That's the point, like, that's the point, like, we're irrelevant. The men are irrelevant, that's the entire point. Like, even if you make a law, it's just, you're gonna just stress out women and they're just gonna hate you.
To a stone town.
Like, why would you do that?
Nothing that you can point out and say this stone technology was there, and at such a height of technology, it's not just stonework; it is perfection.
No opinion is irrelevant. No, but I'm saying like the man is irrelevant in this situation.
Maurya stoneworks, whose main characteristic is the Maurya polish. Let's look now at the dating of the chambers, based on the engraved inscriptions.
Exactly, that's another perfect, like that's exactly, Game Girl, you nailed it right on the head, because it's not, I mean, it is about abortion, and it is about women, but what it is about giving body autonomy to the state. That's what it is. And even if you understand the law, you have to be against that, like, you know what I mean?
And no function is indicated.
Exactly, bro. You know, like giving body autonomy to the state.
Chamber was gifted.
And it's insane that conservatives are
Ajivika
are
has
supporting
been
it,
scratched out.
which makes
No
no
function is
sense at all
indicated,
because
and it's dedicated
it just
even though
it's like
not
a
finished.
Trojan horse for opening whatever
Then,
laws you
7
want to
years
give to the
later,
state of bodily
Karen Chopra
autonomy,
was gifted to the Ajivika.
right? And that's like
According to
probably
Eugene
one of the most
Hurst,
extreme,
the
especially for
inscription
women, I
has
can
long
only
been
imagine.
interpreted as follows.
Especially
When
financially
King
too.
Priyadarsan had been anointed 19 years, this cave in the very pleasant Kalatikan mountain was
pretty
given for
insane.
shelter during the rainy season. But after cleaning it, Harry Falk proposed a new reading. King Priyadarsan
So anyways,
came to Jaluta when he was anointed.
I think he
for
might lose the
19th
election
year
because of it.
reign.
I really do.
On that occasion, he gave this cave called
'Cause I mean-
Supinepsa to the Ajivika.
There's no proposal from my side. There's
I can't
only a
see
reading.
like many women
Everybody
voting
who
for
goes
Trump.
there
I
has
can't.
no choice but to read the same thing.
No mention of a shelter then. As for Lomas Rishi, there is no dedication dating from the Ashoka period because it is unfinished.
Oh
But this
man.
argument doesn't hold up in the Visvazokri, which is also unfinished and yet dedicated.
Yeah, dude. I think it's like independent of
As
law.
for the Nagajuni
I think it's
chambers,
above the
they were
law.
gifted by Ashoka's successor,
It is above the law.
Dasharata, Ashoka's son or
Yeah,
grandson,
exactly, buddy.
as soon as he ascended the throne. An early inscription reads, "This cave called Vapiyaka was handed over to
So
the
after that, like, I'm not
respectable
for abortion.
Ajivika as a residence
Also,
for the
the
rainy season,
administration
as
will
long as
elect
the moon and sun will
Ajivika.
last, by Dasharata, beloved of the gods, as soon as he was installed as king."
Yes.
Same
Yeah, of
text
course.
for Vadatika and Gopika. Only the names of the chambers have changed.
And I mean, like,
There's, only a
women are
short
gonna do
time
what they
between
want to do.
Ashoka and Dasharata.
So why don't
And
we like
he
help
could have
them?
been his son,
You know,
or
like,
he could have been his grandson.
you know.
If Dasharata gifted the chambers as soon as he started his reign, it was because they had already been made.
It's fucking.
The idea that all the caves have been ordered to
I
be
don't know.
made by Ashoka is quite.
I don't know why we don't want to be helpful
This
to
means that
them.
all the Barabar and Nagajuni chambers would have had to have been produced in 28 years, the entire duration of Ashoka's reign.
Yeah, I
Importantly,
agree.
none of these inscriptions, either at Barabar or Nagajuni, mention manufacturing, only donations.
So yeah, like I think it's just independent of law and the states and federal whatever. So I mean, man. Just imagine, okay, imagine Trump just said, okay, you know what? He didn't even have to comment on Roe vs. Wade, which is insane because it was the Supreme Court that overturned it, and he took precedence of it 8 months ago, which probably soared his chances. If he literally just didn't say anything or said like we'll review it, suggesting that he's against it, he would be president, like for sure, 100%.
Finally,
That's
there's
just my
mention
opinion,
of
and I'm a
Ashoka's
Canadian.
gifting of the Barabar chambers in the 27th
I'm
year
not
of reign,
American.
but French Indologist Jules Bloch remains cautious. If the
I'm a
donations
liberal
of the caves to the
communist
Ajivika are indeed
socialist.
good. The uninscribed
Canadian?
upper
No, I'm
part
not,
of one
I'm
of
not.
these spectacular broken
I'm
pillars
actually the opposite.
has been transported to Bodh Gaya.
There have been no pillars in
More
India,
power we
and
give.
suddenly you
I agree.
have
Oh wow,
huge,
insane.
Heavy 30-ton pillars.
The more
all
power we
over
give to the
India,
central government, yes.
carried to places with
You're
incidents
you're
erected
elusive. You're exactly the
as in the
same
capital and having a
thoughts
beautiful
as
animal on top.
as
Out
Toad
of the blue,
in terms
out
of
There's
the
not a
you're talking about
single pillar that
logistics
is
of
older or anything to
funding abortions and abortion
The
clinics and
sudden
everything.
existence of the pillars, like the chambers, is intriguing. as
Sure,
they seem to
logistically
all
make it
spring up out of
provincial
nowhere.
or state.
An important point.
In Canada, it's
Nowhere
provincial,
can we find any kind
which
of
is linked to
prototype,
healthcare
i.e.
though,
the places where workers practiced and trained
which
to
is
acquire the knowledge and exceptional mastery
paid by
needed to create the
taxes.
chambers. If they are indeed the first of their kind in India,
I think it's
still
just
come
different scales.
crucial
I think we're
problem of the absence
literally
of
thinking different scales.
and perhaps in search of a
I think the
totally Indian
rights
origin for knowledge and
supersede
techniques, the Indologist Gupta rejected the Sombandar
law.
inscriptions, moving back its dating
To be
by a
honest.
century before Barabar to
Right.
400 BC, therefore making it the missing
Why
link
does there
between
have
the
to be
natural
any
caves
government that
and the Barabar
defines a
chambers.
right?
Doing this shows that the validity of an inscription can be called into question, an interesting fact to read from an Indologist.
The other
Come on, let's go.
round is more
Come on,
likely
what?
that Ashoka was there as
I
the
suck.
first, and Sombandar is simply a copy.
It's a not pace
There are
because of the
two answers
stocks.
to Barabar's
I
technical
swear to God,
knowledge.
if I didn't get
First, it
stuck, it
being
might have been
supernatural,
pace. Whatever.
comes from Sitamari, where a pujari, a priest, still officiates today.
Thanks for the convo. Thanks for the raid game, bro.
His
Fucking
predecessor on his first visit
great
in
convo.
93.
Thanks, bro. Terrible stocks.
Do you think that men could do it? It was his words.
The second, it being historical, is that the skills needed to make them come from the Persians and their Achaemenid tombs, which would explain why Barabar and Nagarjuna are unique in India.
Aw, thank you. Appreciate it, Game World. You're the best. You are the best.
They would have done it more than once.
Entry is strictly forbidden, but the few photos
Thank you for the
available
raid.
show that it's not
Appreciate
at all
that a
the same
lot.
quality of workmanship.
Rating a non, like,
Neither for the
Rainbow
vaulted
Six to
ceilings
Goldeneye. I
nor
appreciate
for the
that.
walls,
That's.
don't have flat polished surfaces,
I appreciate that.
which are not inclined.
You're getting pretty consistent. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I'm locked in tonight.
Is it even possible
I'm
to
hitting a
achieve
lot of
such results
first
on the
three
first
cams.
try without ever having done it before?
I was
When it
not
comes
locked
to
in last time.
stonemasonry, as
Have a
companion
good
member
night.
Eric
Good
Bernard
girl.
points out,
Well, the
Alright,
archaeologist may well speak
let's
for
alright, let's end this
stonemason,
run.
but the
This might
stonemason
be,
has the last word.
it's
on
not
this,
22, but
because
it
he
might
knows
be.
his limits.
If I have a miracle end.
now the most important thing, the function of these chambers.
When we think about the purpose of the caves, we see that there is a sort of a difference between Nagarjuna Hills and Baraba. In Nagarjuna Hills, Dasharathas says he hands over the caves for the Ajivicas so that they have a place.
Wow, that was a pretty
when the
miraculous
rains
end.
start pouring down in the monsoon. There is no good reason to produce such caves
I think it's 23 though.
only as rain shelters.
Maybe 24. Oh, what am I
For
doing?
my taste, these caves are royal caves. This brilliance is royal. It so has nothing to do with the life of an ordinary ascetic, be he Buddhist or Ajivika or Jain or whatever. Whoever sees these caves will think of the royal family.
Come on.
And
Are you
of
serious?
The,
You think the Stux? It might have been the
personality
Stux.
of Ashoka,
God
who
damn it.
was able to have
Ah.
such caves produced.
It was
If
the
they were
ending. That
indeed
was like
made
that was
during
like a
Ashoka's
perfect ending. I
reign,
could have even
i.e.
gotten one
in
more
about
boost
28
there.
years,
Damn it.
would they have been immediately passed on to the
Whatever.
Ajivika?
That's like the second dupe tonight.
He did not make them for
Oh my
them.
god.
In the end, he wanted to get rid of these caves. I think it is quite possible that the two 12-year inscriptions, so-called
that was
12-year
close.
inscriptions, have
It was the
been
Stux for sure.
inscribed
100%
much later than the 12th year, and that even the names were invented by the Ajivikas.
Thank you, Game Girl. You rule.
So let's recap. These chambers, along with the pillars, are believed to be the first Maurya works in polished stone. They would have been carried out over a period of around 28 years. They were the first of their kind, and the
you, bro.
knowledge could have been imported. Shelter would not necessarily be their primary function. All the inscriptions could have been engraved long after the chambers were built, and do not constitute irrefutable proof of dating or its original function. And finally, looking collectively at all the previous work.
It was the ending. That was like an insane ending.
It saves a lot of time thinking.
That was pretty
to stick to
conservative
your
door
own
too.
idea. And particularly if you have written about
Thanks,
something.
bro.
That's the end of most strong ideas. They
Get the
stay
Gamer
there,
Girl raid.
because otherwise
I'm
you
really
will
lucky.
have
I'm really
to
blessed.
confess
I'm
in
just so
writing
blessed in
that
this
you-
life.
that in earlier writings you have been wrong.
Oh,
Harry
did I
Falk's
not get the
presence in
key?
this film does not imply that he agrees with our hypothesis. We sincerely wish to thank him for playing the difficult role of spokesperson for an archaeological community unable to speak on this topic with one voice, which he sums up with humour.
Feeling dumped the
You have
reservoir
two
twice.
archaeologists, you find 3 opinions.
Oh wow.
So every,
Crazy.
every possible
I understand now.
opinion has been published in writing and in lectures. So without making one better than the other.
All these past researchers were missing critical information simply because they didn't have access to the technology we do now. And that's exactly where our team comes in. During our January 2017 exploration, we had tried to measure these chambers with a rangefinder, a laser that measures distance. But it didn't work because of the sloping walls. The laser beam hit lower down in front and made precise measurements impossible. That's why we asked Art Grafique Patrimoine, or AGP, a company founded by former stonemason, from a long line of stonemasons, to 3D scan the Barabar and Nagajini chambers. Each one was scanned as it stood, with at least 2,000
Oh, this is really fast.
Dust,
Oh, are you serious right now?
limestone deposits on some walls due to water infiltration, as well as all the damage done over time. It took us 2 days on site, with 3 to 6 scans per chamber, each defined by millions of points, i.e. 1 point every millimeter, with a precision of around 2.5 millimeters plus or minus. This inaccuracy means that the volumes of space vary proportionally, with much less impact on angles. AGP then assembled all the point clouds for each chamber. These point clouds represent the chambers in 3 dimensions without any optical distortion.
You'd think it was actually a geometric 3D model. You see a 3-dimensional image, like an MRI, what exists. Once we have it in 3 dimensions, we slice it up, like an MRI, to understand and interpret.
Yeah, Gamer Girl, you're probably gone, but
So these are not
I turned off all my ads.
but exactly
So I'm now an ad-free
which can
channel.
be seen most clearly in the
It's
scans
well,
of the
one
unfinished
30-second
lower
ad every
Thracian
hour,
and
but
Visvizopri chambers.
It's unfinished or modified, we don't know. You can see straight away that the capture
because I
is
want to
real.
build
All
community
the
and
others,
friendship.
It's the same thing. Just because it looks like something perfectly geometrical doesn't mean it's a fake. No, it's reality as measured by the metrological device.
When the previous film was completed, AGP provided us with some floor plans, telling us that these chambers were all symmetrical in length. Symmetrical?
Don't know, brother.
If you didn't jump at the mention of the word, it's because you don't yet know exactly what it implies. Symmetrical means that you can cut the chambers in half lengthways and superimpose each part exactly on the other, the left half on the right and vice versa. If you did this with your apartment, it's likely that the space would not be symmetrical, as precision tolerances in modern construction vary by a few centimeters. But to quantify these symmetries, we needed the detailed scan analysis report. It's a 40-page dossier of figures and findings, some of which we're going to share with you. AGP warns of noise due to highly reflective surfaces that make measurements slightly blurred.
There's a mirror effect on it, and this mirror effect will reflect the laser, giving it that measurement noise.
Striations also appear in various places, but they don't exist in reality.
Precisely. It's the measurement noise that we're seeing here. You get the impression that the markings here are very deep, whereas we're talking about 5/10 of a millimeter.
We'll break down the volume of space in this way. Large walls,
So my computer is like
ceiling birth
fucking with me.
and of course the vaulted ceiling.
In terms of
On this
typing, what's wrong with
cross-section
typing?
of
Like
the
my
ground
typing's not
span,
like
the outer
it
point
is
has a
because of me mistyping, but some of it is not me.
The difference in plumb that we have here, it's the thickness that we find here, and we can see it directly with the 3rd dimension.
I love everybody.
familiarise you with
I
their
love all
language,
people.
AGP informs us of a ground trace with virtually no deformation, which means
You could say that we're perfect to within
Support
0.10
peace.
degrees, which is relative perfection.
And when it comes to symmetry, as in the case with Gopika, where 62% of the 350 million points are in the same place, within a 2.5 millimeter tolerance.
On complex shapes like that, yes, we're perfectly symmetrical. There's just no discussion here. It's symmetrical.
Here is the gist of the report. Chamber 1, Vapiaka. This scan is defined by 132 million points. Entrance passage precisely centered on short
No.
side. Rectangle on the ground with virtually no deformation. Perfect right angles to within 1/10 of a degree. Small walls inclined at 88.5 degrees, varied by 0.8 of a degree along the entire length. Large walls at 87
No,
degrees
like what?
vary at 1/10 of a degree. Vaulted ceiling formed by a perfectly centered circular arc. Perfectly horizontal ground and ceiling start line. Longitudinal symmetry, vaulted ceiling cut lengthwise, right part superimposed on left and vice versa. 69.7% of points in the same place within a 2.5 millimeter tolerance. Transverse symmetry widthwise, 75.1% of points within a 2.5 millimeter tolerance. Chamber 2, Karan Chopper. Cloud composed of 132 million points. Entrance passage placed at the intersection of a square built on the short side. Near perfect floor rectangle. Small 89
I love all
degree
people
inclined
from all
walls.
countries.
Large walls inclined at 87.
We got Tony Hinchcliffe in chat? No, I'm just joking.
Vaulted ceiling formed by a combination of 3 centered arcs.
I'm just joking.
Perfectly level floor.
Maybe I am a Democrat.
Longitudinal symmetry.
Maybe I am a liberal.
77.6%
Am I the
of
liberal?
points in the same place. Transverse symmetry. 67.8% of points in the same place.
I can identify as one,
Vatican.
perhaps.
Cloud
It's funny.
composed of 110 million points.
Yes,
Entrance passage centered on
money.
short side, 5 degrees offset from the perpendicular. No start line and vaulted ceiling, fully curved section. Chamber formed by square plus semicircle. Side wall floor angle 85.5 degrees. Angle of inclination
Oh,
of
wow.
curved bottom wall 83.7
Sounds
degrees.
like money
Angle of
laundering
inclination on short side,
Canadian agent.
88.5 degrees. Vaulted ceiling composed of 3 centered arcs. Perfectly level floor. Symmetry. 57.7% of points in the same place. Chamber 4, Gopica. 350 million points cloud. The entrance passage is placed at the intersection of a circle built on the short side. Angle of inclination of large walls 87 degrees. Ground and start line of ceiling precisely horizontal. The shape of the chamber is slightly oval.
Oh, how insane.
The large walls are slightly curved by less than 6 centimeters along their entire length. On the floor, there are portions of circles with a radius of 120
Any
meters.
secrets? Any stories?
Vaulted ceiling composed of 3 interlocking rib sections. Apart from the floor and the sides of the entrance passages, this chamber is entirely composed of curves. Longitudinal
True.
symmetry, 62% of points in the same place. Chamber 5, Sudama, 232 million points cloud. This chamber has 2 rooms. First perpendicular
Hey, I
entry
appreciate you
passage
being
sets
here,
at 1/5
everyone.
the length of the long
Conversing
side.
with me. I feel so blessed and lucky.
Second entrance passage, perpendicular and
Well
centered.
said. Well said,
The
Lucy.
curved wall of the chamber 1 follows precisely the inner wall of chamber 2. Large side walls inclined at 87.1 degrees. Small 89-degree inclined side panel. The wall of chamber 2 is inclined at 86.7 degrees. The vaulted ceiling of chamber 1 consists of a cylinder of constant radius, centered on the longitudinal axis.
Wow, insane.
Horizontal floors. Symmetry 61.1%
That's a lot of
points in
zeros.
the same place. Thanks to this report, we now
Wow,
know
1
the
trillion?
constraints
I didn't
given to
know it was
the
that much.
stonemasons before they start work. Shapes, precise dimensions, and angles. The so-called specifications. And in this case, it's truly mind-boggling. Firstly, these 5 chambers are symmetrical. The slightest variation in shape on one side will be mirrored on the other. Secondly, the position of the entrance passages follows a particular geometric logic.
Wow.
Finally, the shapes are more complex than they appear. The large walls of Vapiaka and Karanchopa are inclined at different angles and mirror each other. Vapiaka and Sudama's vaulted ceilings are portions of cylinders. Vadatika's shape is composed of several intermingled spheres. Gopika's large walls are very slightly curved and inclined. Karanchopa's vaulted ceiling is made up of 3 cylinder sections. Gopika's vaulted ceiling is composed of 3 ribbed sections. A surveyor and topographer produced a second report based on the raw scan data, extending AGP's work and revealing new features.
No.
We start with this breakdown of cloud
9.
portions and break them down. I take only the points measured by the scanner, and then I ask the software to calculate the best sphere to approximate all these
Glad you're
points.
here.
We
This
do
is
the
a
same
very
thing on
difficult
the
level to
cloud,
watch.
which is on the other side, but cut off. For us, it is as if we were two completely independent clouds in space. So we start a new calculation. And that's what's going to be interesting, is that when we take these point clouds that are positioned in different places, we're going to get similar information on both sides, right and left.
In other words, these two ends of the ceiling are portions of spheres which are symmetrical with their centers.
Am I tripping, or is everybody's... We got 3 people with grey, the same color. I'm tripping. I like it, but I'm just tripping. Maybe that's just on my tablet.
We can correlate these two figures very well, given the imprecision of the scan noise.
Probably just on my
3.953
tablet.
equals 3.956.
These aren't only portions of spheres you can see. It's much more complex than that.
In other words, here the size deviations from the original geometric shape are symmetrical. They made the same mistake on each side, and they made the same mistake following the same model. So it's not a mistake.
The vaulted ceiling is made up of fused portions of curved lines and spheres, all mirrored. He then proceeded in the same way with Vadatika. The software produced a perfect sphere, shown in blue in this image.
What we can look at
it's
is
crazy.
the distribution of points in relation to a sphere, and here we have a truly remarkable diffusion
It's
of
crazy.
colors found symmetrically and homogeneously on each side. In other words, we're not following a perfect shape,
So
we
insane.
are following a perfect symmetrical volume distribution, whether we're on the right, left, top, or bottom.
The designers of this chamber didn't want to create the perfect
That wasn't the
section of
first.
sphere, but this specific shape
Weren't most
seems
bills
symmetrical.
unanimous? Of
Finally,
money going to
here is an
Ukraine,
extract
like,
from
just
the third
insane.
report produced by a companion stonemason, a specialist in three-dimensional
Republicans
geometry, a
clapping
simple
too,
observation
and
made in Gopika. As a reminder, today's standard for paving flatness is level tolerance. A 2-meter ruler must not show a difference in alignment greater than 2 millimeters, i.e. 1 in 1,000 on a plane. Here we have 1 in 100,000 in a 3-dimensional space. What can I say?
I'm rooting for America. I really am. I love America. I love Americans. Like the non-crazy ones.
Developing something like this, there must be a reason. I don't know what the reason is. To achieve a level of symmetry and finish in stone cutting like this, you need to be
7,000-page bills nobody even reads. Yeah.
And so, we are at the pinnacle of
Yeah, American law is unreadable.
Plans, statements, figures, but what do they actually mean?
Canadian law is pretty bad,
complicated
but
is it to
man,
create these
American
chambers?
law is like
Who better to enlighten us than
intentionally
the stonemasons, who for centuries have been
made
master
to be a
builders and
nightmare.
secret keepers? Our investigation took us to Brittany, the land of granite, to Nantes, then to Paris, where we met stonemasons who agreed to look into the case of these chambers. Eric Bernard, companion member, an architect with over 40 years' experience. Olivier Levine, companion for 30 years, who has studied ancient carving in Egypt for 25 years. Frank Petita, former stonemason. Mathieu Enoff, stonemason turned fitter who currently manages masonry and stonemasonry projects for heritage restoration companies. Louis-Joseph Lamboro, son, grandson and great-grandson of stonemasons, who has worked for over 30 years restoring historic monuments in Paris and now runs his own stonehouse manufacturing business. Joël Caravet, artisan granite stonemason for over 40 years, and Christophe Kini, artisan granite stonemason for 28 years.
Oh wow, insane.
We showed them the chambers in the AGP report and asked them to rate the work on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the easiest and 10 being the most difficult.
We're at 9.5 for difficulty of work.
10.
Wow.
Maybe even 12.
That's
10,
incredible.
even 20.
Well, it's
It's an
simple.
incredible
12.
review, Toad.
Well, for the sake of argument, I'd say 12.
I
At least
believe
put
it
the
too.
object in the context of our reality.
You've got to have hit a
How does it
rock
compare to
deep
tap?
to know what it's like, the complexity of it, and done some geometry. That's why people who haven't done this thing can't understand it.
It's probably really super oxygenated
Yeah,
now.
we're professional men,
Because
not
oxygen
afraid of
is
engineering.
pretty reactive.
But
It binds
the
to
specific
pretty much
demand
everything.
is outstanding. You have to
Creates
understand
salt
that.
of everything.
So we're capable of making a chamber like that, with more or less the same finished polish. It's pleasing to the eye.
So you
but
remove
we wouldn't match the required specifications.
the salt.
That is very clear. In other words, curves of 120 meters in diameter and 30
I don't know if they
meters
take
long,
the positive
we do them,
ions.
but then if you
I don't
put
know if
AGP
it's
scans on our work, we run the
takes
risk
like the
of being
positive
right.
charges. Who knows?
There are many stages before arriving at the softened and polished form, and each stage brings its own share of errors and inaccuracies. So, if in the end you achieve this precision, it's because all the stages have been mastered.
It's not just mastery of the materials, but also mastery of geometry.
In Vegas, did you see the people getting high off the oxygen?
Exactly what we're gonna do next.
Over there, and they were like smoking the oxygen,
If we used frescoes or something
like a
that,
shisha
it would have split up the work and concealed any imperfections.
of oxygen in
Geometric
Vegas.
perfection,
They had it in
there's no
Venetian,
forgiveness.
near the canals, and people going by on the gondolas. People smoking oxygen. Ridiculous. Most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Either they spent centuries polishing, I don't know, with lots
San
of
Marco
arms
Square
that never
indoors.
stopped. Honestly, I have no explanation. It's made of
People
granite,
buying,
one of the
paying for
hardest
air.
materials around. But today, I'm pretty sure we couldn't do it. Perhaps we could actually meet this requirement by fitting blocks and so on. But to excavate it like that, no. I don't see any possibilities at the moment. I don't see any possibilities right now.
And even with mechanical tools to achieve such a result, it's still complicated.
How do you smoke oxygen? I don't know. I think they just inhale it.
Much more developed
It's
means.
like a tube.
Because in fact,
It's like
we're
a
dealing with
shisha
domestic size. So
or
we couldn't
gile.
get all the facilities that would allow us to have something even more precise.
A communal
So we
pipe.
couldn't do any better.
To make a bar type chamber with hand tools, first rough out the general shape with picks, and then work with a variety of progressively finer chisels, and then rub the surface with a paste
I don't know,
made
man.
from a brace
I
of
didn't
hand
fall
tools.
for it. I didn't pay for
Start
it.
over as many times as it takes.
Who's smoking
And
oxygen
finally
in
polish it.
Vegas? Yo, Toto with the
At
Vegas. We
polished
were just
stage,
talking
the
about
shape
Vegas.
is already completely finished.
Did you see in Vegas when people were inhaling oxygen for like $20 or something?
Start rubbing to achieve that miracle.
They had it in the Venetian. You can inhale oxygen like an
All should be
nargile.
uniform. So
There's
we'll
like
use
high
the same techniques
concentration
anyway.
oxygen or something.
So any defects will be visible. There's a geometric shape that's defined.
I never did it,
Going
but I was
beyond those
wondering.
limits is
I wonder
out
if
of
it's just like a
question.
placebo effect.
So we have to get closer.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
there's all the polishing that's
Yes.
gonna take about
$12. I would have done it for $12. I would have.
You want to get right down to it.
The one I saw was
that means you've
20.
understood and you know
I'm like,
how
there's
thick
no
you're
way
going
I'm
to
gonna
polish.
pay $20
What's interesting about polishing
for air.
in the case of these caves is that it also shows a level of execution.
Oh, you
Because
did it? No
polishing
way.
false
Get out of
ceilings
here.
is a hell of a
Get
job.
out of here. Toad, the hero,
Here
the
we go.
champion.
There's a demonstration
How
of
was it, man?
extraordinary mastery.
Did it work? Was it
It's
placebo?
manageable on workshop surfaces, on a table and so on.
It's a pretty cool
But
spot
here,
too.
regulated surface,
There's like a
clean, with
bar,
no tool marks, ready to be polished.
and there's like there's just cool
mind-blowing.
people.
It's completely
You just
unique.
sit there and you talk and you shoot the shit. It's just
Is
it's
it
like
really
hanging out with like a
possible to
cool
embark on such a
cool
project
group of
without
people.
ever having done it before?
Yeah, dude. That's actually a
It's not the work
dude.
of a
That's
beginner,
actually
nor a qualified or
that's
highly qualified
that's so
person.
perfect.
It's a
That is so
qualified,
well said,
highly
man.
qualified person we don't know today. It's
Yeah,
deliberate.
I don't think I can go back.
It's
Like
deliberate,
Vegas.
planned, and
It's
there's
true,
no room
bro.
for error.
The smoke
You
is
can't
out of
make
control.
changes along the way.
It's so ridiculous.
There's an extraordinary mastery of geometry and equally extraordinary mastery of materials. This means that there are years and years of apprenticeship before them. That's why you can't just jump into a job
And it
like
smells
that
like
from one day to
shit.
the next and say, hey, let's make a cave. It's not possible. You wouldn't have the same quality
Look at how that
finish if you were a
place.
trial run. There would be a few little mistakes.
Yeah,
a
you
few
just like
little
inhale it.
adjustments, and see the evolution through the caves.
I'm just joking. I was
It's clear that you have the same
exaggerating.
level of finish, which corresponds
You
to the
don't
level of
smoke it.
qualification of the workers. So it does not come from nowhere.
It would explode.
When you see the results, you get the impression that it's all done by one hand
Yeah.
because it's so regular, so perfect, that you don't get the impression that there were so many people working on it.
This place vibrates like something that's the result of a joint effort, a group cohesion.
Are there people smoking at TwitchCon? Can you imagine?
Every step of the process has the potential to go wrong and ruin the project. I've witnessed multiple conflicts, and for reasons far less complicated than that. So, in my opinion, they've reached a level of cohesion that's really astonishing. The human commitment here is quite enormous.
The report revealed the symmetries of the chambers that no one had seen before these scans. Can you make symmetrical shapes by accident?
It can't be chance. Clearly, it's really calculated, done on purpose.
Oh wow.
Nothing is done at random. Everything has a reason.
Nicotine is a stimulant?
Chance is out of the question. We have to start from very precise reference points that will be defined from the outset before we can cut. Meaning we don't just show up and say, oh, we're going to do it here. No. Before we do it, we know very well that there are a minimum number of symmetrical reference points that we need to take. And from that, we can define everything else. So they decide beforehand.
It means that this symmetry is imposed and imposes pure rigor.
And the food is really good. Fancy, expensive but fancy food. You get some deals.
It's no coincidence that this was intended at a given moment. It was executed in this way. That's what we can see today from our measurements.
If you add symmetry to the volume, it doubles the complexity. Yet another constraint.
If we don't have the symmetry constraint,
A few hockey tourneys there. I've been.
then it's visually acceptable to stop the work.
Yeah.
On the other hand,
I've been to Vegas a couple times now.
millimeters have to be present
Blessedly, I'm really lucky.
then it's a different kettle of fish. It's twice the work, 10 times the work.
Making a reversible copy-paste of the two forms at this level of precision, it's the worst thing, shown by the results of the scans.
It's pretty amazing, dude. Vegas is like, the hotels are pretty insane. Caesar's Palace is pretty insane.
What about the precision of the scans and measurements?
Caesar's Palace is huge. It's like you're actually outdoors.
It's going to be very complicated.
Closest arcades were cool as a kid.
All the way.
Given the resources available at the time, I find this precision mind-blowing.
For me, it's not great precision, it's extreme precision. It's
And like the Venetian, it's like you're in Venice.
in a material like this, with a polished finish, the gaps that can be
Like the
measured
Bellagio, there's like a
extremely
big sports
sophisticated
bar.
tools. Honestly, that's the most
The
impressive.
Bellagio's sick because they have this huge.
We ourselves for much simpler
It's like
things
sports betting bar, and like a lot of casinos have sports betting bar. But this Bellagio has like the biggest
1,000 times smaller, so
open area. It's pretty sweet, man. You get to watch like the games or the fights or shit in Vegas while putting bets, while getting drinks. It's pretty insane. It's pretty amazing.
Only useful for precisely engineering structures, for monitoring nuclear stations, for things or structures that require analysis of movements that are themselves millimeters.
And the pools, man. Oh my god, the pools.
Of the 3D scan, when we're talking about symmetry with discrepancies of 3, 4, 5 millimeters maximum, it's something that's hard
Pools
to
are
imagine with
amazing.
such volumes. Yes, it's ultra precise.
What level of stress is involved in such excavation work?
There is darkness, there's dustiness.
If there are 20 craftsmen working in the same cave, after 2 hours, everyone will die of heat in there. So at some point, you're going to have to get out to cool up. There'll also be the problem of light.
Working 10 or 12 hours a day in such small volumes, I honestly don't see how we could do that.
The problem is that someone who has undergone 10 years of training to reach the top of his profession, it would be a shame to waste him after 5 years with silicosis because he's been working in a cave.
Wow, that's crazy. Toad, the roller coaster in New York, New York.
We haven't changed
New York,
in the
New
last
York, right?
4,000 years. We're still the same.
That was pretty crazy.
There are specifications, deadlines, and
New York's really impressive.
job to do, a
It looks like New York City.
project
It
manager,
actually does.
and then you have to get on with
Fucking,
it.
they built like skyscraper
The question
hotels.
on everyone's lips. How long would it take to make one?
You
Pretty
can
incredible.
imagine anything, but that would be pure speculation. Now, if you imagine manual labor, I can only imagine it. working over a very long period of time, but with infinite patience to achieve this result with this miracle.
For complex chambers, 10 years is the minimum.
Yeah, man, like the MGM Grand pool is amazing, has a lazy river. The Mandalay Bay pool is also incredible.
In an exercise like this,
The best pool that I saw was probably Mandalay Bay, but I think the best pool is Caesar's Palace, I think. Because they have like an entire fucking courtyard. It's insane and it's massive. I've never been though. Caesar's Palace is like...
But these completion times
It's
have been
amazing.
calculated from the engraved inscriptions.
There's
Big
a
Apple
gap
Coaster
between
crazy.
The inscriptions and the chambers, they weren't made at the same time, that's obvious. There's a discrepancy that
Mandalay Bay pool is crazy. It has a
they were
wave
made
pool.
much later. In
It's
any case,
massive.
it's
And
not
a
the
lazy
same.
river.
if you compare the cave and the inscriptions, there's a bit of a gap.
No way. Yeah, buddy.
I mean, it's legible.
Yeah, dude. Isn't that amazing? It's the best. Elusive, it's the best.
The engraving is
On
done
the
in a
road
very
once,
basic
but you
way,
could get a
which
day
has
pass. Okay, it's not the
nothing to
best,
do
but it's
with
pretty
the
good.
work. It's just punched.
It's very good.
You could say that they needed to put a message on it.
But you
The
can get a
person
day
hadn't
pass
mastered engraving.
for like
He
$10
just
more.
came to claim ownership.
Crazy.
Just because it's inscribed does not mean that it has to be from that era. The king may well have asked to put his name on something that already existed.
No
The
way.
connection isn't necessarily obvious.
What a legend.
He's in power at this state, and then he gives.
That's
the
pretty.
king a
That's
result.
really brave of you.
But we don't say that he had
Were you a
these
good
made
kid?
or that he had them built.
I was such a good
It's easy
kid.
to imagine
I
this
would not
king's
have had the
king
courage
putting
to do
his
that.
hands on the caves and having them engraved with "I offer them." That's all. But it's not necessarily him who had them made.
I'm also not the best
There's no
liar.
evidence that he had them made.
You wonder whether the people who had them engraved as rain shelters were really aware of the colossal amount of work
Day
that went
pass.
into them, and of all the technical constraints that were completely unnecessary to the function of a simple shelter. Maybe by the time the chambers were gifted, the original purpose for them had long been forgotten.
Yeah, Fremont's
Why these
fucked.
shapes? Why these perfect symmetries?
You don't want to go to North Vegas. North Vegas is fucked. I know, like Ninja Lifestyle, like lives in North Vegas.
It feels like the building has lost its
And
sacred
like everything he knows and
If it's
suggests is North
dedicated
Vegas.
and given over to be used as a monsoon shelter,
You want to stay away from there.
I find it hard to believe
Sorry, bro.
that was its original vocation.
Obviously, when the king gives it away, it's because he
I'm
no
just
longer
being
has a use for it.
sarcastic. I'm just being a Tony Hinchcliffe of Vegas
So
right
in
now.
fact, there's a risk that we're talking
Not,
about
not because the
these
Latinos are in the North. I mean, I'm just saying.
After that, there are only archaeological
I'm just
digs
stop
nearby
talking.
that allow us to put some things in place. That's the problem with the written word. The written word is propaganda. So to make yourself look good, you're going to put text everywhere.
Yeah, Fremont's
Let's
fucked.
mention Ramses too, put his name
Druggies.
everywhere, even when he didn't do it.
It's dangerous.
When I see the work of these chambers, I'm stunned, amazed, in awe, speechless, bewildered. I'm at a loss. I say to myself, how could this have been done?
There's something
Oh wow, insane.
fantastic
What a
about this
legend.
chamber set alone. It's fantastic in terms of geometry, finish, and craftsmanship.
Cool, bro.
No matter how many times I think over it,
Was it related to TwitchCon?
this is the first time I've been so
Or was it
professionally
independent?
confused.
Out of the fear of having our current version of history rewritten, someone
Sean
argued that our
Bean.
ancestors were simply capable of specific
Yeah,
skills lost in the
you
war
can
they've
use.
lost.
Bro, you've been saving up 1,500. Okay, I'm gonna.
For the
I'll add
construction
it at
sites
some
that
point.
followed in ancient India,
I'll add it
although
at some point.
grandiose and
But you can use the
complex
tilde.
have little in common with
I'll
what
add
we
them as
find
at some point. I'll add it. 8 Canadian agent.
The Ajanta site is a
when I
group
take
of
a
Buddhist
break.
caves carved into a long horseshoe-shaped basalt cliff. Construction began around the 2nd century BC, around a century after Barabar. Abandoned and forgotten for centuries, rediscovered in 1819 by British soldiers, this UNESCO World Heritage Site is considered one of India's greatest architectural treasures. The term cave is rather reductive. These are actually temples and prayer halls, famous for their magnificent sculptures and murals, which reflect the teachings of Buddha. They required considerable resources. Some of these would have been used as shelters during the rainy season, perhaps inspiring the inscriptions on the Nagarjuna chambers. It's hard not to be impressed by the sheer amount of work that must have gone into building this site, spread over more than 6 centuries. What you see here was carved, not assembled. The whole thing was meticulously thought out and organized. Although this site is truly spectacular, the work does not compare with that of Barabar and Nagarjuna. When the walls are not left rough, they are covered with sculpted bas reliefs and statues. The angles are ill-defined and the floors are not really flat. But perhaps even more spectacular than
You're in
this
Oregon,
site
right?
is the Ellora site.
Elusive, are you in Oregon?
Also located in the district of Maharashtra, Ellora is a complex of 34 chambers carved out of the rock between the 6th and the 10th centuries, or 12th according to sources, over a total
Oregon's in pretty rough shape.
Here again,
Portland, I've never been to
cave is
Portland.
neither very
I've been to
representative
Seattle.
nor very
Seattle's a rough
rewarding,
town, man.
as the chambers are sometimes immense on several levels. Twelve of them are Buddhist, 17 Hindu, and 5 Jain.
People's Republic of Portland. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at the joke, not the
Each is
situation.
an architectural masterpiece with multiple sculptures and bas-reliefs covering the walls.
Oh, man.
The most famous construction on this site is called Cave Number 16.
Plotting my
Although
escape.
it's a temple, it's not just any temple.
Individual
The entire rock
units?
face
Oh,
has
wow,
been
insane.
sculpted to resemble Mount Kailash,
For
the
life?
legendary
Wow, that's
home of
crazy.
Shiva. The temple features galleries, columns,
That
shrines,
is
and
sweet.
intricate carvings on several levels. Bear in mind that it was
It's a
entirely
lot of
carved from
secondhand
a
smoke.
single block. No statues or elements were added. Everything was thought out layer by layer, staircases, levels, columns, and statues. Considered the largest monolithic structure in the world, its size is estimated to be twice that of the Parthenon in Greece. But remarkable and gigantic as it is, the work accomplished only pleases the eye, as the companions say, as the precision does not go beyond what is visually sufficient.
Government
But when you
property,
take out a
insane.
simple rangefinder, you quickly realise that no column foot is precisely aligned with its neighbour. But why should they? That's the question. With Barabar and Nagarjuna, we're faced with 2 major questions. 1, how were they achieved at this level of precision? And 2, why did they need to be?
Oh my god.
There is a great dissonance between the stonemason's analysis of the work and what has been historically said about how these chambers were made. Notably by Indologist Huntington, following his rigorous observation work in Lomas Rishi. The chamber is crucial to our understanding of the case, and we're going to look at it from the investigator's point of view.
Alright, I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna
First
take a
of
little
all,
tiny
let's
break.
take a look at the historical opinions. For Cunningham
I'm
and
gonna take a
Fleet,
break
the porch
after
is a late
this one.
addition, after the Maurya dynasty. An Ashoka inscription may have existed and been erased when the porch was built.
Oh my god.
According to Ferguson, the porch and chamber were built at the same time. According to Stern and Auboyer, the porch is a late addition, around 200 years after the chambers were built. For Huntington, Lomas Rishi was Barabar's last, after Sudama, Kalanchopa, and Visvazopri, and work was halted when Ashoka died for lack of funding. In his opinion, the porch and chamber were built at the same time. For Gupta, it would have nothing to do with Ashoka and Dasharata, because it has no inscriptions from them. Because being the only one of all the Mauryan chambers to have no original shape, because it's unfinished, and because
I dig the
it's
conversation,
in
I do,
Buddhist
I dig
style,
it.
he believes it was carved long after Barabar and Nagarjuna. And finally, Harry Falk agrees with Huntington and Ferguson. For him, the porch and the chamber were built at the same time, and the porch would not be Buddhist. In the face of differing opinions, we're confused. It's important to note, however, that it is from this chamber that the tools and methods for creating all other chambers were derived. Let's turn to the field. Lomas Rishi is the only one with a porch and curved outer frame. It's the only one without an original shape. Either it's the first of all and Sudama is a copy, or it's the other way around. The major difference between the two geometries being the position of the entrance passage. Its walls are surprisingly polished, while the rest of the building is still rough.
The state of progress in this cave is disconcerting.
Surprising.
All the rough work has to be done before polishing can begin. This polishing of the walls is an aberration.
Here, it's obvious the modus operandi isn't consistent. Starts everywhere and ends nowhere.
Same here, I find it hard to understand. It doesn't make it impossible, it just makes it more complicated.
We finish the whole shape and then polish it all in one go. There are key stages in the production chain. You can't finish one and then start another. No, everything has to be done at the same time.
It's just not logical. You can't do the finishing touches until you've mastered the rest.
You get the impression that they had to explode a chamber that had been made and then not finished. But those who wanted to finish didn't understand, or I don't know. Honestly, I can't say why, but in any case, it's not the logic of the rest of the chambers.
Indian stonemasons traditionally start with the ceiling, but this time it's the other way around. In Sudama's dome, by playing with the light, we can observe the spectra of two circles, more clearly visible on the scans.
Here we see the first circle, then a second one inside, and when you look at the centers of each of these circles, they're all exactly aligned.
This suggests that the use of a mechanical device to carve out the dome, a technique that is nowhere to be seen in the Lomas Rishi dome. Pick blows are also too close to the final shape of the ceiling, and if too much digging is done, it can create holes, which can be seen on site. And finally, on the outer wall of this chamber, clues reinforce the idea of two periods of different size and technique, these grooves circled in red in this image. Well known to stonemasons, these grooves are the marks of sharpened chisel blades rubbed against granite. A few can be seen outside Sudama. Curiously, however, there are no such marks on the outer wall of Kalanchopa or Visvazopri, nor on the outside of Gopika, Vadatika and Vapiyaka, showing that the stonecutters did not proceed in this way. So why the Sudama facade? Most probably because this niche, later added and unfinished.
The difficulty is the lack of archaeological documentation, because it's clear that there are gaps. The inscriptions, the entrance porch. I have my doubts as to whether they were really contemporary with the excavation of the caves. As for the king's inscriptions, well, does it correspond to the same date as this? There's nothing to prove it. But sometimes, you just have to say you don't know.
To challenge these observations, we invited Eric Bernard to visit. Like geologist Eric Gontier before him, he first noticed the difference in workmanship between the porch and the interior of the finished chambers.
There's nothing upright. The shape was requested and the guy executed it in a hurry. The edges here. You also have a relatively well-adjusted curve. a kind of ogive, and you don't have any bottom edge cut correctly. It's out of question to imagine that the team that even started the work inside this one could have had anything to do with its execution. It's completely anachronistic. It's clear that the team had lost its geometry. In other words, it's been butchered everywhere. They were looking for like reference points, and in the end it's been abandoned because the team couldn't complete the work that's been done elsewhere. It's obvious.
One detail we hadn't paid much attention to caught his eye. The small wall at the bottom is partially polished, while the upper part has not yet been dressed. This will generate what the cutters call a spectrum, i.e. an imprint that will show up in the light.
It's physical in the stone. You can feel it, because reworking the surface always leaves traces.
However, there are no such marks on the small walls of the other chambers, which means that they are not made in this way. The same applies to the unfinished floor, which would have required the entire bottom of the polished walls to be reworked. Let's recap. In this chamber, the cutting and polishing operations are carried out in an illogical sequence, and the tool strokes demonstrate a lack of method and rigor. The quality of the work on the porch is not the same as inside the chambers. There are no sharpening grooves on the chamber fronts, with the exception of the only chambers with unfinished elements, Sudama and Lomas Rishi. If Lomas Rishi is the first of the chambers, and if the porch was built at the same time as the interior, this should have been the blueprint for all of them. In that case, why don't Sudama and Karan Chopper next door and finished have porches? But if, as some Indologists believe, the porch was added later, then it should be visible to the eye. Turns out that it is.
It's very easy for any stonemason to put his hand here. You can see that the surface you have here is practically to the touch identical to the other chambers, i.e. with precision. And when you slide over a ridge that's over here, the stonemason who took over this surface and executed the porch found himself carving really awkwardly. It's clear that there's an inconsistency of control, and so we find it here. All this part here is recessed or badly polished or badly cut. And then back to the porch here again, there are huge cavities. On a surface of 40 centimeters, there's a depression of almost a centimeter. Any stonemason who comes here to look at the surface will tell you that there's a problem. And a problem with the workmanship. And a problem with the workmanship between this part and the rest is really obvious.
Whoever carved this porch obviously had the intention to complete the interior. The tool marks we see inside clearly come from the porch builders, and therefore can't shed any light on how the other chambers were built. Either this porch dates back to the Ashoka period, or it was added much later. But if it dates from the Ashoka period, then the other chambers are much older and had long since been completed by the time they were gifted to the Ajivika people. That would explain why their true function had already been forgotten.
I agree with you that the original idea has disappeared.
Given the complexity of the work presented by these chambers, it's difficult to believe that their original purpose was simply for shelter. Unless, of course, you've inherited them and are unaware of the complex work they entail. A month after our visit to Barabar, we went back to see Eric Bernard.
The biggest problem in this case is the one who imagined the shape and said, well, I demand that, and I'm going to find a team who's going to produce it for me. Even now in research labs and production labs, it's a colossal task to bring these two worlds together. It's been done here, without any precedent. The requirement for geometry has a reason. We have no references in the West of an example like this type. Monolithic and cut like this in one go, and moreover in a cavity.
What was the state of play in terms of the tools and methods?
Rough work can be done very quickly. I mean, if you're vigorous and fit and have the right technique, you can do a great job. Afterwards, it's this finishing approach, because on top of that, you're in the dark with candles and lighting systems that are completely... So afterwards, there's a timing that you can't control at all. So I looked around looking for mistakes, of course. On site, I saw flashes, I saw the size spectra that come out. So that reassured me a little, in a way, to say to myself, yeah, these are colleagues of mine who have done this, but all the same.
What can we compare the work in the chambers to?
The only reference in the archive is this pedestal that was cut to house the Luxor obelisk at Concord. And this artifact is the only reference we have in terms of volume of shape, i.e. 16 cubic meters, i.e. 40 tons of granitic rock, quite similar to bar bars, but obviously quarry cut, i.e. taken from quarries, etc. The obelisk was made of granite. We know very well that at the time in 1836 that they were still using tools and techniques from the dawn of time.
Since we were on site, we decided to use the roughness tester on this perfectly documented base. The first RZ of 60 microns, the second of 47, and third 25. A far cry from the measurements recorded at Barabar, bearing in mind that this object was not polished vertically, but horizontally, in the direction of gravity, which is absolutely uncomparable. A detail that will probably speak to engineers here is the difference in the angle of inclination between the large and small walls. Why this change in angle? And why 88.5 degrees? 1.5 degrees from vertical, which is hardly visible to the naked eye.
It's 10 times more difficult to keep to that angle than on a well-controlled vertical wall.
A seemingly insignificant detail, but one that must have been important, since it's a feature repeated from one chamber to the next and in symmetry. It looks like a process of experimentation to improve shapes, different angles for a specific purpose, but what? Speaking of the polish, there are a few chips in the polish of the finished chambers. As here at the bottom of the Karen Chopper wall, we thought these were later markings, but Eric thinks they were weaknesses in the granite at the time of cutting.
The final polishing phase has been made without trying to fix or hide the natural flaws in the stone. You can see that the polish was added to an extremely rigorous and defined shape in terms of dimensions. And afterwards, you can see that this polish finish is not at all designed to be aesthetic. Not at all related to the need to be visually pleasing or anything else like that. It's completely, in my opinion, to be forgotten.
A polish more technical than aesthetic. Another stonemason confided to us that if these chambers had been created with such precision and minimalism, and were devoid of religious imagery or motifs of any kind, it was a sign that the objects had a precise function. The scans revealed another curiosity, discovered by researcher Quentin Leplat. As all the entrance passages are at 90 degrees,
The Vadatika's chamber has a corridor that's slightly off-center, i.e. not on the same axis as the chamber.
This is the entrance corridor here, or there, which, when extended, comes to Tap Vapiarka at 90 degrees.
And on top of that, the axis of these two corridors indicates the north-south and east-west axis. For me, these two caves were conceived as a whole, and not as two independent things. This means that they have tracing methods methods for transferring interior tracing to the outside, which allow them, with surveying systems that I'm not familiar with, to transfer what's inside perfectly to the outside without any loss of geometry.
Geometry is such a constraint, you can't just leave it to chance. This is extremely important because when you're faced with a geometric volume that's extremely well mastered, it's because there's an extremely complex or well mastered thought process. It's not just a matter of guesswork. It's also quite amazing that they've made a link between the two caves and these huge rocks. We're small, I mean, humanly speaking, we're dealing with a major geological element here.
What's the point of this feature, which can only be discovered with a 3D scan? Why position the corridor perpendicular to the long side of the other chamber? Why add this constraint? Let's take a look at the geometry of the chambers. Through on-site measurements, Harry Falk determined the value of the measurement standard used, which he called Morian yard or Barabar yard, to be around 85.5 centimeters. Thanks to the scans, Quentin Leplat did the same work on his side and was able to refine this value.
We can see that there's a particular geometry that emerges. Proportions, for example. So if I have proportions of 2 units on the width and 3 on the length, I can quite easily find a common denominator. And it just so happens that this common denominator recurs on all 5 scans I've studied.
For some unknown reason, this standard varies very precisely from chamber to chamber.
Give or take a few millimeters, on average what I find is 85.4, the average value of a theoretical Barabar yard, which was used to size these chambers, because obviously we used a unit of measurement. We saw how we positioned the corridor entrances, we saw the modular aspect, so there's obviously a unit of measurement.
This standard made it possible to understand the floor geometry of the chambers.
Proportions here are very simple, 2/3. 2 for width, 3 for length, and we have the proportions of the chambers. And those next door, well, it's exactly the same. They're 2x3 proportions. The resulting measurement is the same. We're dealing with something that's clearly calibrated according to geometric and metrological criteria. It's not something designed, obviously, for storing flour or sheltering from the rain. It's something much more carefully thought out.
We have a ratio of 5/12 with Karan Chopper and 3/7 with Gopika. But let's move on to the volume of space in the chambers, as the scans show them precisely, allowing Quentin Leplat to notice an extraordinary feature.
They have volumes of space that have ratios in whole numbers, 7/8, with a precision that is truly remarkable.
Remember your maths class from school? If the volume of Vadatika is 7, then the volume of Vapiyaka is 8. Same thing with Sudama. If the volume of the Great Hall is 12, then the volume of the dome is 5. A ratio of 12:5 already present in Karan Chopper's floor geometry, whose volume is linked to that of Gopika.
Well, here we have an even simpler 2/3 ratio.
If Karan Chopper's volume is 2, then Gopika's is 3.
And on top of that, if I convert them, these 2 caves, into Marian yards or Barabar yards, as you like, the unit of measurement I deduced before, well, I end up with 200 and 300 cubic yards of Barabar.
200 cubic yards and 300 cubic yards. 200 and 300 precisely, for volumes in a ratio of 2/3, which also makes it possible to deduce the value of the Barabar yard from the volumes. Skeptics may argue that these are just 2 of the 5 chambers, but the volume ratios of 7/8 between Vadatika and Vapiyaka and 5/12 between Sodoma's dome and its Great Hall show that the designers knew how to calculate the dimensions of all the chambers so that their volumes were related.
This is certainly not by chance. This is impossible. But if someone is capable of planning something and you cannot achieve 200 or 300 while you are cutting out a cave, you have to plan it beforehand. That means you can plan and think in cubical whole numbers. And this is something unthought of. Nobody ever thought of something that you could prove, and everybody could go there nowadays with our modern machines and have the machine find out the cubical content of Gopika, and then it comes out it's 300 times a cube of Mauryan yards.
Remember how complex chamber shapes can be? To find out the volumes without going through the scans, you need to break each one down into sections of simple volumes, calculate each portion of volume, and then add them together. But the problem facing Barabar's designers is the opposite and far more complex. It involves determining each of the dimensions of the chambers, length, width, height, radius of curves, etc., so that the finished volumes add up to the expected numbers. Given the complexity of each chamber's geometry, this goes far beyond the Pythagorean triangle.
Not only does this confirm the use of the Barabar yard, it also confirms the fact that we size these two chambers with integer volume ratios, and the precision, according to the data we have, is 1 to 1500. So it's ultra precise. I don't see how we could do any better. And of course, you have to master the number pi with many decimals. Because if you want to make calculations with all the cones, cylinders, and spheres there are, you just can't play with the approximate fractions of the number pi. You have to know it very, very well.
The design and dimensioning of these geometries involve complex equations, demonstrating a mathematical level that was totally beyond the supposed capabilities of the time.
So I think what you have found out here is breathtaking, and it's unique, unbelievable. It shows that the geometrists working maybe hand in glove with the Iranian stonecutters, that they could introduce their knowledge, and they did so. And at the same time, they knew that nobody entering these caves will see these whole numbers. They are inside a construction produced from whole numbers, but you don't see that you're inside of it.
These chambers were then made without any possible latitude, anticipating what each cutting step would remove until the final polish was achieved. As the stonemasons told us loud and clear, we need to add to this high level of mathematics an exceptional mastery of execution, which can only be acquired following a long period of apprenticeship. The problem is, it's nowhere to be seen. That's why the scans change everything, and why we need to get away from the preconceptions of history to understand these chambers. The shape of the chamber entrances also raise questions. In Ajanta and Ellora, we didn't see any trapezoidal doors, as this is not a typical Indian shape. In his book dedicated to Barabar, Echoing Huntington, Indologist Gupta evokes a similarity with Egyptian door frames, also trapezoidal, which he immediately dismisses on the grounds that the dating would not match. But the dating of the chambers is by no means certain. During the shoot of our previous film, we also saw this type of trapezoidal entrance in Peru, on very precisely executed constructions, as here at Coricancha in Cuzco. Ironically, polished granite surfaces can be found in Egypt almost as precisely as in Barabar, in the mysterious vats of the Saqqara Serapeum. They too have been dated on the basis of questionable inscriptions. What if we were to find ourselves in the footsteps of the same builders? Because we noticed something else, this time on the Sudama chamber, the most complex of all.
A surveyor takes measurements as objectively as possible, using equipment whose technical characteristics he knows, including those famous uncertainties. And then, at the end of the day, we come and see what we've measured. And what do we find when we measure the object as we've assembled it? It's actually 11 meters long for the chamber. After that, it's 11.008 meters, but you can go down to 11.004 meters or 11.011 meters. For me, it's all the same. 5.96 meters for the width. We have a sphere here, with a radius of 3 meters, a center, 1 meter above the ground, We've got a cone here, a cone here, and then the vault walls here, which are exactly 2 meters. The vaulted ceiling here also has a radius of 3.03 meters and a Z-center of the main cylinder 1.02 meters above the ground. That's it. So 11 meters, 6 to 1 meter. We're just stating the facts as factually as possible. I take 1 point, I take several of these points, and that's what we get. So the observation is that here we find metric values once or twice, or 3 or 4 times. 4 times, put on 3D volumes, on a regularity, on a total length, on a punctual point. It's quite a remarkable thing. Quite interesting to note.
A simple observation, but a confusing one. Since the meter was established in France in 1795, it seems impossible that these dimensions could have been thought of and measured in meters. And yet with Sudama, we find whole measurements only in meters. We don't find this when measuring in the Barabar yard.
It's true that we often come across the meter when we're measuring. It's highly likely that the designer thought things through with the meter and the Barabar yard.
In the previous film, we observed the meter at various major ancient sites around the world. In Bolivia, in Egypt, in France, and now in Barabar. This poses an obvious historical problem, since calculating the meter implies you've been able to accurately measure the Earth's circumference and having it divided into 40 million. But perhaps we've just rediscovered what they've already calculated. The royal cubit used in the Great Pyramid is linked to the meter by a circle 1 meter in diameter, the circumference of which is equal to 6 times the cubit, which is considered a coincidence when choosing the meter in 1795. But in Barabar, there also seems to be a geometric link between the meter and the yard.
If I say that the Barabar yard is a circle of 1 yard in diameter, the perimeter, if I divide it into 6 as I did for the royal cubit, what emerges is a cubit of 44.72 centimeters. And this cubit of 44.72, if I make it into a double square, the diagonal, it's a meter. The design of the Barabar chambers is all about circles and right angles, and square figures. Generally speaking, when we design things, we use compasses and squares. Their work uses this kind of geometry, so it's possible that we've deployed both measurements in a single piece.
Not only did the skills come from somewhere, but it feels like the specification of the chambers, which hold up to modern industrial standards, have an objective reason and a specific purpose. But which one? It all depends on how we look at them. If they had been made by engineers from the future, we'd think there must be something important to discover in their operation, something we don't know yet. Information encoded, because the future equals progress. But they come from the past, with history telling us that our ancestors were drastically less technologically advanced. So how else could they be anything other than curious-looking shelters from the rain? As we are certain ancient civilizations were always less technologically advanced. According to our current knowledge, human beings like you and me have existed for at least 230,000 years. 230,000 years is an incredibly long time. We would have remained hunter-gatherers for around 220,000 years, during which time we would have roamed the planet on foot to establish ourselves almost everywhere, and human civilization would have taken off only a few thousand years ago. For a long time, we thought it was Sumer, around 6,000 years ago. Then we discovered Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which puts the date back at least 7,000 years. But there are still many mysteries to our past. As in Egypt, where history no longer even remembers how the pyramids of Giza were built, at least a few millennia ago. No big deal compared to the 230,000-year history of our humanity. The Egyptians have written extensively on all sorts of subjects, but apparently nothing on the construction of the pyramids, nor the function of them, which today are only considered as funerary tombs. Either nothing was ever written, or it was erased by their successors. History has always been written by the winners, the kings, emperors, and dictators who over the centuries have dismissed their predecessors, each time rewriting the past to put themselves in the best light. There are numerous examples. The Neanderthal man, a prehistoric ape man rehabilitated by recent discoveries, the Gauls, a coarse and barbaric people according to the Roman propaganda, until recently, and finally the Greeks and their surprising skills, which enabled them to create the Antikythera mechanism. So history isn't false, but just partial, and relying on it blindly, dangerous. As far as Barabar and Nagarjuna are concerned, history doesn't tell us anything. Either no one has been bothered to record how the chambers were made and what they were really used for, or it's been lost or destroyed. The name Ajivika was scratched out on the inscriptions, but fortunately not completely. Why scratch out these inscriptions, if not to try and make this mention disappear? History also failed to remember Ashoka, nicknamed Ashoka the Great. He was an important king and founder of Indian history, without whom Buddhism probably would have disappeared. But he was forgotten for almost 2,000 years, before being rediscovered just 2 centuries ago thanks to his pillars. Anything that isn't based on proof, i.e. an indisputable fact, is just another belief. Continuing this thought, anything that isn't or hasn't been proven is therefore always open to question, and could potentially be called into question.
We have to consider everything, because we don't know. The question is, will we ever come to a conclusion that holds water?
Practicing Descartes' art of the clean slate means not rejecting a hypothesis that you believe to be impossible. Difficult in reality because we are all, absolutely all, influenced by our beliefs, and not just in the religious world. The belief, for example, that although our human history may contain a few gaps or grey areas, nothing could fundamentally call into question the linear narrative of the historical timeline. The belief that the direction of progress is linear from the wheel to smartphones, and that it couldn't be any other way. The belief that the chambers at Barabar and Nagarjuna have nothing useful to teach us, the modern inventors of satellites and artificial intelligence. Yet these chambers appear totally out of place and seem to have a more technical purpose than an artistic or religious one. Wiping the slate clean means accepting that our history may indeed have forgotten part of our past, and being open to considering this. Today, as in the past, no one is going to go to such great, colossal lengths to achieve such precise results if you don't need to.
When you really get down to the nitty-gritty of the analysis, something else emerges. Another philosophy, another will.
For me, it's obvious. It's obviously a scientific object. Such an exceptional object of measurement that the reason for these objects must have a scientific use. It can only be that.
Well, it has been observed by several scholars that the sound inside such a cave is increasing. If you say something, the sound accelerates, and it would be impossible, I think, that people meet inside these caves and talk to each other.
So, if on top of that there's another feature, which is sound, which maybe is after all what they were looking for, it may explain the sloping walls, it may explain the vaulted ceilings, made with 3 different radiuses. The mirror-like polish, in fact, favors propagation and reverberation, so it would justify the shape and why we went for a mirror polish in these caves. We could have stopped at the previous stage since we'd already mastered the geometry.
Since the chambers are carved out of the mass, the vaulted ceilings have no structural purpose and could have had any shape. When you enter these dark chambers, the interaction of sound with their geometry is immediately apparent, producing impressive effects that are difficult to reproduce with microphones. The most remarkable thing about these chambers is the combination of resonance and reverberation, as we've just heard with the voice of Triticina. Reverberation time is the time it takes for the sound to decay after the source has been switched off. Acoustic resonances, on the other hand, correspond to the specific frequencies at which sound is amplified.
Sorry, I'm gonna sign off.
The low absorption rate of
I
ground and
apologize.
the geometry of the walls produce different effects between low and high frequencies.
Gilbert Gottfried, I'll add
But are
Gottfried
these
and
effects in the
Sean Bean
chambers
offline,
unintended
I'm sorry.
consequences due to their geometries?
I will.
Or are
What
they
is this
intentionally
shorts?
designed? Since we discovered them, we've been experimenting and recording. In May 2017, at the same time as the scans, we recorded calibrated balloon explosions and frequency variations across the entire spectrum audible to humans, to understand their acoustics.
What is this, Toad? What is this even, bro? What?
We then had the data analysed,
I'm
but the
aroused.
instruments were not precise enough.
I'll be honest,
so we
I'm
returned to
aroused.
the site in March 2020 with a very precise measurement protocol, 2 sound level meters, a recorder, and balloons.
Alright,
We recorded
on
around
that
100
note,
explosions in the chambers with our sound level meters.
alright. Oh, that was Canadian Agent. Alright. I'm gonna read some more.
We then had all the new data analysed by several acousticians. For the record, through a numerical calculation, one of the reports concludes that a 74.9 Hz emission source placed on the ground in the middle of the Sudama Dome would produce a sound that would be highly amplified around it. This is what we had accidentally experimented with in 2020 by broadcasting a frequency of 75 Hz with our small speaker placed on the floor in the centre of the dome. In practical terms, our speaker blew. This happened again when we returned in March 2023 to check some data and make new recordings.
Thank you, thank you. Elusive, I never meant to say that you are irrelevant. You are not irrelevant. You are very relevant. I'm just saying that if a woman is going to abort or not, it's a very personal
what we
decision,
found. These
and I'm
chambers
not
are a
saying that
very
you are
special
irrelevant.
case, as they combine
Anyways.
a number of features not currently looked for by modern acousticians.
7 viewers, insane. Thank you.
First and foremost, they make speech unintelligible. It becomes inaudible when you're more than 50 centimeters from the source. In other words, they're not made for listening to preaching or speaking. They combine both reverberation